afternoon. Sorry for the delay. Mr. McGlynn, could you introduce our study session, please?
Certainly. Item 3.1, study findings regarding cooperative services between Santa Rosa Fire Department and Rincon Valley Fire Protection District. Tony Gossner, Fire Chief, presenting.
Hello, council members. Tony Gosner here. To my right, we have Sheldon Gilbert, who is with ESCI, who helped us with the feasibility study. And to his right is former battalion chief for Santa Rosa, now fire chief for Central Fire. He's also leading Rincon Valley Fire Protection District, which is part of Central Fire. So we got 40 slides to go over. We're going to be not quick, but we're going to, seeing as we're running a little bit behind, we will try to make up a little bit of time for you all. So a little bit of history. In 2012, the Santa Rosa Fire Department, in conjunction with Central Fire, which is Windsor and Rincon Valley Fire Protection District, they worked with us to come up with some sort of shared services approach. We worked on that for about a year. It just really didn't go anywhere due to a number of different things. We've had study sessions, report items, and then moving forward in July or April of 2014, we were approached by Rincon Valley Fire saying, hey, would you guys take a look at a feasibility study of us working together, contract for service type of approach. Since then, it's been a 1.5-year process of community meetings. We created a committee that consisted of the city manager's office, fire labor from both Santa Rosa Fire Department and Rincon Valley. The finance department, Debbie Lochner, sat on with us. Gloria Hurtado from the city manager's office. We had volunteers from Rincon Valley. There was 9 of us on a committee that were dedicated to this process. We didn't think it would take 18 months, but lo and behold, it did. So when you have 9 people that are dedicated, have the passion moving forward to try to create something or look at something as wholly as possible, it takes time, and this certainly did. So with that, I'm going to go to the next slide and turn it over to Sheldon. Sheldon's going to go through the majority of the PowerPoint, and then we'll be available to answer any questions.
Mayor and Honorable Council, it's a pleasure for me to be here. As he stated, my name is Sheldon Gilbert. I actually retired as fire chief just a little bit south of here of the Alameda County Fire Department in the East Bay. And we contracted with 5 cities and 2 national laboratories, so I've had some extensive experience with this concept, and so when this project came up, now that I'm serving as a consultant with ESCI, it seemed like a good fit to be able to offer some input and guidance as we move forward. I have to congratulate you on a number of things. First of all, the team and the Oversight Committee has been extraordinarily helpful, as well as the city staff and the Finance Department, City Manager's Office, and any Redcom dispatch and everywhere else we needed to get information or input. It was very forthcoming, and we worked very diligently over these almost 18 months to come up with a very comprehensive, very detailed report. And I'm going to try to do it justice and fly over it at 30,000 feet in about 30 minutes. So needless to say, there's a lot of detail between the lines, but I'm going to try to give you some general observations and descriptions of what we saw and what we recommended and why, and then leave time at the end for questions, which perhaps is most important as you've been able to look at the report and maybe have some questions or thoughts for us. So really, we broke this down into 3 large parts. We did a baseline evaluation of both agencies. We looked at their current conditions and how they operate. Then we looked at the different legal and or optimal collaboration opportunities that can build upon the already good work that you've done. I would like to also say as a foundational element that the amount of cooperative service that is occurring between these 2 agencies is way above average, extraordinarily well designed and doing quite well. So anything that you go from here, you're building on a very strong and a very good thing. And then some recommendations and some implementation guidelines should you choose to move forward with any of the options that we put forth. The community, the report is structured in 5 elements. We talked about the community and the agencies themselves, and then we talked about service delivery, what you're doing together and what there is the opportunity to optimize. Then we talked about partnering strategies and recommendations that's available to you under current statute and regulation. Then we talked about fiscal impacts, did an extensive fiscal analysis and modeling on a number of different options, and then an implementation plan should you choose to contract for service sometime in the future. On the community and agency overview, we looked at a number of items, your organizational overview, kind of economic and financial forecast, what are the communities doing? One of the things that's essential when you talk about enhanced cooperative services is how are the partners positioned, how are they aligned, both economically, demographically, geographically, and culturally. And so we looked at all those things. We looked at the staffing and personnel management training, your fire and life safety, your fire prevention services, capital assets, and what are the big needs of both jurisdictions, and how does that apply, and then the service delivery and performance. So I'm going to give you just a real quick flyover on some of these. Some of these slides are examples of the types of things we looked at. It is not comprehensive. You could have 15 pages that explain this chart that's in front of you, but we basically looked at the governing and lines of authority, and what you have is you have an incorporated city, charter city under California law that is functioning its own fire department as part of the general fund, and you have what we would call an independent fire district, meaning it's not dependent, meaning like some districts are controlled by the Board of Supervisors. This has an independently elected board and has to provide all of its own ancillary services to function, such as payroll, finance, legal, all the things that need to happen to run a fire department. We looked at the foundational documents too, and basically concluded that the foundational elements of the district and the city are in place. There was nothing missing. There was nothing that I would call high risk that I would say, oh my gosh, there's a huge hole or gap here that you need to be aware of if you wanted to do any sort of partnership. The next thing we looked at is kind of the economic and financial forecast for the areas. And this is going to be a very high flyover, but obviously in 2008 and 2009 in California, I was fire chief at the time, those were tough years, and a lot of bad things happened regarding to assessed value, to sales tax, unemployment, business development, growth, all sorts of things went very, very bad. And so what you can see with the graphs here overall is that Sonoma County, as well as most of California and the nation, experienced a real dip as it relates to unemployment, assessed value, and those types of things. The good news is, since 2009, 10, and 11, you guys have been climbing out, as well as the county and the district area has also been climbing out. You have a relatively low unemployment rate. Your assessed value is growing at a good rate again, and commerce and business has been picking up. We then looked at kind of the projections forward on what it's going to look like for economic and financial forecasting purposes. And I show you the Rincon Valley side only because on the Santa Rosa side, you're going to see growth, and we're going to talk more about this probably when we talk about the scenarios based on expenses for labor, for pay, for benefits, for insurance costs, those types of things, as they are too. But when you look at the forecasted revenues and what's expected based on the type of growth that they showed us, it was important to note that even under their current model, Rincon Valley is going to be in a deficit spending mode. 3 of the last 5 years they were in a deficit spending, and in the future, given the projections that we have, which I believe are reasonably conservative on the revenue side, but they're also conservative on the expenditure side, you can see that there is a bit of a deficit there on those projections. So that's
what is your
important to note.
projected revenue growth, sir? I'm sorry to interrupt, but
The projected revenue growth for the property tax assessed value in the district was 3% for the first 3 years, and then 1% for the last 2.
thank you.
Is my recollection, and that was in consultation with the fire district and what they thought was a realistic forecast. So you could outperform that easily, or if, heaven forbid, we have another housing issue, it could go the other way. So that's the general consensus on that. We looked at management components, and is everything in place that you need? Foundational management. So do you have risk management policies in place, workers' compensation policies in place, payroll policies in place, FLSA policies being followed, appropriate legal counsel available for labor relations, as well as other types of general law issues, risk management. And all those things are fundamentally in place for both organizations, being handled in different ways. Santa Rosa is a much more standalone agency with much greater staffing and working with other city departments to make those things happen, a dedicated city attorney, et cetera. The district contracts out for a lot of those services, or gets some of those services from staff who have that as an assigned duty in addition to their other daily duties. So there's just a different delivery methodology between the two jurisdictions. From a service delivery and agency overview standpoint, one of the things that we wanted to look at is you guys work very collaboratively together. There is a large amount of automatic mutual aid being offered over the boundaries in both directions. It is almost a 2-to-1 proposition. For every 2 times that you're responding into the district, they're responding into the city 1. But you are much bigger and much busier, and so you can see how that might be the case. But in any case, what we wanted to look at is what is your ability to get an effective response force, or sometimes what we call an effective firefighting force, on the scene of a predictable emergency in your jurisdiction, being a single-family residential fire that industry standards will tell you you need to get to in 4 to 6 minutes, and you need to have with the first unit, and you need to have the remainder of the alarm there with 15 to 17 people, depending on what standard you look at, within 8 minutes. So we wanted to see what that looks like. And so we looked at a number of different things, and the good news is you have very good distribution and concentration of resources working together in a seamless manner, which you do. Irregardless of what stickers on the door, you send the closest unit, you work together, it's completely integrated, it's from the same dispatch center, there are no delay. These are big fundamental foundational issues that some agencies struggle with in cooperative service. You've already got that. We also looked at general training competencies and training program administration, and generally you are training a lot together. You have a dedicated training staff here in Santa Rosa that is meeting or exceeding the training mandates that you see regulatorily and statutorily at the county, regional, and state level. The district is using some staff part-time who have other duties, but also meeting those mandates, as well as doing a lot of training with you, the city. But there is some opportunity there for further integration if you choose to do that. Fire and life safety code, you have separate fire prevention divisions. The district has a very close working relationship with the county, who also has some responsibility for plan checking, approval, and investigation and different things going on. There is differing levels of inspection programs. The city is a CUPA agency that handles all of your hazardous materials management, as well as your fire and emergency service code enforcement. So there are some differences there. You have an FTE staff of over 9, full-time equivalent of over 9. They have a little under 2, plus some help from the county. So this is another area where there is a lot of similarities. You're under the same fire code. You have very similar local ordinances, but there are some differences. And so there might be some opportunity there as we talk about the options to work closer together, find some economies of scale and some consistency that may benefit both communities. Capital assets and infrastructures, we looked at all of your facilities, all of your apparatus. We took a look at traditional capital funding, replacement schedules or lack of, and exactly how you guys are handling that. And I think the long and short of it is that both agencies have put a lot of money into capital replacement. Neither agency has what I would call a continually funded, approved capital replacement program that is up to speed based on the anticipated life of the apparatus. Both agencies have some stations that need work or replacement, or in some cases potentially relocation, and those are being funded in most cases in the city through your long-term capital replacement program, and in the district on an as-needed, as-available basis. They're trying to fund that as they can, but there is no capital money put away for the facilities on a long-range basis. Service demand, I would simply say this: both jurisdictions have seen reasonably close growth to about 3 to 3.5% a year in call volume. Both agencies are running similar fires to EMS and other call ratios. Are running about 3.5%, a little bit higher on fires, and they're running close to 80% on EMS, and then others fills in the remainder. I think the good news is, if you look at that picture there, you'll see that heat map where that is the darkest and looks like a storm scope. That is where the majority of calls are occurring. When you look at these maps at a 30,000-foot level, what you don't want to see is deep red where there are no stations. This tells you have relatively good placement and distribution of the resources that you use between the district and the city. That's a good thing. In areas where you do see some orange and some yellow in the peripheries, that's just the nature of development and being able to fund those in the peripheries, but you do have good concentration of resources in the middle, and that's really important. Here you have a spattering of calls. Actually, those are dots and calls of all the different areas, and you can see underneath there, there's a 4-minute travel time and an 8-minute travel time. Because it looks like dark purple, that's a good thing. That tells you that the majority of calls are occurring in your 4-minute travel time. You can see the light blue where those spattering of calls is happening in your 8-minute travel time. Given the nature and the density of the neighborhoods and populations that are in these blue areas, you would expect to see that. What we once again don't want to see is a big spattering of calls in a light blue area that doesn't have station coverage, and that does not seem to be the case here. So your resource distribution looks pretty good combined. These are a picture of the islands, unincorporated islands within the city of Santa Rosa that belong to the district that the city serves. As you can see, there are a number of them. Some of them go from maybe a block in size to several blocks in size, but they do exist. They are being served by city resources, and they do not produce a high call volume, but it is worth noting that there are a number of islands within the city. This is an 8-minute travel time concentration map, and really what this all means is how long does it take and what is your ability to get that 15 to 17 personnel on the scene of a working fire or another large incident that requires that level of resources in that 8-minute travel time. And what you can see here is if you've got dark green or light green, you're getting anywhere from 4 to 10 stations, which usually between single and double houses will get you the 15 to 17 that you need. And then you get into the yellow and the orange, and you start getting 2 to 3 stations. So that, once again, is a good indicator that if, and I didn't include the slide, but it's in the report, if I were to overlay the fires that you have over this, you would see that the majority of them are in the dark green or the green. And that's a good thing. That means you've got things in the right place where the risk and the occurrences are happening. This here is an example of where you can get within 5 minutes drive time. You are unique. And did you want to speak to this one, Chief? Or did you want me to run through it? I certainly can. I just wasn't sure.
I'll speak a little bit. This is something that some of the council members have been wanting to see for a while. So this is our 5-minute travel time. I will tell you that this map, while there's a lot of green, we do a very good job, this represents perfect conditions, which means there's no cars on the road, which means that it's by street grid, map grid. So we're using the speed limit for the said road. We're not taking any time for turns, so this is the absolute perfect condition. When you throw real life into it, this shrinks down considerably, but we still are doing pretty well with what we have.
So where the rubber meets the road, so to speak, you've got a 90th percentile, which is a fractile response time, which is always what you want to report things in. You don't want to use averages because an average is real good if you're getting the 30-second response time. It's not so good if you're the 30-minute outlier. This says 90% of the time you're performing within the city from dispatch, meaning something goes off on the station and alerts the firefighters, to the time they're on scene, 5 minutes and 55 seconds. That is phenomenal. You also, if you look in the report, have a drive time within the city of just about 92% within 6 minutes or within 5 minutes. So you're doing really, really good as far as your travel times and your dispatch times within the city. What you don't control in the city or in the district is the REDCOM call processing time. And so that is something that we looked at too. It is in there. It's close to the national standard. It's a little bit long, but that is something we put in there that the chiefs can work with REDCOM to try to reduce where possible. The response time is less than 5 minutes from dispatch is about 75% of the time. Once again, that's really good. Now, that's not just drive time. That means the tone goes off, they get on the engine, and they go. So those are good times. In the fire district, given the amount of square miles that they cover and the urban or the rural nature of many of their areas and some wilderness areas, their 90th percentile is 7 minutes and 31 minutes. That's excellent for a combination department that has some rural areas running really from 2 full-time stations. Now, the reason they meet that in many cases is because the city is responding to some of their areas that have high-frequency calls, so they're helping with that. So that isn't, if there was just their 2 stations, it'd be a little longer. And they're less than 5 minutes, 59.06% of the time. So that's what you would expect given the dynamic, but what that tells us is that your automatic aid agreements where you're responding seamlessly to the areas you're closest to is working really well for the district as well as for the city, because they are coming in on certain quarters of the city and helping you out on some of the borders too.
Excuse me, did you say this does not include the 911 call time?
That one does not.
And the previous one does not?
Yes, correct.
And
There are some in there that do.
you said that is that somewhere in this report?
Yeah, it is. Yeah, we have call processing time. There's a chart in there. I will find it for you. And I believe the call processing time is in there.
Yeah, we could also look it up and give it to you at a later time if that's, so we can keep track of it.
That's fine.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, we wanted to report out at least to the work session on that which you control, but yes, there are some elements you don't control. Well, you do control because you contract with them and they need to perform, but that's not directly under your control. Yes, ma'am.
Sure, Ms. Combs.
Thank you, Mayor. Just following up on that, which one is the NFPA standard that says 5-minute response time? Is it the one that includes call processing, or is it the other one?
Yeah. NFPA 1710 is the standard for professional fire departments. And it requires a 6-minute response time on EMS calls, so, or 5 minutes, so 4-minute travel time plus a minute get out time plus a minute for dispatch. So you are running at just about 6 minutes from call notification to arrival. So you're probably a little long, but you're closer than most.
Pretty close, thank
You're closer
you.
than most.
I just wanted to make sure I understood which one was the NFPA one. Thank you.
For the first unit, and then for the remainder of the effective firefighting force, it's 8. So partnering strategies and recommendations. So we looked generally at what are all the options that you could do legally, and then we kind of said, well, what's feasible? And then we wanted to analyze some of those options, and then are there some additional strategies or service delivery impacts that you need to know about? And then we gave you some findings and some recommendations. Anytime you start talking about an enhanced integrated cooperative service system, call it consolidation, integration, whatever you want to do, it really does depend and needs to have planetary alignment. You need to have your community, your policymakers, your labor group, your leadership, and your finances all say this is, and your service delivery all say this is a go. I would say in this particular case, everything was lined up to take a real good look at whatever we can do, but I would say that when we get to the financial analysis, that's the one that just we couldn't check the box on at this time. But that can be addressed in the future, and if that is addressed in the future, there's some opportunities for you there. So option 1 was an intergovernmental agreement that would contract for services between the district and Santa Rosa for a couple key functions where there were deficits on one of both agencies. On the battalion coverage side, the battalion chief is the individual who responds as part of a first alarm assignment or greater or any large incident to provide command and control, supervision, accountability, and confinement measures and those types of things that need to happen to run a very safe and good operational fire ground or a large emergency incident. As a rule of thumb, we like to use the span of control of 5 to 7 to 1. You're currently running 1 battalion chief for the whole city with your 10 stations and 12 units, so you're already stretched. If you add the Rincon Valley Fire Protection District to that, you are beyond stretched. So there is an opportunity and, quite honestly, a need from an industry best practice standpoint to take a look at additional battalion chief coverage. That is something you could potentially share with Rincon Valley Fire Protection District and have some value and save some costs over what you would do to do it by your own. On your own. EMS administration is another one. You run advanced life support engine companies. They run basic life support engine companies with defibrillation, but there are still training components, quality assurance components, documentation components, that there is room for different inventories, what you're carrying. So there is some room for some standardization and some economies there. Training is another one. You're doing a lot of training together. You're doing a lot of training for the district. There is opportunity, in our opinion, to formalize that agreement, to exchange the proper amount of resources and revenue for those services, and to continue to standardize policies, procedures, ways that you do business, hose loads, all those types of things that you can do to become one down the road if you choose to. And then fire prevention services, as I stated, is another one. There's a lot of moving pieces within that division, and they have a relationship with the county that you don't have, but there is opportunities for you to do things even more alike and perhaps increase services, inspections, and life safety programs. And then lastly, before you go any farther than that, We have identified what we believe to be 7 key performance indicators that you will need to address, or we would recommend you address, before you start thinking about going to a full-blown integrated contract for service. So that's kind of how we laid this out. Phase 2 is a full contract for service where the district, option 2 or phase 2 would be where the city provides the service under a contractual agreement with the district and basically takes over responsibility for that under a contractual agreement, where the district, in this case, would maintain ownership of their stations and their apparatus, and the district would stay intact as an entity, but they would pay you. You would provide the personnel, the management, the oversight, and the services. This is a fairly common relationship in California throughout districts and cities and counties, but it is one that would take you to a fully integrated department. And that is one where we gave you 3 options with 3 different ways to allocate costs, and there's about 100 different ways to do this, but we had to pick some, so we gave you an 84-16 split, which is representative of the number of personnel coming over, and then 812 was the number of units coming, staffed engine companies coming over. So we give you 5 different criteria that you could use to allocate costs. These are the ones that seem to work and are very simple to understand, and I think are very credible as it relates to what does this represent of our total. We also threw a 3 battalion chief option in there, so if you did what you do today and added the Rincon Valley, as I stated, you'd be very stretched for battalion coverage. Then we threw in some 6 battalion chief options on if you had a 2nd battalion in the city. What would that look like? The 7 things that we think need to be done before you move to that option would be, 1, the assumptions that we used in the cost projections for these 3 options assumed no cost of living increases. It assumes the step increases that the people who get here under tenure have to go up 1%, but it did not. We did not do that for 2 reasons. 1, that's a collective bargaining process that we did not want to influence or assume anything on, and we wanted to make sure that you can work that in as you work with the labor groups and decide what you want to do. But at some level, you're going to need to put some other money into this. So all of these projections are extraordinarily conservative and assume for the next 5 years there are no pay raises, which is probably not realistic. So that's just something that needs to be addressed. The other thing is this assumes, these costing models assume you're going to do this fully integrated contract for service with the same staffing levels. And it has been identified to optimize these, you need an additional deputy chief and an additional fire inspector to make those functions happen. So we've given you that modeling at the end, but that needs to be determined if you're going to go that route or not. It also does not include any capital replacement funding other than what you've traditionally funded, which for the district has been kind of as they can, and for the city has been more aggressive but hasn't been consistent. So I know you've bought a lot of apparatus, but this does not take into account the full funding measure of the replacement schedule that we've given you in the report. You need to determine if you want to put that in there in some fashion or not. The other thing is given the last 3 of the last 5 years, they were revenue or expenditures exceeded revenue in the district, and based on our projections, that will be the case for the foreseeable future. There needs to be, we would recommend that the district work on a financial plan, long-range financial plan that would assure them a 20% operational reserve. Right now, they run what we call an available fund balance, which is a fancy way of saying it's the balance in your checkbook at the end of the month, and they just keep rolling that over. We would recommend a designated fund and a funding process that would get them through the anticipated increases we referenced above and give them an operational reserve in addition to having some money in the checkbook. We would recommend they perform at 3 years fiscally with no deficits before a contract for service is pursued. And between that, option 1 and option 2 period, that you guys work with them and they with you to see if you can standardize your terminology. There's a lot of apples and oranges that we had to try to correct over the 18 months to make sure we had a good comparison. We think we've done that, but there are ways and things you can do to categorize your framework for your fire budgets that would make them much more easy to integrate for modeling purposes. And then lastly, there is unfunded liability that is out there in both agencies, and a specific post-employment benefit actuary should be done on both sides to determine what liabilities are being brought into the agreement and how you're going to address those agreements. We had some information on that. We did not have a full OPEB. actuary, but we would recommend you do that and make sure that both jurisdictions are responsible for the amount they're bringing in, so those aren't cross-pollinated, and determine how you're going to do with those in the future. I can tell you from personal experience, when we've done this a series of times with cities in the district, there are ways to create those funds within PERS and other places to make sure that everybody's responsible for their own OPEB that they're bringing in, and then as you grow forward, how you're going to allocate those costs. That needs to be finalized before you move forward. Fiscal impacts. So the long and short of it is that Santa Rosa is going to grow at a reasonable rate of several percent a year that is going to be funded through the general fund and your Measure O and M and your CIP project funding. There's not much to say to that other than that the growth pattern based on the assumptions we use is fairly reasonable because we use very conservative factors. They're in the modeling. We did give you a model that you can change those factors and you can change these modeling. So finance and the fire department and the district can work on these types of models in the future without having to call us back so that you can continue to see what that might look like. Under option 1 and the expansion of those current IGAs, just intergovernmental agreement, just to give you an example of what that might look like. If you were to add a second battalion for the city of Santa Rosa all by yourself, it's about $958,000. It's almost $1 million project. If you were to share that with Rincon Valley at the 16% level, they would pay $153,000 of that, of which they're currently paying $412,000 to a shared agreement with Windsor. So that could be a win for them, and it could reduce your cost over doing it alone. And that gives you a total cost of $804,000 versus $958,000 and them of $153,000. So you would net out $153,000 over doing it on your own, and they would net out $259,000 over what they're currently doing. So if you were to share a battalion chief with them, when I say a battalion chief, I'm talking a battalion, which is really 3 positions. Can we go back one more? I'm sorry. The other thing on the other side is if you were to choose to move forward with some enhanced training EMS and fire prevention services and to use the 84-16 spread, the 84-12 spread doesn't make much sense on just the administrative stuff. There's not enough value for Santa Rosa, but on the 84-16 spread it does, and that's accompanying the amount of personnel they're bringing over, which makes sense. They would, in theory, be paying $184,000, $408 that currently you're paying. This is assuming the same staffing levels you have now. So that would give you a value of that amount. That for them, let me sit it there. Yeah, and for them, it would be a net cost of about $109,000. But for them, they currently don't have the staffing necessary to do all these functions to the level they would like it to happen. So this may be something they may want to look at in the future as an inexpensive way to be able to meet their regulatory and statutory requirements better. And I'm not saying they're not meeting them. I'm just saying they're doing it in a lot of different ways, and this may be a way to really standardize and up everybody's game. So that's what that would do. On the options, so if you were to do a fully integrated contract for service with 3 battalion chiefs in option 2A, there's significant savings for the city of Santa Rosa over your current costs because you're spreading the costs of supplies and services as well as overhead. There is an initial saving for Rincon Valley, but they quickly go into deficit spending a very significant amount in year 2 through 5. So that is with 3 battalion chiefs. If you go into a 6 battalion chief model where you have to add a 2nd battalion, this is in relation to if you added a 2nd battalion by yourself. This is what the savings would be, and this is how it would work out for you and for them. So you're going to spend $492,000 more than you spend today, but you're getting a new battalion that would cost you $900,000 if you did it by yourself. So does that make sense? I mean, I know the negatives and positives can get confusing, but even though you're $492,000 more than you're spending today, it's about $500,000 better than if you did it on your own.
Ms. Combs.
Thank you. Forgive me if you can explain a couple of basic things.
Absolutely.
At a fire station, who is typically at a fire station? Is there a battalion chief at a station or more than one? Or can you tell me what the staffing you're telling us we need means in terms of a station? And I'm asking this in part because I'm aware of a future expansion that we're talking about to a station in the southeast.
Correct.
So I'm trying to figure out if we already have this projected expense coming for our own city anyway. So if you can sort of clarify the two pieces, thank you.
Sure, I'll start with that. Right now, we have one battalion chief in the city. It resides at Sonoma Avenue, which is our Station 1. So every station has at least one fire engine, and 2 stations have a fire engine and a ladder truck. So Station 1 has a ladder truck, and Station 2 has a ladder truck. There's one battalion chief that oversees everyone, correct? So on an engine, you have a captain, an engineer, and a firefighter. On a truck, the long one, you have a captain, 2 engineers, and a firefighter. We are looking at growth that's happening in the southeast. It's coming up. We do know we need a station at the southeast. We are saving money for that. We do have a plan moving forward with the addition of a 2nd battalion, but we're just not quite there yet. But we are planning for it.
If I can follow up on the need for another battalion chief, is that for I guess for lack of a better term, a 2-alarm fire, 3-alarm fire type of situation?
Right now, when we have a 2-alarm fire, we use the battalion chief that's on duty, and then we call in a duty chief, which is a 40-hour staff chief. So it could be myself, the deputy chief, the division chief of training and safety, and we back them up. So if the battalion chief is on a fire and another fire pops up, right now the duty chief goes to that. With the 2nd battalion, it would add another layer of protection. We're getting to the point where we're running over 25,000 calls a year, and some of those calls are significant and they happen at the same time. So we're relying on the duty chief or a company officer from an engine company to run the initial stages of the fire.
What other duties would a battalion chief respond to? What other calls other than a major fire?
They're dealing with day-to-day stuff. They're busy. One battalion chief takes care of the entire fleet maintenance program. As part of a battalion chief, they're writing evaluations for 12 captains. They're making sure the captains have the support they need. They do additional training with the captains aside from training. They'll go to car accidents that require the jaws of life. They go to any rescue. They go to just about anything that needs some sort of oversight for more than 2 or 3 companies. So it's any grass fire, any structure fire, and then multiple alarm fires. Obviously, we have more chief officers that come. During the day, Monday through Friday, we have more staff officers on duty, so we're able to fill those roles. But when we're all doing those roles, we can't do what we are intended to do as well. But the importance, obviously, is making sure that our command and control is sufficient.
For an emergency response,
Yes.
basically. And I just heard fire and a jaws of life situation.
Jaws of life, any rescue, trench rescue, confined space rescue, hazmat, any kind of those rescues where there's more than one company, we generally have a battalion chief on scene and they start incident command system. And
I appreciate that. Do we have any numbers? The last number I remember about the responses was 1% of our calls were for fire.
yeah, it's a little more than that, but it's about, last year we had 651 fires.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
May I ask one more then? So when we say battalion, and you tell me there's one at the Sonoma Avenue, how many people is that one? Because he has to be able to go to bed at night, have vacations, be out sick.
That is one person. There's 3 shifts, so there's 3 battalion chiefs. We
So
have
there's
A,
3
B, and
people.
C.
So when you're saying battalion here, are we talking about one person at that level or multiple people at that level?
One person per day. There's only one battalion chief on duty a day.
But in order to properly fill a battalion chief's position, how many people do you need? You need 2 or 3 people because
need-
they have to,
We need 3 because there's
Okay.
shift. We have an A shift, a B shift, and a C shift.
okay.
Each
so-
shift has their own battalion chief.
So when you're talking about battalion, adding a battalion, you're talking about adding 3
3 people,
people?
correct.
Okay, I just am trying to keep that straight in my head. Thank you.
Okay. And then the last option, 2C, adds that deputy chief and inspector for that combined department. And as you can see, over what you're paying today, it starts at $600,000 more. But if you were paying it on your own, it would be much greater. The district, on the other hand, does in fact see a savings. But the problem is their revenue doesn't meet it even with that savings. So we'll show you that in just a second. I think I'm just trying. We'll just move off of this one just because you can. This is just a breakdown of how we came up with that and what the new. So we basically took the 8416 and divided it up, and that's those things which are shared. You would pay 84. The district would pay 816. 2B contract for service with 6 BCs. That 8812 spread is the one that seems to work the best. It saves the district money. It saves you money from the perspective, even though it's showing a negative over what you're paying now. Once again, that's with a extra battalion that you don't have today that you would be paying much more if you did it by yourself. So if you look at the cost projections and how that would happen based on the assumptions that we used in the report, you can see that yours fluctuate up, and you cover that through your general fund and Measure O and the contract for service shared costs. When you look at the district, you can see here that for year one, their expenses and their revenue is above their expenses. You can see that the contract for service is less expensive than if they went it alone. And then you can see in 16-17, they just about break even as a contract for service, but they're showing a slight deficit as a standalone. And then the remaining 4 years, you can see that they're in deficit spending. So even though the contract for service or the brownish bar is less than if they were to go it alone, there still is a revenue problem there. And then here's an example of the fiscal analysis of that if in a bar form, but then also if you were to add the deputy chief and the 6th battalion chiefs, you can see, and the investigator, you can see how much more it's going to cost the city and how much the district savings go down. So you can see it gets really costly really quick when you add those extra staff members. And then lastly, the implementation plan basically is a step-by-step should you decide at some point in the future to move forward with the contract for services. So here's the cooperative efforts that we talked about. Option 1 are very feasible. Option 2 is feasible once Rincon Valley gets a long-range financial plan that they're happy with and you're happy with, that both agencies are okay. But here's the realities. Both agencies are currently very interdependent. You work very, very closely together and you depend on each other a lot. You both value customer service. They both work really hard to meet the expectations of their community. Both can benefit from operational and administrative improvements. There's some slight cultural differences, but those are something that can be easily overcome, and this committee worked beautifully to try to understand where each other's coming from, and I don't believe that will be an issue at all. Communication between the agencies, the fire chiefs, the labor groups, and the staff on a daily basis is very good. You can certainly contractually accomplish that option 1 with those administrative services. And then if you agree and are willing to have the district pursue those indicators, I think that you'll both be in a good spot to revisit this in the future to see if you want to go to option 2, which is a fully blown contract for service. So our recommendation is to expand the current agreements to do those administrative functions around battalion coverage, training, EMS, and fire prevention, work towards those 7 key performance indicators, and then revisit whether you want to work towards a fully integrated contract. So that's 280 pages in 30 minutes. So I'm sure there's lots of questions between the lines.
Well done. Thank you very much. Mr. Vice Mayor.
Thank you for that presentation. I had a question going back to slide 29 about the funding. How did you factor in any potential impact of Measure P, whether it is continued or not continued? Because I saw your projections is pretty constant.
Yeah, we did not assume that dropped off. We assumed existing funding levels with a modest increase based on what finance gave us.
So an option, if it were to drop off that funding stream, we don't have the impact of what that might occur in 2018.
Is that correct? That's correct.
Thank you.
Other questions? Mr. Corson.
One of your key performance indicators before we get to option 2 is for the district to have 3 years of no deficits. I assume that means either reducing service or increasing revenues by the district. How do you see that happening?
I'll let the chief speak to exactly what the long-range financial plan might be, but usually it's going to have to be one or the other. It's going to have to be a reorganization or a change in service delivery or an increase in revenue. And I'll let the chief speak to which direction they think.
And before you go on, if there is a change in service delivery, how is that, or is that factored in when we're looking at combined departments under option 2?
The assumption here is that they will maintain a 3-person company with a captain, an engineer, and a firefighter paramedic. That's what we modeled this on.
Current status.
Yeah. So they don't currently have paramedics, but we modeled this as if they came over to Santa Rosa, had a company officer, a captain, an engineer, a driver, and a firefighter paramedic who can perform advanced life support. And if that can't be the case, then bringing them over under our assumptions would have to change.
And members of the council, our goal is to not reduce our delivery standards at all. And therefore, whether it's for the purposes of being able to potentially move forward with contract for services, or whether it's simply just for our sustainability, the district really needs to look real hard at a couple of things. And one is just some budget management changes in terms of dealing with the unfunded liabilities, or the underfunded liabilities, and being able to develop that 20% in reserves. And in addition to that, we'll need to look at enhancing sources of revenues. The district currently has a special assessment fee. That assessment fee was established in the early 1990s. There's no inflationary or accelerating mechanisms in that assessment fee. And one of the things that we would need to look at is potentially going back to the voters to modify that and increase that special assessment tax fee. And that would be one of a couple of other methods that we would be looking at to, again, enhance revenues. Because as I mentioned, whether it's for the purposes of the future of contract for services, we need to establish those key components that make us sustainable, because our preference is not to reduce our level of delivery service.
And is that assessment fee that has no sunset?
That's correct. It does not have a sunset clause.
Thank you.
Other questions, council? Mr. Olivares.
Thank you. Mr. Gilbert, can you share with us some of your experiences with these types of shared services studies, and share with us maybe some examples where shared service models have been successful, but more importantly, what does success look like in the long term?
Yeah. There's lots of them. I guess I'll call the one that success is the one where I was fire chief, not a consultant, but we contracted from the district. We reverse engineered it to 5 cities. And we had a shared allocation model similar to this, a little bit different. And we were able to put together some very solidly worded contracts. So the key to success in a contract for service model is the contract, and it's the deliverables and the responsibilities and those kind of things. And for those that have been successful, you've had to have that planetary alignment I talked about between the community, the policymakers, the chiefs, the administrators, the city management, and the labor group. That's in place, but we've also had to have usually at least a 5-year history of sustainable performance at or above where you're going to be charging them to provide that service. And so in the cases of the ones we've seen go successful, and we've never recommended one that we couldn't do that we couldn't say they've been able to perform, it's going to save them money, which this would save the district money, but unfortunately the revenue line still doesn't hit it. And so that's kind of what we need to look at, and we'd like to look at least 3 years of performance where they were not in deficit spending and maintain at least a 15 to 20%, whatever your policy is, operational reserve that they did not have to dig into, and had some sort of reasonable plan for capital and unfunded liability. I mean, those are kind of the key elements from a financial standpoint that make it sustainable. From a labor standpoint, administrative standpoint, and operational standpoint, you guys are well on your way because you're working so well together and so seamlessly together.
Other questions, council? Yes. Sure. Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Gonzalez.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you for the report. I appreciate it. Just to be clear, on page 9, on the projection for the district, that does not include any provision whatsoever for operational reserves. This is just expenditures, current expenditures.
Correct.
So,
There's some money in there for capital. There's some money in there that's undesignated, but it is minimal for operational purposes. There is not a percentage operational reserve included. And the available fund balance is carried over year to year, just as they do now in the model.
so at 6 million, you're talking another 20% of the 6 million is another $1 million.
Correct.
There's
Now,
also, go ahead.
20% is a fairly aggressive operational reserve.
It's a starting point.
But when you're in a district and you've got pretty much a single source funding, we like to see 15 to 20% because they're pretty much 100% funded by, other than some casino money, it's AV property tax.
And part of the expenditures include volunteer firefighters, correct?
That is correct.
Would it be the expectation going forward that the district would still have volunteers that would be integrating?
So what we did in the model, because the city of Santa Rosa does not have a volunteer firefighter program, nor does it have a need or desire to form one. So that was one of the provisions we left under the management of the board, that would still, the fire board. However, the administration and utilization of those volunteers would fall under the direction of the fire chief. But there is a nominal amount of money that they currently have that is rolled into that model to maintain that volunteer program, as we heard from the Rincon Valley District citizens as well as participants, that that's real important to them that they maintain that capability, and it does have some operational value to them. So that's the assumption at this point, is they're still in there doing what they do today, just under different.
How do those cultures merge? Have you seen that in the past, where volunteers merge with a paid fire department?
It's happening all over the nation. Volunteerism and the ability to foster a volunteer response is getting more difficult because people don't work in town anymore and you can't close the local store. There's just a lot of dynamics really pushing that. So what is happening in the areas that are successful is they're eventually realizing that they don't have the size and the numbers that they need to really be an effective response force. So some of them are either going to auxiliary services, which isn't not involving response, or in other cases, and what I've personally been involved in, is moving it to more of a reserve program and an apprenticeship program that becomes a training ground for future firefighters, not only for the city but for the district, and they can be utilized in some fashions on greater alarm fires for overhaul or assistance as part of a ride-along program, but not a primary responder. So those are some of the things that are being done, but you're seeing less and less, especially in urbanized and suburbanized areas in the state of California, where they can muster an effective firefighting force.
Thank you. Does the district currently have ALS capabilities on their
They do
regulation?
not.
They do not.
They do not. The assumption is they come over to Santa Rosa, that's the level of service you provide, that's the level of service that would be contracted. They are EMTs with defibrillators currently.
And again, there's also no analysis of capital or unfunded liability needs.
No, other than what's already been accounted for in the budgets, we did not do an OPEB, because you have to decide who's coming over, who's not coming over, what's their tenure, what's their age. There's a lot that goes into that. It's a very specific actuary.
Okay, thank you. And then, Chief, do you have a plan B if the voters don't approve the modernization, as you called it, of the tax?
And the voter approved in terms of increasing a tax or a second tax is just an option. So not specifically a Plan B, but we are looking at the budgeting process very strategically. We are looking at enhancing our revenues very strategically. That would include some other things in terms of, right now there is the Fire Service Advisory Council that is a County Board of Supervisor appointed council to address the level of revenue that the county can provide, not just the Rincon Valley Fire District, but many of the fire districts that are in Sonoma County, to enhance their revenues, again, to ensure that there is a level of service delivery standard. And so that's just yet another example. So we're developing those strategies now. The district has lacked some specific strategies in terms of budgeting, cost control, revenue enhancements, et cetera, and those are the things that we're addressing now. Again, notwithstanding whether we move forward on a contract for services or not, it's something that the district has to address.
Is the thought that the county has underfunded these services and needs to increase their contribution to your district and other districts?
The thought is the county has never had an obligation to fund those districts, the legal independent fire protection districts. And there has been just simply an effort to try to get the county to address that issue by way of a number of different things, adjusting the being able to get some of the TOT revenue, ERAF adjustments, a number of other sources, because they do recognize that while they have not ultimately had a responsibility, we are the fire protection for the unincorporated areas of the county. There is no county fire department.
Thank you. As much of your coverage area, to me, is, in my mind, is rural, and I'm thinking of the county line to Napa. Does CAL FIRE play any role in this at all, or?
CAL FIRE's role is specific to wildland only. So those areas that are in what is referred to as the state responsibility area, CAL FIRE has the ultimate responsibility of the fire control effort for wildland fires in the state responsibility, both in terms of the suppression, management of the suppression effort and funding of the resources and a significant cost that would be associated with a large wildland fire.
So there's no CAL FIRE areas in your district, or are there?
Yes, the areas north, the entire north end of our district is all within the state responsibility area. That does not preclude us or remove us from our responsibility to be the initial responder and deliver service for structure fires, structure protection because of a wildland fire, et cetera. We still have to be in place. They only step up when it's a wildland fire, specifically during the wildland fire
So
season.
there's no revenue opportunities there?
No.
Thank you.
Other questions, council? All right, thank you, though. I have no cards from the community. Thank you all for your presentation. Appreciate it.
Thank you. It was an honor and pleasure to work with you all.
Thank you. We'll take a 2-minute break while we reset the council chamber. Good afternoon and welcome to our 4 o'clock session of the Santa Rosa City Council. Madam Clerk, could you announce the roll, please?
Let the record show that all council members are present. Councilmember Carlstrom has stepped away from the dais for just a moment.
Thank you very much. Madam City Attorney, could you comment or report on our closed session, please?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Direction was given to council during closed session.
Thank you very much. Mr. McGlynn, could you report on our study session?
Nothing to report, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you very much. We have one proclamation this evening. Mr. Corsi, you have this one.
I do. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
For the Interlink Self-Help Center's 20th anniversary.
Could we have the recipients come down to the front? I've got a list here. Sean, Jeff, Michael, Jennifer. That looks like 4. You can stand here.
You're used to being there.
Welcome. It's a proclamation of the City of Santa Rosa. Whereas Interlink Self-Help Center is a peer-run mental health recovery program. Since 1996, they have provided innovative peer-to-peer services to individuals in our community facing mental health challenges through support groups, classes, socialization activities, one-on-one peer support, resource awareness, community forums, and more. And whereas Interlink Self-Help Center, as a program of Goodwill Redwood Empire, is funded through Sonoma County Behavioral Health. They have continued to refresh their commitments to respond to the needs of its members and our community by providing hope, opportunities for involvement, community input, and successfully engaging and supporting individuals with mental health and addiction issues on their recovery journeys. And whereas Interlink Self-Help Center has been pivotal in keeping the mental health self-help movement flourishing in Sonoma County and influencing the development of other innovative peer-run programs. Now, therefore, be it resolved that John Sawyer, Mayor of the City of Santa Rosa, on behalf of the entire City Council, congratulates Interlink Self-Help Center and do hereby recognize July 10th, 2016 as Interlink Self-Help Center's 20th anniversary.
Yep. Thank you so much for the acknowledgement and this opportunity. And you're all invited to our open house. Our 20th anniversary open house is next Thursday from 2:30 to 4:30. And anybody can come on a tour of Interlink too. We're open 6 days a week. You can come on a tour to find out for yourself, for a loved one, or as a community resource. And I'm just particularly thankful for our staff, our membership, and the support of the wisdom of our membership and the support of my boss, Lori Petta, the Vice President of Training and Education at Goodwill, and Brandy Evans, our CEO. So thank you so much.
Congratulations. We have no staff briefings this evening. Mr. McGlynn, anything to report under City Manager's report?
Nothing to report.
Thank you, Madam City Attorney.
Nothing to report.
Thank you. Statements of abstention, Council? Okay, I will be abstaining from 14.2, and we'll explain that recusal when we get to that item. Mayors and council members' reports. Anything to report, Mr. Oliveras?
Certainly. We had our council subcommittee on homeless issues yesterday, and we discussed a variety of different items, but one specific item that I wanted to bring to the attention of the council was we had a discussion related to education and training, not just of our committee members, but also of the public in general over time as we continue our progress and start working towards a strategic plan. So the subcommittee is making a recommendation for a small expenditure for some training that is available to us. I cannot attend that training, but the Vice Mayor has the ability to attend, and I would ask the Vice Mayor to please share some of the details related to this training and the relevance to the work that we're doing and as we move forward.
Excellent, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Alders. Yes, the training is a National Academy on Leadership Academy on Homeless Issues, and those of us that attended the national, what was the name of the conference? The National Conference on Ending Homelessness in Oakland. One of the presenters, the actual person who identified the vulnerability index that is used as an evidence-based measure, talked about the class, and basically it brings together people from across the nation who are trying to learn how to cope with the homeless issues within their communities. So I know one of our service providers is planning to go, I'm planning to go, and we're hoping maybe even staff could go, because I think it will be some of the cutting edge, we'll learn of cutting edge things that other cities, other communities are dealing with in some of their creative strategies for solving that. So it seems like a great opportunity in October of this year.
And I do want to stress that one of the values of going to the Oakland conference was that team approach, having the council members there, having staff there, having advocates there as well. And I think it would be valuable for us to continue that approach so we're all getting the same message and bringing it back to our community and doing something with it as we move forward.
Well, I know those that went to the meeting in Oakland, that experience, the recommendations that came out of that meeting, the input from the various communities from across the country, we continue to talk about and continue to look as examples of how to move forward with our homelessness issues. So are you asking for a nod of the council to approve
It's a
travel?
non-agendized item, so we're asking for how do we go about having this move forward is this something that the city manager can simply manage to do out of our training funds, or do we need to?
I mean, I think there's a larger conversation that goes on. I think if there's no issue, we can proceed. We need to bring back a conversation with council about how they determine travel options. I think right now it would be a matter of hearing if there was any concern about because again, putting staff in the position of dictating council travel options
Yes.
is not the best place to be. And so I think the request is to hear if there's any concern about the council member, and if we need to bring it back as an agendized item at a later date, we can. Right now, it's putting me in a quandary to approve one travel request over potentially other travel requests.
We have that coming up on a future agenda as to how we have the larger conversation. But as a member of the subcommittee, I was unable to attend that meeting. I certainly would not be objecting.
Thank you. And we do have to deal with the travel policy, and because of the nature of the other things that have been popping up on our agenda, it's been pushed down a little bit off the priority list.
And again, I don't think it's a general policy. There's a general policy on travel. This is specifically about opportunities that present themselves, and we're working through a future presentation to council that would give you all options on how you make these decisions moving forward.
Thank you, I appreciate that. Council, looking for approval for moving forward. I appreciate that. Thank you very much. And I look forward to the report upon your return. Yeah. Anything else to report, Mr. Vice Mayor? All right, Mr. Wysocki?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I will be abstaining from the approval of minutes on 6/28. I was not here. Also attended the memorial service for David Grable on Sunday. Just a celebration of life, very well done by his family. The man would be proud, we would all be proud to have that type of an outpouring. I will say the congressman for our district, Mike Thompson, has read into the congressional record a resolution honoring David, and fond memories of dealing with him on many issues in front of this, pertaining to this city. On a better note, I was happy to see that, and congratulations to staff, Mr. Nutt in particular, the administrative law judge has ruled on the city's behalf, granting our requests that an at-grade overcrossing for Jennings
So just as a note of caution, that this still needs to go to the CPUC for formal approval, and although we're not aware of any appellate process, it still would be open to an appellate process after that.
Thank you.
Yes,
You beat me to my
congratulations.
clarifying remarks, but it is good news, subject to.
Thank you. Mr. Corsi.
Thank you. And Mr. Mayor, you may be planning to comment on this as well, but our subcommittee that's working with the subcommittee of the SMART Board on the Railroad Square development had an opportunity yesterday, first to ride the train, which was nice to see the train working, and it's got a great ride. It's interesting seeing our community from the view of the railroad corridor. But primarily the purpose of the day was we went down to Santa Clara County and visited several projects that have been built by the developer that is competing now to build the Railroad Square development. 3 of the 4 projects that we saw were affordable projects, and this was an eye-opening trip, I think, for a lot of us. These projects are high quality. You would be proud to live in any of these projects, I think, and I think that we all came home looking forward to seeing really high-quality, affordable rental projects in Santa Rosa. I also attended David Graybill's memorial service. Several hundred people there. I know he was a thorn in the side of the city of Santa Rosa and several other local governments, but he was a ray of hope for a lot of our most vulnerable residents, and we should all appreciate the chance we had to share him with his family.
Thank you. Any other council members? Ms. Combs?
I had the good fortune of attending a library meeting prior to being away from town for a while, and want to pass out and promote a concept. The library is doing bingo, not the way you may have known it, involving reading books, taking trips to local parks, attending events. And as you fill out bingo columns, you receive various prizes. The second prize over is a really hot item, tote bag, that folks are wanting. So I brought everyone a bingo challenge card from the library to get to play the game. It ends August 31st, but as you complete a bingo, you get a different prize, and there are up to 5 prizes. Again, the second prize looks really good. And if you complete all 5 squares that have a tree in them, you have a chance to win a Sonoma County Parks Pass. So just promoting our libraries, summer reading, and family activities that way. I also want to mention, so folks are not concerned, I had my pupils dilated today for our eye exam, and I'm wearing sunglasses so that the lights don't bother me so much, but I don't want folks to think I'm just sleeping behind these glasses. So thank you.
You're not starting a rock band or anything? Okay.
Not this week.
Okay. Any other reports, Council? Well, I just have one thing to mention. Oh, well, in addition to the SMART trip, the trip on the train was great. Yesterday was a unique experience. Probably the last time that I will be riding on the train with just 5 people. So which it'll be next time. I'm sure it'll be much more full. But it was a great experience, and the trip to look at the developments that were done by the Rome Company. I think one of the things that I took away from that visit was that, when people talk about affordable housing, and it is it's a definition. I mean, there are definitions to affordable housing, and it's kind of it has taken perhaps there have been criticisms about the concept, and neighborhoods have become concerned about living next to an affordable project for whatever reason. And perhaps that may have been true in the past, the nature of how they were built and their appearance. and how they affect a neighborhood. But the reality is, in this day and age, these are not projects that need to be feared. The last one that we visited was a 100% affordable project. It was right next to a market rate condo development that was fighting very hard to keep this affordable project out of the community. Now it is actually, I hope they're not listening, more attractive than the market rate condominium project directly adjacent to it. Now the condominium owners are one of their biggest advocates for this affordable housing company. Their textures, the interiors, the architectural integrity, everything that you want in a market rate structure and more is available in these affordable projects. They do not come without a price tag. There are compromises to be made, and we will be talking about those in the future, but it can be done. It was a real eye-opener. One needn't compromise when it comes to affordable projects. And the people that we met that were in these affordable projects were very, very happy. The children were happy. I mean, this was just, it was a great experience all over. It's changed my view and my expectations about affordable housing in our city in the future. I'm looking forward to it. Secondly, I met with Kent Corey, who is with the American Blood Centers, and I'm just going to read one paragraph. Washington, D.C., July 11, 2016. This is from the American Association of Blood Banks and the American Blood Centers and the American Red Cross are issuing a critical appeal for blood and platelet donors across the country. With the nation's blood supply facing significantly low inventory levels, the blood community encourages individuals throughout the U.S. to schedule an appointment to donate today. Whether you were a donor in the past, or are considering being a blood donor, I wholly recommend that you give it a try. My family, we were kind of a blood bank family. My mother used to be the managing director of the blood bank. In those days, we had the Sonoma County Community Blood Bank, and there was a real passion in the community about blood donation. And I fear that passion has waned somewhat, and no longer do we have that kind of commitment. But there used to be a saying, and it is still true to this day, that it's a good idea if you are capable of donating, if you're willing to donate because the life you save may be your own. So please consider it. Moving on to approval of minutes, we have two sets of minutes to approve. Mr. Wysocki, you're abstaining from June 28. So let's, Madam Clerk, do you want these taken separately, or just make a note that Councilmember Wysocki is abstaining from June 28th?
I will make note that he's abstaining.
Thank you. Any changes, Council, in those minutes? So other than that abstention, they will be accepted as written or submitted. Moving on to consent. We'll be pulling 12.1 from the consent calendar, and we'll have an explanation of that. Actually, it is our only item on consent. So, Mr. McGlynn.
So we're going to, since we moved it to the regular agenda, I guess we can hear it now. I'm going to ask, it's contract award, Neighborhood Streets Initiative 2016. I have Jason Nutt and David Montague to talk about the change and what we're requesting the council action item.
Thank you. Welcome, gentlemen.
Good afternoon, Mayor Sawyers, member of the council. We're excited to bring this project forward to you, recognizing we've had a couple of interruptions in the project as we're moving forward. And so we'd like to walk you through the project itself and explain to you what is transpiring and how we'd like to ask the council to proceed. So in late May, we presented the Neighborhood Streets Initiative to the CAB for kind of a discussion as to would this be a great idea. And on June 22nd, the CAB went forward, looked at our project and said, we think this is a good idea to bring forward to council. Council then adopted the Neighborhood Streets Initiative into the budget in the middle of June, in June 15th, I believe it was, and gave us $3 million to expedite with the idea of putting that pavement on the street this spring, this fall. We responded very quickly and issued the bids a week later with the idea that we would receive bids last week. We did receive bids, as you can see, for the overlay component. And to give you some little bit more background, there were two pieces of the Neighborhood Streets Initiative. There was an overlay component and a slurry seal component. When we discussed with the CAB was fairly clear in recommending that using the best benefit cost ratio we could to improve streets throughout the community and the residential areas was the approach that we should be taking. And so we split this into two separate bids. One was for the overlay. 2 bids were received, as you can see, ranging from a little under 1.8 million to just over $2.2 million, with the low bid being about 1.4% underneath the engineer's estimate, the higher bid being about 24% over the engineer's estimate. The other component was slurry seal. That slurry seal, we had 5 bids. It was exciting to see so much participation in this, ranging from $570,000 to about $790,000, with that low bid being about 6.5% under the engineer's estimate. The whole goal of this project was to get this done and in this fall. So we put an October 30th deadline on trying to get the project completed and on the street. We expected that was going to be somewhat of a challenge. And so we did incorporate some incentives into that process in an effort to try to get those contractors, 1, to get them interested, and 2, to keep them on task and on target to complete that project by the date specified. Now, since we opened bids late last week, we received a letter yesterday afternoon from the apparent low bidder for the overlay project, requesting that their bid be pulled. There was a discrepancy in their cost, and they requested that we eliminate their bid from contention. In doing that, what we provided you earlier this evening, as well as prior to the council, you had it on the dais, trying to award to the next lowest bidder, which was the only other bid. That does put us above our adopted amount of funds to put toward this project. So we are recommending that that specific component, that project award, be delayed until August 30th. At that time, we will bring to you a separate action, whether it be a rejection of bids or whether it be some alternative step. And then we would ask that council then proceed with the resolution adopting or awarding the contract to the slurry seal contractor in the amount of $571,195. And so those are the, I'm sorry, it was by motion, I apologize. So that's the request that we have today, is to defer action on the first contract award, which would be number C02070, relating to the overlay project until August 30th, and by motion award the contract number C02071 for the slurry seal project to California Pavement Maintenance Company of Sacramento. And we're here to answer any questions if you have them.
Mr. Wysocki.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm a little concerned with, and I agree that we shouldn't, with your recommendation, but I'm a little concerned with the overlay because the hands have been laid out now. And we've only had 2 bidders, so why do I think that it would be closer to the $2 million figure than opposed to the clerical error plus the low bid? How do we resolve that? How do we confront that?
I think that's what we need some time to figure out. We've had about 24 hours to respond, and so respectfully, council member, that's exactly where we need to go in this next step of this conversation.
I look forward to your response.
Thank you.
So, Mr. Noto, Mr. McGlynn, what you're looking for is a motion, not really to continue this, but to have a date certain to consider the recommendation coming from staff.
That's correct. For the first contract award, we would request that you establish a date certain to take that action at that time.
And that would be August 30th.
That's correct.
Okay, can I entertain a motion to that effect?
So moved.
Oh, well, we're just making a motion.
So moved.
May I entertain a second? Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. I do have 2 cards on this item. Mr. DeWitt?
Thanks, sir. I'm going to ask to use the overhead if I may. Hello, my name is Dwayne DeWitt. I'm from Roseland. Not only continue this matter, I'd ask you to please open it up again. I think that there should be another bidding process. I believe that you might find that you'll be able to get more done and have it be less. I certainly don't want it to cost more than what your original limits were. What I've put up here on the overhead is because I wanted to show you something about the way this streets project has been going forward. I've been a volunteer on a couple of different projects. One's called the Roseland Area Specific Plan, another one's called the Roseland Village Task Group. And I had thought that as this was moving forward, there would be more of an interaction with the community about how these roads were going to be addressed, what was going to occur. It's a great idea what's happening, this approach that went out to the Community Advisory Board and reaching in some ways. But the reach wasn't far enough, if you will, and it wasn't broad enough, to use that bureaucratic term, wasn't robust enough. And I say that because on this map of circulation for the Roseland Specific Plan, we have Roseland streets here, and it's really important because the other day up here along the rail, it was mentioned about Roberts Road. And it wasn't mentioned anywhere where we'd been in any of these meetings or any of this stuff about the Community Advisory Board. It was mentioned at the Planning Commission meeting last Thursday, where they basically came forward and said on this Roberts Road project that they had some new ideas which they hadn't shared with anybody in the community. And one of those ideas was really quite startling when you think about it, because basically down here at the bottom, let me zoom in because this is the big stuff right here. This is it. They want to put a tunnel under Highway 12, all right? Now, this is big stuff, folks. That's a serious project that should have been talked about on these other streets type situation. And it only came up during this Planning Commission hearing Thursday. And we've been out there in the community talking for years. Actually, it's been 3 years the Roseland Annexation Committee has been reconfigured. So we need to be talking about these things, and I think this is the perfect time during this bidding process because they're coming in over what your amount was. And you could say, hey, let's open this up, let's talk about things, and let's find out where we actually need streets worked on. All through here in your area of Roseland, where you've already annexed, there's a lot of things that need to be done, and they didn't get addressed, and it turns out the northeast side of town is getting a lot more done than the southwest side. And I know you think that I'm just a bit of a pain on this, but I don't know. It's like if we don't speak about it now, it might just get covered in an overlay somewhere, and we never really know how to get those really nice, complete streets over there in Roseland that we need so much. Thank you for those moments, and I'll turn this off myself. I'm getting better at it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. DeWitt. I think it's important to note that, as far as I know in my viewing of the Planning Commission meeting, that the Planning Commission was not discussing an imminent project of putting a tunnel under Highway 12. It was mentioned as one of the alternatives, but to suggest that it is a project would be overstating the situation somewhat. Mr. Ells.
Good afternoon. This seems a late date to be discussing this. I was going to approach a discussion of the slurry sealing. And in my experience, slurry sealing is not the best method to accomplish protection of the roadways and extension of their lives. I would just say that what happens with the asphalt slurry seal, what happens with, maybe I should speak up a little bit, then people can hear me. Forgive me again, I want to talk about slurry seals, because maybe I should speak up because other people do and they seem to be heard. Slurry sealing is the wrong material to be using. It volatilizes into the atmosphere, or it goes down into the groundwater. So if you put that on there, no matter how much you put on, everything is going somewhere. It's either going into the groundwater or goes into the air. What it is it's a complex of hydrocarbons. Those hydrocarbons break down. They're going to be methane in the air. So you can think of that as methane, not as carbon dioxide. It doesn't volatilize to carbon dioxide. It volatilizes to methane. It's 26 times more powerful as a climate change atmospheric chemical than is carbon dioxide. So all of that material is going to go either into the groundwater or into the air. And so if you lose that over a 5-year period or a 2-year period as opposed to a 10-year period, you've just got to do it again. So everything you're putting out there is going to go, right? So you want to keep it as long as possible. The way to do that, so number one, economically, you're benefiting your roadways longer. They stay in the best condition as they can by putting a chip seal. Most people don't do chip seals, costs a little bit more, lasts a lot longer, and you prevent this volatilization into the atmosphere. So you're going to put a little bit on, all the roads are going to have a little bit of this asphalt, and then it's going to volatilize, versus if you put rock over the top of it and chip it, it's called a chip seal, and then you roll it in to protect that, and it looks, in a very short period of time when it's done right, it's going to look just like the other asphalt paving that you have, and that's because it does look like that. It really is like that, and it'll last a lot longer, and it protects your roadways a lot longer, double or triple the length of time that you're going to do with the slurry seal, and just a little bit more expensive. Would ask you to look at that. Maybe it can't be done at this time. Maybe pull this one, or amend this contract to do that, or at least in the future to look at chip sealing. It's a lot better material, and you don't volatilize as much.
Thank you, Mr. Ells. Those are all the cards I have in this item. We have a motion in a second. Oh, hold on a second. No, that is it. We do have a motion in a second.
Does Mr.
Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Vice Mayor.
Thank you.
Questions?
Mr. I'm just trying to understand the processes and the numbers. So on June 7th, you made a first presentation, and I saw that it was broken down into the different quadrants of the city, and there's dollar amounts for each quadrant. And doing the math, I know we had this conversation, is about $2.8 million, $2.85 million. So were those maps what was being bid on that for both of these projects? Was it the same information, or did the streets and the treatments to the streets, did that change?
So for the most part, those were the maps. There were some minor changes as we field corrected. Because we had a very short timeline to prepare the project, we did throw out the initial idea based on the best understanding of our materials engineering lab. Then they went out and field verified all those. There was some changes to the proposal, and then that was included in the request for bids.
And where did CAB's input fit into the ultimate what went out to bid?
So CAB provided us feedback on the initial proposal. We came back to them after making some minor modifications, and then we provided CAB, after the field verification was complete, we provided that information to CAB so that they understood what the modifications were.
Okay. So it would be helpful for me if we used some of the same maps. Here's what you were shown on the 7th, because reading through the way it was presented for this item. So when this comes back, if they could be just the consistent way of showing us what we're actually doing, would be very helpful for me anyway.
Be happy to. Thank you.
Other questions, Council? Ms. Combs?
I didn't know if you wanted to respond or not to any of the public comment.
Well, what I will say is that the council earlier this year authorized about $650,000 to address failing roads directly in the vicinity of the proposed Roseland annexation, and those projects, I believe, are underway.
And in addition, we have been talking with CAB about taking this Neighborhood Streets Initiative and creating more of a public-oriented process. Starting this month, we'll be engaging in a conversation and a dialogue to determine what that would look like to have a public interaction process. Part of the conversation relating to the methodology that's used for participatory budgeting has come as an option that they're considering. And so we'll be engaging with CAB over the next 2 or 3 months in an effort to try to come up with a program so that if new funds come available for roadway maintenance in the future that we would identify for neighborhood streets, we have a plan in place that would engage the community more fully to come up with roads that are consistent with what they feel is necessary.
Okay, any further questions? Okay, Council, good. We do have a motion and a second. Your votes, please. And we have 7 ayes. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Nutt. Moving on to our first public comment period of the evening, Mr. Lamont Powell. Followed by Dwayne DeWitt. Non-agenda items. Thank you for that clarification. Yeah.
Mr. Mayor, Vice Mayor, council members, thank you. I'm a student and a veteran. I served 4 years in the United States Army to come home and be homeless for 4 years in Sonoma County. Part of that was due to my rehabilitation, readaptation to civilian life. Part of that was due to a lack of empathy in my community and lack of affordable housing and reintegration skills and training for people who don't actually have housing right now. Sirach Tisfigi was a friend of mine. I went to elementary school with Sirach at Kiwana Elementary School in South Park, Santa Rosa. He was stabbed 50 times in Santa Rosa in his sleep. He was my age, and nobody has actually done anything about his murder as of yet. This is actually, in my view, this is my whole community's fault. It's not because of city council or any one individual, but as our community grows and develops and becomes more integrated with the South Bay, there's less and less regard for those who don't have as much, those who don't have affordable housing, who don't have training on how to get a job or what to do when they don't have an education. That's a failure on the part of our residents, our city council, and our students, those who are students in our county and those without. There's plenty of room in Sonoma County for everybody to have a home. I was a carpenter for 10 years before I was a soldier. I understand that there's plenty of open space, materials, property, and willing and able bodies to make it so that people have affordable housing where we live. It's not impossible. There are laws in place that make it so that recreational vehicles and alternative housing structures are not allowed to be in place. Those laws need to be changed. There needs to be laws in place that allow for people to be housed and to provide themselves for housing, grow their own food, collect their own water, and do whatever it takes to be housed and not be homeless. Because honestly, we're too rich of a country and a state and a county to be in this state. It's a sad state of affairs. When you walk through downtown Santa Rosa and see homeless people, men, women, and children who could have work, could be educated, but they are not, and they're not being given that opportunity. I think that we all need to take a big step backward and reassess what laws we have in place to make sure that we're giving those opportunities to our residents. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And you may want... a suspect has been arrested in that murder. I just would like you to know, I believe that happened today, if I'm not mistaken, Mr. England. You're welcome. I'm going to, just as a little, before I bring Mr. DeWitt down, I'm going to ask the members of the public for a bit of restraint. Applause during a council meeting can interfere with a couple of things. When we have a fair amount of cards, when we're calling people's names down, it can interfere with the people hearing their name. So it can actually draw out, the meeting can even be longer. I appreciate the applause. If someone speaks and says something that you agree with, I would appreciate the raising of hands, something that is silent, because it can be a little just distracting. So I would appreciate that indulgence. There are a number of issues this evening that are rather emotional, and there will be people saying things that you agree with and that you disagree with. So unfortunately, when applause is allowed, not only does it make the meeting longer and difficult to hear the next speaker, but it also suggests that people can also offer utterances, the reversal of applause, which can be disrespectful. So I appreciate your indulgence and your consideration on that, to refrain from applause. Mr. DeWitt.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Dwayne DeWitt. I'm from Roseland, and I want to take a moment to thank that gentleman for serving our country as a soldier, and I think everybody could raise their hands for that one. You don't have to clap. You can say thank you for that. Thank you, sir. So, as you know, I always talk about Roseland, but today I wanted to ask about procedure. I have the yellow card here. This has become a bit of an onerous situation, and I want to understand the rules better, and I'm hoping that afterwards the city attorney that's here tonight can clarify anything I'm unclear on. That way I'll make sure I do things correct. 20 years ago when I studied the Brown Act, it was stated on the Ralph K. Brown Act from, I think it's 1950s, that you did not need to turn in a card. You did not need to sign into a meeting. You could come and attend a California meeting, and you could participate by, when the matter was being heard, standing up, raising your hand, asking to speak. And you did not have to sign for that. So now we have a system here in place, the yellow card system. We have an employee up there that catches everybody coming in saying you must sign a card if you want to speak. Then if you want to speak on more than one item, you can't just put it on the same card. She wants a separate card for each item. Tonight's a busy night, 5 or 6 cards per person. And I understand it may be for filing, for the clerk, for the mayor to make things easier, but it becomes onerous to people. It becomes almost an obstruction because when you arrive, you're like, whoa, what do I got to do? Oh, I got to fill that out, and I got to do this. When, as I've understood it in the past, I know you've changed from Robert's Rules of Order, so maybe something's different. But the basic thing I understood was if I wanted to speak on a matter, I politely stand up at the time, and mayors in the past would announce now, if any member of the public would like to speak, they would say that after each item. So there's been a change. I just want to understand it better, have you give me the specifics, everybody can hear it here at the same time, then we're all on the same page, and I'll know how to participate in our democracy in a better way. Because I believe in America, I believe in that soldier, I believe in this whole system. The only way it works is if we all have the same rules. So please tell us exactly how this is going to be, because I think filling out 5 or 6 cards each and every time I come here is wasting paper, wasting resources, having that staffer come back and forth, up and down. I can just carry 1 card down here at the beginning of the meeting, and I know what I'm going to speak on. Thank you so much for your time again, and thank you to that gentleman for serving America.
Thank you, Mr. DeWitt. Mr. Wiglin, 14.1.
Item 14.1, report, urgency ordinance correcting clerical errors in ordinance number 4067, a 90-day moratorium ordinance on certain residential rent increases. Teresa Stricker, interim city attorney, presenting.
Thank you. Welcome, Ms. Stricker.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. On July 7th, the Santa Rosa City Council adopted an ordinance imposing a 90-day moratorium on rent increases for certain residential property within the city. It was subsequently discovered that due to an inadvertent drafting error, the ordinance failed to include 2 exemptions. One exemption is for duplexes. The second exemption is for triplexes where one of the units is occupied by an owner. It is recommended that the council adopt an urgency ordinance this evening correcting that clerical error to avoid any additional confusion, which would put back into the 90-day moratorium the 2 exemptions that were inadvertently excluded in drafting. You have at the diocese staff report that was revised today to make clear that the fiscal impact of making this clerical correction, that we anticipate no fiscal impact as a result of making the clerical correction that staff is recommending.
Thank you, Ms. Stricker. Council, questions at this point? I do have 2 cards on the item. All right, thank you. Anita LaFollette? Followed by Thomas Ells.
Thank you for hearing us on our emergency proclamation. I appreciate the support and the attention to this matter. Yeah, there is an emergency because if 1,000 people were made homeless in the city because of an earthquake, no effort would be spared. Let's treat homeless issues with the seriousness they deserve. As we can see from the recent murder of a homeless man and other homeless-related violent deaths, the state of homelessness is a matter of extreme peril of safety of the people of Santa Rosa. There should never be a waiting list for people to have basic shelter. Yet all the shelters currently have wait lists and only allow a time-limited stay and other really strict rules and regulations. The city is currently unable to provide housing, bathrooms, and foods to its homeless people, so it needs additional money and aid from the state of California. This emergency proposal opens this funding up, I understand. And it gives the homeless emergency, given the homeless emergency, the City Council needs the authority to waive necessary regulations and ordinances in order to take care of its residents. So we heard about the CHAP program recently at the Human Rights Commission. So this is a measure that allows safe parking in some churches to open their doors to homeless people sleeping inside, and it's also expanded it to allow tent camping all year round. So the homeless people among us have told us over and over how important these things are. Listen and tell you to make this program as deep and wide as possible. The details may make a huge difference in how useful this program can be. And don't neglect the storage issue, because I don't know if that was brought up on the subcommittee or not. And also, the porta potties are a huge issue, either that, or let's talk to the businesses and banks and ask them to allow everyone to use their facilities. Thank you.
Thank you. Thomas Ells.
Thank you. I hope you consider Anita's comments broadly so that they will impact 14.3. In favor of the moratorium, and thank you again for any and all of the corrections that are necessary. The single unit, the duplex, and the triplex, they were necessary and considered at the time. And thank you very much.
Thank you. Those are all the cards I have on this item. Bring it back to the council. Council, any further questions on the clarifications that are being brought forth on 14.1? Mr. Oliver?
Yes, I just wanted some clarification. So what happened with the inadvertent clerical error was that then that prior ordinance was invalidated, so we're redoing the ordinance?
It's there. Well, Madam City Attorney, why don't you explain this?
The ordinance that you passed is valid. It just didn't contain two exemptions that staff was instructed to bring forward that were contained in the original moratorium. And the error was a result of an inadvertent clerical drafting error. And so the moratorium you adopted was presented as the same substance as what you had originally adopted. And it turns out, because of this inadvertent error that no one noticed, two exemptions were left out. This corrects that. If you do it today by urgency ordinance, it would correct it immediately upon adoption.
Okay. I think I understand that. Okay, thank you.
So the moratorium is still in effect.
Right.
This would just put back in two exemptions that were inadvertently excluded.
Understood. Thank you.
Any other clarifying questions? Mr. Corsi? You have the item. So, Mr. Corsi.
It just, I think it was our intent from the beginning to have these exceptions in there. Yeah, I appreciate that mistakes were made and now they're fixed, or they will be when we do this. So I'm going to move an urgency ordinance of the Council of the City of Santa Rosa correcting clerical errors in ordinance number 4067, a 90-day moratorium on certain residential rent increases in the City of Santa Rosa, and waive further reading of the text.
Second.
Thank you. I have a motion and a second. And your votes, Council. And I have 5 ayes and 2 noes. Council members Oliveros and Schwedhelm voting no. Thank you very much. Moving on to 14.2, I will now be explaining my need to recuse on this item. As early as 9 o'clock this morning, I had a conversation with the interim city attorney. So just to let you know how quickly things can change, based on a conflict of interest advice from our interim city attorney received at 2 p.m. this afternoon, and out of abundance of caution, I will be recusing myself from this evening's decision on this item, which is 14.2. It is my understanding that in all likelihood, my ownership of 2 rental units does not constitute a conflict of interest under the state's conflict of interest rules, particularly given the number of rental units in Santa Rosa. That clearly would have been the cause under established conflict of interest rules that were in place for many years until they were changed just about a year ago. But I take these ethics rules very seriously, and it is my practice to avoid even the appearance of a conflict of interest. So until I receive a definitive ruling from the state's ethics agency, the FPPC, that I do not have a conflict of interest under these new rules, I will not be participating in any way in decisions regarding this legislation. And we hope to have the FPPC ruling, a definitive FPPC ruling, later this week. So at this point, I will pass the gavel to Vice Mayor Schwedhelm and leave the chamber.
Mr. McGlynn.
So item 14.2, report consideration for adoption of an urgency ordinance requiring just cause for tenant evictions in the City of Santa Rosa, or alternatively, introduction of an ordinance requiring just cause for tenant evictions in the City of Santa Rosa. Gloria Hurtado, Deputy City Manager, presenting.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor, members of the council. Let me start first with background. As you know, the council adopted on May 10th Council Ordinance 4063, which imposed the 45-day moratorium limiting certain residential rent increases to not more than 3% in a cumulative 12-month period. You then, on July 7th, adopted an urgency ordinance which extended the moratorium to October 4th. In taking those actions since the adoption of the ordinance, there have been some unintended consequences. Legal Aid has reported to us that they've received dozens of requests for help from tenants facing unlawful rent increases. The tenants are fearful of being evicted if they contest the increases. And currently, there are no restrictions on evictions within the city other than existing state and federal law provisions. Staff has concluded, based on this information, that a lack of just cause for eviction requirement has put some tenants at risk of eviction. Staff is proposing the adoption of a just cause for eviction ordinance as a solution to protect tenants from evictions, while a more comprehensive rent stabilization ordinance is in the drafting stages, and of course this will be included in the comprehensive ordinance. It is our opinion that the just cause for eviction will promote stability in the Santa Rosa housing market. It will limit adverse impacts on residential tenants who may be displaced and forced to find alternative housing in our market. And it will protect the rights of tenants by limiting grounds for eviction and requiring landlords to provide a legitimate basis for their eviction. Tenants may still be evicted for a number of reasons, which include a tenant may be evicted for non-payment of rent or habitual late payment, for violation of obligations of tenancy, for example, having more people living there than is allowed on the lease, for causing nuisance on the property, for illegal use of the rental, refusal by the tenant to renew a lease on the same terms presented, refusal to provide access for a repair or inspection, or if the landlord chooses to withdraw the unit from the rental market, or if the landlord intends to occupy the unit. And all of these are causes for eviction that are allowed under a just for cause eviction. This ordinance does require the landlord to provide a legitimate basis or to identify the reason for eviction. The tenant may raise any violation or noncompliance with the just cause ordinance as an affirmative defense in any legal action by the landlord to recover possession of the rental unit. This item is being presented to you as an urgency ordinance. Without the immediate adoption of a just cause for eviction ordinance, landlords may have an incentive to evict tenants in order to pursue increased rents before the City of Santa Rosa could implement the rent stabilization or other such related regulations. This urgency will require 5 votes of the council. It is our recommendation that the council adopt an urgency ordinance requiring just cause for tenant evictions in the city that would take effect immediately upon adoption. That adoption would, if adopted as an urgency today, would take effect today. We also include in the recommendation that should the council choose, the council could introduce a non-urgency ordinance requiring just cause for tenant evictions. By introducing this alternative today, adoption on July 26th, and effective date of August 25th. I'm happy to answer questions.
Council, questions for staff? Mr. Corsi.
Madam City Attorney, just so we're clear on this, an urgency ordinance requires 5 of the 6 of us to vote affirmatively?
That's correct.
Thank you.
Ms. Combs?
And I would like to clarify the relationship between just cause eviction and the state Costa-Hawkins regulations.
The state Costa-Hawkins regulations preclude imposition of rent regulation measures against certain types of properties. So your moratorium that we were discussing on the last item was a restriction on rent increases that is subject to Costa-Hawkins. As a result, there are a number of exclusions of certain types of properties that your moratorium doesn't apply to, and those exclusions were included because Costa-Hawkins requires them to be excluded. Those include condominiums, single-family homes, rental units that were created after 1995. Those provisions do not apply to an ordinance that imposes restrictions on the reasons for a tenant eviction.
Thank you.
Other questions? Mr. Osaki?
For units that aren't subject to rent control due to Costa-Hawkins state legislation or for our exceptions on our moratorium, is there a financial incentive for a landlord or property owner to evict a tenant?
I guess I would ask you to clarify your question.
Okay. Let's the reverse side of the coin. For units that are subject to our rent moratorium that get vacated because of an eviction, those are not subject to any rent moratorium when they go back on the market, correct?
They are not. It is not possible. The city is not permitted under state law to have eviction control. So once you do have a vacancy, it is up to the landlord to set it at market if that person wishes.
It's discretionary on the property owner whether they want to evict the tenant or not on a rent-controlled unit, and they could therefore bring it to market or whatever price they wanted.
So currently, without the legislation that you're considering right now, there would be nothing to preclude a landlord from evicting for any reason, as long as it's not an unlawful reason under state law. In other words, discrimination or something like that.
And one of those reasons could be financial gain.
Correct.
Thank you.
Mr. Alvarez?
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I was interested in learning more about the process that staff went through in determining this urgency. I understand that we received some complaints from legal aid, but what process or investigative process did our staff go through to verify some of these complaints, and can you share with us some of the types of complaints that we have received?
I mean, all we can go is the complaints and the conversations that we were having with other folks that are in the field that are trying to help us manage this interim process. And I think fundamentally that's one of the issues, is that we're spending a lot of time chasing individual items as we try to design a program that's supposed to be coming forward for adoption. And once again, just like the prior conversation almost a week and a half ago, we're struggling with the immediate response, and we're trying to build a program, and we're having a hard time managing this. And what we're hearing is feedback from some of the partners out there that there is confusion both for the landlords and the tenants. And what we do know in our investigative process is that these items come coupled together when they're successful. That is something that we see universally when you have a rent control conversation, you have a just cause eviction ordinance associated with it. And, that is one of those places that we will be bringing forward when we bring forward the formal ordinance. This is to bridge that gap between those two locations, is that each of these times we're struggling getting into communication to find out exactly what's going on because we don't have a functioning program as of yet, Council Member.
Thank you. So staff has we currently don't have a process of tracking complaints and investigating.
Again, we're not an investigative team. We're trying to build a program that would have such associated this. We can only go on feedback that we're getting and conversations we're having with other providers who are actually helping manage this situation, one of them being legal aid.
Thank you.
Ms. Gomes, did you have a follow-up question?
I think that I will hold it until after the cards. Thank you.
Thank you. I have a question. I know in the staff report it talked about the list of causes for termination, about capital improvements. Could you explain why that is not on this list? Because I know council gave direction that that be included, but there's a reason that it's not. And could you share a little bit more information on that?
I'll defer to the city attorney.
So the capital improvement exemption is one that needs to be crafted very carefully with attenuated regulations. Otherwise, it becomes an enormous loophole because you have to figure out what constitutes a capital improvement and all of the regulations that go with that. Given that this is intended very much as a Band-Aid measure until a more permanent ordinance can be brought forth, the thought was as if a capital improvement regulation was put in this ordinance, it would create a huge loophole. And the truth of the matter is that when a permanent legislation comes forward, it will supersede this legislation. So the need for a capital improvement is fairly narrow because this ordinance is really only going to be around for a very short period of time.
So in the staff report, I'm just trying to get a better understanding of it. It mentioned that other jurisdictions have seen people take advantage of that huge loophole that you just mentioned. Do you have any specific information, what jurisdictions, and explain to me how someone would take advantage of that loophole with a capital improvement project?
Well, there is a distinction between what is a repair and what is a capital improvement. And so someone could come forward with, and a landlord could, if a landlord was again, trying to get around the restriction here, could come forward with what was really a minor repair, call it a capital improvement, evict the tenant, do the repair, and now you're back to market. So having some ability to define what is a capital improvement and what isn't a capital improvement, and also what then needs to happen in terms of offering perhaps that tenant the place back with an associated adjustment for the capital improvement, but not just the free ability to go back to market. Those are all nuances that need to come along with a capital improvement exemption. Otherwise, it really becomes an enormous loophole.
So I guess I'm trying to understand also if there are the flip side, because this council has also received information about the condition of some rental units, and there was unanimous support for a rental inspection program. So what if there is, your landlord, capital improvement is needed in your rental? Are we looking at that side of the equation also? And what might the final ordinance look like for those type of situations that could be occurring?
So the final ordinance will include, the ordinance that's being brought forward in the middle of August for council's consideration will include just cause provisions, and it will include an exception for capital improvements that will flush out these details that I'm talking about. There are many other jurisdictions that have done this. I mean, you know, you have Richmond, you have the city of Alameda recently, San Francisco has been through this for many, many years. And the experience has been, if you don't have the definitions and the regulations in place to go along with this, it really can become a very large loophole that then sort of eviscerates the purpose of the ordinance. And so given the very temporary nature that will really be this ordinance, the consensus was with staff that it was probably more appropriate to remove it, because a landlord who wants to do a capital improvement will be able to do that under the more permanent ordinance. So it's a very short duration where the exemption doesn't exist. So the burden on the landlord is relatively minor, yet including it without fleshing through the regulations would basically could do away with the entire purpose of the ordinance.
Okay, thank you. Council, any other questions before we go to public comment? Thank you. Okay, we have about 21 cards here. So the first up will be Annie O'Mallow, followed by Lisa Brown.
Is this it?
Yes.
Hello. My name is Annie Michelina O'Mallon. I support just cause eviction. I also support I almost said my middle name, Michaela Village, and I support other encampments like Michaela Village. My son and myself have mental health issues, and I'm in Michaela and waiting for a home, and it's taking longer than I had hoped to get one. My son is homeless also, and his mental health is getting worse. And he just got his meds stolen along with his belongings. And he's frightened all the time of getting hurt, although he's 38 years old. And we had a young woman come into Michaela Village yesterday, and she wanted water and she wanted food, And the people, one of our tenants, one of our residents told her she couldn't drink the water, and she was right. She couldn't drink the water where she was trying to drink it. It wasn't drinkable. And she said she was thirsty and she was hungry. And they said, no, you have to leave because nobody wants a seriously mentally ill person at Michaela. It's just too hard to deal with him. I want him there because that's what I did for 10 years. And I love him. And so I went to get her some food, and I went out after her, and I just told her, take care of yourself and try to stay away from meth, you know? Because not all the people that surround us at Michaela, but so many of them are using meth. And I don't care if they use meth. I don't care if they have mental illness. They need a roof over their head. I wouldn't care if all of you used meth. If you developed schizophrenia, I would say you deserved a roof over your head. You deserved care. You deserved to be cared for, to be loved, to be respected. Thank you.
Thank you. Lisa Brown, followed by Michael O'Toole.
Lisa Brown, I'm a real estate economist. I ask you that you please exclude single-family homes from your just cause eviction legislation. With the upcoming reality of full statewide legalization of marijuana, just cause legislation would prevent homeowners from evicting marijuana grow houses, which cause damage to the property, blight to the community, an increased risk of explosions, an added burden on firefighting services, and an increase in property crime and home invasion robberies. It would open up homeowners to city fines if the property occupants do not daily maintain the property, such as overgrown lawns and putting trash bins out of sight from public view. It would also create more nuisance lawsuits from the property's bordering tenants, which would strain already tight court services. A just cause eviction ordinance would force landlords, other tenants, and neighbors to testify in court to evict drug dealers, gang members, and abusive tenants. People are reluctant to testify for fear of retaliation. Just Cause is asking people to put themselves and their families at risk by alienating people who know where they live and what cars they drive. Without witnesses, landlords are virtually powerless to remove tenants for criminal activity or abusive behavior. Neighborhoods suffer.
Thank you. Michael O'Toole, followed by Beth Streets.
Vice Mayor, Council, last time I appeared before you, I had a nice little apartment, big TV, my cat. Now I'm homeless because just cause eviction wasn't in place. I didn't have any way to fight a 45-day eviction notice. I didn't have any option of fighting a 45-day notice. So I became homeless. So now I'm homeless. And I came here before saying, hey, we need to do something to stop this. We still need to do something to stop this. People are becoming homeless every day. And we don't have the services to provide to them. Services have been cut. Catholic Charities got cut. You know, the services aren't there. We need to do something to protect these people so they don't end up like me. Luckily, I was fortunate enough that I had a friend who stepped up and said, you're not going to be homeless. And I have a place where I'm safe. But a lot of people don't have that. The young gentleman that was murdered down by Gary's Shoes didn't have that. The gentleman that was killed at the Rendezvous didn't have that. We need to protect our citizens. Every citizen in Santa Rosa is a citizen of Santa Rosa and deserves equal protection as anybody else. So I would hope that you would adopt this ordinance and protect those people. Thank you.
Thank you. Beth Streets, followed by Dwayne DeWitt.
Good afternoon, members of the City Council. I ask that you reconsider this urgency order. I have yet to hear anything on how it would be governed. That's a big concern for me as a property manager. Less than 2 weeks ago, I had a very serious domestic violence situation occur on my property. Thankfully, a neighbor tried to protect the victim. But in that occurring, that good, innocent bystander was now threatened, and his life was threatened. And it wasn't an invalid threat because he could see the ammunition sitting on the floor inside the apartment. Thankfully, Santa Rosa Police arrived and they handled the situation with the utmost professionalism, and they avoided a potentially very dangerous situation. And the perpetrator was arrested. I, in turn, called our attorney on Friday morning and said, this is the situation. I need a 3-day notice for the tenant to have to vacate, and we need to get him while he's in custody. We didn't get him in custody, but we did serve him. You are going to take away my opportunity to protect 150 plus people in a very swift, quick, effective way if I can't call the attorney, serve a notice, and have it filed in the court in a very short period of time for a situation like this. And it's not uncommon. It is not uncommon for a registered sex offender to move in unofficially in an apartment that isn't supposed to be there. It is the only tool we have, and nobody is telling me how you're going to govern this. What I'm hearing is my hands will be tied. My attorney will not be able to protect the rights of my tenants nor the rights of my owner in a quick, swift, legal manner. So before you pass an order of urgency, I would like to hear how it's going to be handled. Thank you.
Thank you. Dwayne DeWitt, followed by Steve Elliott. Is Dwayne still in the house? Okay. Steve Elliott? Followed by Davin Cardenas.
Hello. I've been living in an apartment for 15 years, and I just recently got eviction from my apartment, which of course is a real eye-opener. There's no housing in Santa Rosa County. I don't know if you knew that, Sonoma County. So I drove to Washington, I drove to Oregon, and I have a car I can't tow a trailer with, so maybe I could have to sell my car to get a place to live, or I can get my furniture or something up there. And it probably shortened my life for 5 years already because I'll be living in areas I'm not familiar with. In the meantime, my Parkinson's is progressing, and you get cognitive problems from Parkinson's. Just look at Muhammad Ali. He was basically dead 10 years before they laid him down. But such as it is, you know, I've been homeless. I've slept in my car for 2 years. So I'm not just talking, I don't know what I'm talking about. I've been on both sides. I've worked at Nordstrom's in the men's department. And so I don't have an agenda outside of justice, really. And it's easy to talk about, but what are we going to do and when? I was an advocate to Washington, D.C. for Parkinson's for 10 years, and I'm not sure it's any better than the first day we looked at it. There's no cure for Parkinson's. There is a cure for greed and lack of concern about things that don't address you. That's all I got to say.
Thank you. Devin Cardenas, followed by David Sullivan.
Hello, my name is Devin Cardenas. I'm with the North Bay Organizing Project, and I just wanted to simply ditto your city staff's recommendation, Deputy City Manager Gloria Hurtado's proposal here in the recommendation to support the urgency ordinance supporting just cause eviction, especially given the line of questioning that Councilmember Wysocki was putting forth. We know hundreds of residents and tenants are benefiting right now from a rent moratorium, knowing that if you evict tenants to bring apartments back up to market to rate, we could be facing another wave of homelessness on top of what's existing right now. So we would hope that you consider, especially Councilmember Schwedhelm, Councilmember Olivares, to have that compassion and empathy on this issue, to support it. And on that line of thought, is supporting the homeless issues that are before you today as well. We say that we have to house the homeless and protect the housed. And they're two in the same issue right here. And so we're going to be hearing not only on this issue, but on the homeless issue coming before you. We need your support on all of it. So we ask all council members to step up into that as you have so far, but especially on this urgency ordinance before this policy goes into effect fully. We need you right now to develop this policy. Thank you.
Thank you, Devin. David Sullivan, followed by Edie Sussman.
Thank you, Council, for taking the time to hear me on this. Something I feel very strongly about, something that has actually just occurred to me, probably still will continue to. I've lived in the same home for 28 years, had 2 children there. Not required to pay any rent or anything. My parents bought the house. My father died a couple of years ago, and I'm named as the person who's going to receive the house at my mother's death. My mother's not happy I have to use medical marijuana. I'm permanently disabled. And she's used this law the way it is to harass me and put me in a situation causing my disease to get much worse and also putting me in positions where I could potentially die. If I get put out on the street because of a law like this from not having the time to get in and respond to this in court, I was served on a Friday morning at 7:30, told that I had 5 days to have this paperwork filed here in Santa Rosa, and there's times where I go weeks where I can't get out of bed. IHSS helps me. I'm definitely disabled. She came up with a bogus thing finally that I got on this final notice as to why I was being evicted, which I already have evidence against that. But it put me in a position where I was sitting there worried, what do I do? What do I get? How do I get rid of my stuff? Where do I go? I got put on a couple of waiting lists for housing, one at 4 years, one at 6 years. I take over 20 medications. What do I do with all of those? This is just way too fast. For someone like me who is disabled, this is a death sentence. And I mean death sentence. I really hope you take these words into consideration and think about that there's more than just people out there that can have a job, could be working, maybe that aren't doing drugs. People like me who worked hard in his life and is now disabled. A law like this allows people to take advantage of me, even my own mother and my brother, who is an attorney, who saw a real quick way. Dave can't go to courts because of his anxiety. It sets his disease off. They see this as a quick way. He probably won't respond. Gives them an opportunity where they actually could have taken that home, sold it, and I would have had no recourse when my mother died as to get any of that property back and have the safe home and money and everything that was set up on my father's side of the will. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Edie Sussman, followed by Gail Outlaw.
Yes, good afternoon. I'd like to start my comments by responding or commenting on council members' comments about the celebration of life for David Grable yesterday. I also was there, and his family asked that to honor his legacy that we carry it on for him, step up to the plate, and that's why I'm here today. I am an attorney who's represented tenants here in Santa Rosa for some 30 years. In fact, Mr. Grable was my mentor at California Rural Legal Assistance at the time and continued to be so. I represent tenants, and I have seen personally what has happened in the last several months with the increase in the numbers of evictions that are being served based on 30 or 60-day notices, no cause, and there doesn't have to be a cause without a just cause eviction statute. I was in court this morning with a tenant who is being evicted. Her lease was not renewed after 19 years of living in an apartment complex here in Santa Rosa. The court felt that it could not even hear the reasons why she was being evicted because there is no just cause eviction at this time, and the landlord had a right to make her go. 19 years. None of the reasons that a landlord has a lawful purpose to justify, such as non-payment of rent or nuisance or illegal activity, were at issue here. It was simply she was told it's time to go. Now, she is, and I am strongly of the view it was because she sought help from our county officials regarding some conditions at her home. But in any event, without the just cause eviction ordinance, she was unable to do anything today. Her unit was under market rent because she had been there for so long. Did she receive that non-renewal also because the landlord wanted to increase the rent before the rent ordinance began? I have seen a massive number of tenants having increased notices of eviction without cause, and there's simply no remedy. If the council wants to be successful in what you already have in progress, then this urgency ordinance should be adopted now. There is no reason not to do so. It does not limit the landlord in their rights to evict anybody for doing anything that is against the law, and there is simply no downside to adopting the urgency measure. It would only be a productive move to make your overall goals become achieved. Thank you.
Thank you. Gail Outlaw, followed by Enrique Yars.
Good evening. We need to have passage of this urgency ordinance requiring just cause for how and why people are evicted from their homes. To evict people so that the landlords can gussy up their properties and rent them for inflated prices is not right, particularly when there are so few reasonable places to rent in the market anymore. To send people out to live on the street in doorways, in their cars, or in tents, knowing full well there's nowhere else for them to go, is just plain evil. I've tried to help 3 people lately who have been evicted for reasons that had nothing to do with how they were as tenants. 2 were retirees, 1 had children. None of them could find a place they could afford before their deadline. They are living with relatives and friends until they can find a place or their names come up on a waiting list, but you know that gets old. Think of the people who have no one to fall back on. Where do they go? They go to the street. If the housing industry cannot or will not find a solution to this problem, and 3,000 homeless people is definitely a problem, then government must step in and do what it has to do, telling people who have lived here all their lives, or at least for many years in this area, that there's no longer room for them and they must move to Richmond or Sacramento area to find a place they can afford. is just not acceptable. $1,350 to $1,400 is the new cheap rent in Santa Rosa. How many people are living on the streets or in their cars or in someone's front room because they're on a waiting list for their names to come up for rentals that are less than that? Finally, the hospitality industry is one of our most important employers in Sonoma County, but many of the people they employ are low-income workers. If they can't find a place to live here, they're not going to work here. And who are these employers going to find to make the beds and clean the hotel rooms, bust the dishes, and wait tables? To have a functioning city, we need housing for all kinds of people, not just for the people who can afford $2,000 plus for rent. Solutions must be found, and very soon. Having eviction laws and enforcing them that require a fair and valid reason for evicting someone is definitely a start. I sincerely hope you will consider that when you vote on this urgency ordinance for just cause for tenant evictions. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Enrique, followed by Ronit Rubinoff.
Hello, Council. I'm coming.
Raise that on the side there.
Wait, what?
There's a switch on the side if you want to raise them. No, on the down below, right there.
Oh, thank you. Very fancy. Hello, Council. I'm coming here today as a concerned student and a concerned renter. I implore you all to support just cause policies. Despite what a lot of people are saying, this isn't going to take away the power of landlords to protect themselves and protect other tenants. And I really don't like a lot of the rhetoric that's being used, and it sounds like it's demonizing a lot of people that are being forced to seek affordable housing. We're not all drug dealers. We're not all trying to make grow houses in our apartments. We're just trying to live. It's very stressful not having a place to live. I've recently found a place very close by. I'm very close to City Hall. And I'm splitting it with like 3 people. And I mean, like that in itself is already hard. It's very expensive. And knowing that we don't have the protections that we may need, especially due to all of the demand in this county to actually live here, it's scary, you know? Like, I want to be able to, I've already gotten the idea out of my head that I'm going to be able to own property here. Like, that's just not going to happen. So I'm just trying to make a happy place for myself in my apartment that I'm splitting with 3 other adults. And I don't know. I just really, especially you, Tom Schwedhelm, and Ernesto Olivares, I implore you to look into your hearts and really see what the people need. And the people need protections against tenants, against landlords that do get greedy. Not all landlords, but there are landlords. The imbalance of power here is very clear, and it needs to be fixed. And that's all I'm going to say about that. Supporting just cause policies is going to help a lot of students. And I think I've said it before, but we're the future. So please invest in your future.
Thank you. Ronit, followed by Dave Ransom.
Good afternoon, Council. Thank you, first of all, for getting my name so perfectly right, Tom. Ronit Rubinoff from Legal Aid of Sonoma County. I'd like to start by echoing Ms. Sussman's comments. We have seen an alarming number of tenants that have been receiving no-cause notices. We are strapped when we see those notices. There's little we can do to defend those tenants. And what's really concerning us is that we cannot find, in many, many cases, any other reason for that notice other than a landlord's interest in subverting the rent control moratorium. In fact, I have emails from tenants that have stated that landlords have actually told them, I'm giving you an eviction notice because I need to raise the rent to get around this ordinance. So we do have a problem. There's a reason that every single other jurisdiction that adopts rent stabilization adopts it hand in hand with just cause, and it's an issue. Secondly, we have a climate of fear. We're running some rent stabilization workshops. We're seeing people come forward and say, because of this incredibly low vacancy rate and the imbalance in the market, tenants are exceptionally afraid to raise any kind of lawful defense the law currently allows them, whether it's a defense against retaliation, as Ms. Sussman was addressing, or any other kind of defense, including rent control. They're afraid to even raise that defense without a just cause protection to fall back on. So we really have no protections at all without just cause in place, whether it be rent stabilization or other. And finally, I just want to address comments made earlier about the domestic violence scenario. That's one of our hugest programs. We serve about 600 domestic violence victims a year, so I speak from some experience here. Clearly, the law as it stands and with just cause would still allow any landlord to evict a tenant for criminal activity of which domestic violence is included. So that is not an issue in adopting a just cause provision. Thank you.
Thank you. Dave Ransom, followed by Dr. Michael Hale.
First, I'd like the city staff for having done such a good job in preparing on this issue. It's since I also appeared before the Sonoma City Council, it's a credit to the city of Santa Rosa that you have such a well-prepared staff.
Could you speak into the mic? Just speak into the mic.
Oh,
Pull
okay.
it towards you. There you go.
Is that better? Tom, Ernesto, if I understand the situation here, by John's having recused himself, the outcome of this issue is in your hands. And I'd like to encourage you not to sabotage the moratorium on rent control by not voting for the continuation of the moratorium on eviction, for supporting the continuation of the just cause eviction. That would provide the continuity in this case that Mayor Sawyer so well spoke about at the emergency meeting last week. That was a fantastic point, and his vote on that issue was very important because continuity is a key in this issue. Otherwise, we're going to be in a situation where this process will have been betrayed at an important point, and where the weak are being slapped and the stronger are getting their way. And we're not dealing with the mom and pop landlords that very often show up here with reasonable concerns, even if they're not a legal question. These ordinances are particularly concerning the pre-1995 complexes that fall under the state law, and those are the ones that the big out-of-area corporate landlords are buying up, gussying up, as the woman said, and renting at twice what they were rented in before. If we are interested in maintaining, let alone expanding our affordable housing, we have to hold on to those. And so your vote on this is a key question. I think people will look at it that way. It's very important that you show which side you're on at this point. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Dr. Michael Hale, followed by Dorothy Beatty.
Yes, good evening. My name is Dr. Michael Hale. I'm an English teacher at Santa Rosa Junior College. I just want to express first the pride that I have for the students that both are my students in my classroom and students that I mentor in the various different clubs for their participation today. It is really, I am not their leader, they are my leader, and I'm so proud to be a professor in this community. But for that gem of an institution that we have in our community to continue, the students need safe housing. You had an opportunity to hear from a student of mine earlier, Lamont, who is the veteran that spoke during public comments. He's a graduate of a learning community that I coordinate named Moja, and I'm extraordinarily proud of him. We were able to help him with his homelessness issue through veteran services in the county, and he is a shining example of a leader, a future leader within, a current leader and a future leader within this community. Let me contrast that story with the former student trustee of SRJC named Scott Rossi, who was one of the principal leaders of the demonstration, the march that went from Santa Rosa Junior College to City Hall when you were voting on the rent moratorium. That student was priced out of his apartment and had to leave, not only leave the college, so he's no longer a student, he was in my Chicano Lit course. He's now left the county, in fact, left the state. He's now living in the Midwest. So that's, we lose not only a student, and in fact, Santa Rosa Junior College is in an enrollment crisis. It's dropping below 18,000 students, which means that it's going to lose about $1 million of state funding. So that's a gem institution in our county that this issue is directly tied to, the issue of housing, the issue of just cause eviction. Several of my students, actually, in fact, dozens of my students have been evicted. I'm a writing teacher, so I help them write letters of appeal often, and their feelings of terror, their feelings of crisis, not only affect themselves, their mental health, their well-being, it affects their family, it affects the community, but it affects their ability to be thriving students and to join this community in the leadership that we so desperately need. So I urge you to continue this moratorium that includes just cause eviction. I also want to say that I don't understand the logic of a landlord that says that they need you not to pass just cause eviction. If I'm a drug dealer, if I'm a gang member, I'm not sitting there thinking like, well, the city council didn't pass just cause eviction, so I'm not going to retaliate. No, they're going to retaliate if they want to retaliate. That's an issue of law enforcement. If there's a domestic violence victim, that's an issue of law enforcement. That's an issue of getting that woman into a safe house or into other protective custody. If this law does not exclude the landlord from evicting that person, so that is, I think, a bogus argument that I wish you to not consider. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Dorothy Beatty, followed by Daniel Sanchez.
Hello, I just wanted to, I'm a landlord, I'm not evil, I'm not greedy. I am trying to earn what we would call in state law a just and reasonable return on the apartments that I own. I provide housing above many people's heads myself. Today, I'm meeting plumbers and making sure everybody's okay. I am allowed a just and reasonable return under state law. The city has not made that clear or put a process in place that allows due process for me to come to you and say to you that 3% is too low. You created the emergency by setting it at 3% because landlords had no other course of action to take. You did not provide due process. And you continue to pass emergency ordinances at this and try to bring in rent control without actually bringing in rent control. Bring us due process. Bring us the ordinance. Let us talk. If this continues, we end up in court. We have to raise rents and then go defend our just and reasonable return in court, thereby running up our costs and having us have to increase rents more to pay for that. Or we have to put an eviction on somebody's record, which we really don't want to do because it makes it very difficult for them to find another apartment. We want to work together. These emergency ordinances are making it more difficult. And I would just like everybody else to really think about this because under Coast-Pahokans, 15% of the housing stock is actually covered. The other 85%, if they don't get just cause eviction, they'll raise the rent a bunch and then evict you for non-payment of rent, and that goes on your credit report. You don't want that. We need due process. Please bring that in. This is not it. Thank you.
Thank you. Daniel Sanchez, followed by Carolyn Apple.
It's good enough for the moment. So this is one of the types of houses that's going to be eligible for just cause eviction. I specifically found this house today on Craigslist, and I specifically chose it because of the type of house. So look at it, it's $3,950 per month in rent. It's in Fountain Grove. The interior, I think it's granite countertops, sort of state-of-the-art appliances. and that's a little bit more on the interior. There's nothing affordable about this particular housing. It's, the security deposit is $7,000, the rent is almost $4,000. This is the type of unit that will be eligible for just cause under your current ordinance. This is not Costa-Hawkins eligible rental housing, but it is eligible for your current ordinance. While during your conversations of just cause and rent control, you pass these ordinances under the guise of against poverty. But passing just cause on this type of rental housing borders on absurd. There's nothing affordable about this particular rental. In fact, it specifically advertises itself as luxury. If this ordinance passes as is, and there are no exemptions to single-family homes or other types of properties that are exempt under Costa-Hawkins, then just cause eviction will apply to this type of Fountain Grove rental. So while we don't support just cause eviction under any circumstances, we still understand your interest in passing this ordinance and would like this ordinance to exclude those units that are excluded under Costa-Hawkins. Costa-Hawkins specifically excludes single-family homes and condominiums, and it also excludes newer construction. During your conversations over what types of housing to exclude from rent control, you also excluded duplexes. You excluded duplexes for a reason. You excluded owner-occupied triplexes as well. If you intended to include those in rent control, then you would have done so, but you didn't. So my request is to exclude those from this ordinance in addition to, single-family homes, condominiums, duplexes, and owner-occupied triplexes. That's going to prevent confusion because under the current ordinance, one section of rental properties will be eligible for one set of regulations, the other set of rental properties will be eligible for another set of regulations, and you'll have luxury apartments like this one in Fountain Grove that are eligible for just cause eviction. Thank you.
Thank you. Carolyn Epple, followed by Thomas Ells.
Hi, my name is Carolyn Epple, and I've been part of Camp Michaela. I'm a retired professor from Sonoma State University. You know, I think that the personal stories here are so poignant, and those are the ones that I would ask that the council really listen to, particularly, you guys keep getting pointed out, but particularly Vice Mayor Schwed-Hellman, Councilmember Oliveras. For people to be able to keep their homes, we simply need protections. It's that simple. To try to provide some context, I went and did a little bit of research to see where the state of California figures in comparison to the rest of the United States. And what I discovered was, using this as just one measure, is what are the number of days, for instance, that a person has to leave after receiving an eviction notice? And what I found was that California ranks in the bottom 30% of the United States on that. There are, 16 states, of which California is one, that allows only 3 days for non-payment of rent. In fact, only 9 states say you have to get out in 3 days for breach of lease other than rent. And again, California is one of those. So we already exist in an environment that is regulatorily friendly to those in the real estate industry. But for those who are poor, for those who are struggling, for those who are in lower middle class, these laws are absolutely critical for people to survive. I strongly urge you to vote unanimously in favor of just cause eviction. It would make quite a statement for the council as a whole. Thank you.
Thank you. Thomas Ells, followed by Mallory Spilker.
Thank you very much for entertaining this. This is a really important issue. I've spoken about this before here, having been an appraiser and appraised properties that were dilapidated, substandard. They were actionable. They could not be, they were uninhabitable, but were habitated because the people had no idea that they could ask for conditions to be repaired under the state law. I'm going to go into that in a minute. Capital improvements are completely distinct from maintenance and repair. Capital improvement must extend the life of the structure. That's not cabinets, carpets, paint, floor repairs, any of that. Taking out bathtubs or taking out showers, shower stalls, any of that. It's not extending the life of the structure. So those are all maintenance and repair. They're not capital improvements, none of that. I really haven't seen anyone who did actual capital improvements to any of the projects where people's rents have been doubled, for instance, that we've seen in the community. State law provides for tenant rights, that they can sequester rents. There's no training or education of that. I think this is going to address some of that, hopefully. They can sequester rents, and the landlord must pay for their housing while they're out for any of these type of maintenance and repairs. I want to address there can be disguised transfers, whether they're family transfers or anything. There should be a request for tax returns regarding both capital improvements, that they have to say they're capital improvements and identify those, and then rather than take those as immediate deductions, that they have to capitalize those. And so that would be disclosed in their tax returns. And the other thing would be disguised transfers and ownership. There also needs to be inspection and enforcement in order to monitor the just cause, because, as I mentioned, that there are many existing conditions that people have, and these would all be maintenance. These would only be maintenance. For instance, they could be mold and all kinds of leaking situations. That's all maintenance, and there's absolutely no right for anyone to be evicted for those repairs. They have to be put in another unit. We don't have any other units, but that person can have the landlord pay while they sequester their own rents in an escrow account and hold those to be paid to the landlord when the improvements are completed and they can move back in. Then that's all paid to the landlord. He gets everything back, but he's had to make those improvements. And Costa-Hawkins does not include the single-family residences, so there's no condition there where the single-family residences would be precluded.
Thank you, Thomas. Mallory, followed by Sharon Zimmerman.
Good evening, Mallory Spilker, Executive Director for the California Apartment Association North Coast Division. As I have clearly stated before, CAA, California Apartment Association, does not support just cause for evictions for the following reasons. First and foremost, just cause limits a housing provider, property owner, manager's ability to protect their tenants. Second, requiring housing providers to prove cause in a court of law will require them to depose and subpoena other residents to testify, creating hostility between neighbors. The major problem with just cause lies in proving cause in a court of law. Third, a just cause policy is unnecessary. California already has extensive laws in place to protect tenants. CAA has vocalized support for educating renters on the state laws already in place that protect renters from unlawful evictions, retaliatory action, and substandard living conditions. This is a quick and effective strategy that could have been easily implemented. We encourage council to continue to work with CAA and local agencies to pursue this route of education instead of executing laws that will ultimately do more harm than good. It seems that there have been numerous ordinances that are seeming to have a law of unintended consequences in Santa Rosa. Thank you.
Thank you. Sharon, followed by Michael Cook.
I'm speaking again against the measure for just cause eviction. I also request that you exempt single-family homes from just cause evictions, as most of them are owned by small landlords and individuals. As you make it more difficult to evict problem tenants, you protect bad tenants at the expense of good tenants. You require landlords to prove cause when in many cases the neighbors of problem tenants do not want to go on record or report to the police, meaning that the neighbors will complain to the landlord of the behavior of the tenants, problem tenants, but not to the police, leaving the landlord with limited options to evict a problem tenant. This will serve to increase legal fees, which will increase the expenses to landlords, which in turn get passed on to tenants and higher rent. But fundamentally, just cause eviction does not do anything to solve the problem of lack of supply of housing or affordability of housing. The causes for low vacancy rate, high cost of rentals is a mismatch between supply and demand of housing in this city and this county. The solutions for this are to either make Santa Rosa and Sonoma County a less desirable place to live or encourage a weaker economy whereby more people move out of Sonoma County than move in, which will reduce the demand for housing, and no one here is suggesting that as an alternative or good solution. Instead, we need to increase the supply of housing. These two proposals do not address the fundamental issue of lack of supply of affordable housing or housing in general. To address the lack of supply of affordable housing, the City Council should instead focus its time and energy and resources on increasing the development of all types of housing and reduce the barriers to development that exist. The City Council should reduce the permitting fees and charges for new housing development. These charges are extremely high, often accounting for between 10 and 20% of the cost of development, and are frequently the largest single item in a project's budget. These costs are in turn passed on to purchasers of housing or renters of that housing. Thank you.
Thank you. I think Mike Cook, is he still here? I think he's left. Clayton Egglestrom and Brian Lane.
Hi, Engstrom. Thank you, Council, for indulging me this time. 3 minutes is not enough. I've happened to the good fortune maybe of being a landlord for 36 years. Bought my first house, rental house. I couldn't afford to move in, and I rented it out when I was 20 years old. But since then, I've been able to add on a few more. I want to just tell you just a couple quick stories about why just cause sounds just so crazy to me. Single mother, delightful little girl, rents a 2-bedroom place from me. 4 years ago, I spent $105,000 renovating the house. This gentleman said those weren't capital improvements. Well, I'll tell you what, it was did a great job. It's nice. Move a single gal in there with her little daughter, adorable people. First thing she does, within a month, moves a roommate in with her daughter, a 2-bedroom house. Now I have more cars there. She's had 5 incidents where the police have been at the property in the last 3 months. I've served her with notice to leave. She's incompatible. Oh, and how do I find out that the police are there? All the neighbors tell me. They can't believe that I would be so foolish as to rent to these people because they just have no mattresses in the front yard, old dressers. It is amazing to me to think that just because they're paying rent, they get to stay there. I feel that there needs to be a way that I can get them out because I have no understanding whether they broke the law or not, but boy, they've sure broken some house rules, and they certainly have violated the rental agreement, and for me to have to pay to relocate this person just seems, I just can't believe that I would have to do that. I have another one of my houses, same tenant for 16 years, wonderful man, a veteran with a heart condition, has 5 people living in the house, his family. Terrific guy. Let me tell you, code enforcement gets called every year on the guy because he brings junk into the property. He's a delightful man. I've only raised the rent 1 time in those 16 years. I have no intention on raising the rent in them, but I gotta tell you, one day that house is gonna be completely worn out. I need to be able to have a way. And I'm not looking forward to that day anytime soon. But that place is gonna need a complete. I've re-roofed the place and repainted the place and put some new windows in the place with him living there. The rest of the windows are in great shape. The inside of the house, they are very, very hard on it. Houses plain wear out. In order to get them up to speed, you gotta say goodbye to the people. And for me to put them up in a hotel while I renovate the place, there's just no money. Thank you.
Thank you. Brian Ling, which is the last card, and is Dwayne DeWitt return? No. Go ahead, Brian. Thank you.
Thank you. Brian Ling, Sonoma County Alliance, and we just continue our opposition to both the rent control as well as the just cause tonight. One side comment is it's kind of built on unintended consequences, and after all the hearings we've been on, unintended or not, they certainly should have been expected. So we just keep going around here. What I do agree with is the decals that I see of everyone deserves a roof. The problem is we don't have enough roofs, and we've spent thousands of staff hours and your hours. We've spent hundreds of thousands of dollars of staff time and other things on these two issues. We sure might have been better served working together to try to fast track a couple projects to get more supply of affordable roofs. So let's get the focus to that and get this behind us. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Ling. That's all the cards I have now. I do want to make a...
I'm sorry. It's Lisa Maldonado, Santa Rosa. I did want to speak, if that's okay. I didn't fill out a card, but I was moved to speak because I feel like one of the things that has been forgotten, I'm also the area director of SEIU 10-1, is that yes, there are people that are homeless, there are people that are like the gentleman with Parkinson's. I mean, those stories are heartbreaking to me about what's become of our community and our culture, where we seem to care about no one unless you're a winemaker or can afford $1 million pool or can, every day our local newspaper celebrates and slaves over obscene wealth in this county. And the average people who work for a living, who live paycheck to paycheck, who pay the bills and pay the taxes and do the hard work and raise their kids here, there's nothing for them. And I find it really, Mr. Sanchez's whole example, of course, it made me laugh because I've seen those listings where real estate people call their luxury apartment that they want to charge $4,000 for. There's quite a bit of exaggeration there. That wasn't a luxury apartment. In fact, that house could easily have been the same house that the brother gentleman who was talking about living with 3 or 4 people were having to live in. And so I think it certainly would be appropriate to come under the need for a just cause eviction, because unfortunately, as more and more working people are forced to double or triple up, they're creating some of this, these landlords are creating some of the same problems that they're now complaining about. People's wages have not kept pace with people's cost of living. Wages have been stagnant since the 70s, and yet people are expected to pay more and more for daily living expenses. And our people are getting stretched, and especially those people that don't have the option to just get another job, because people who are still here in this county and think nothing of paying $2,000 or $3,000 or $4,000 to stay in a wine country hotel room don't want to pay those same service workers any more than $10 an hour. So this is a bigger issue, and I'm really glad for the gentleman from Sonoma who stood up and addressed Mr. Olivares and Mr. Schwarthelm directly, because this is a real litmus test for the working people in this county. This is in this city. This is a real litmus test where you will show that you stand with those who have and those who are, exploiting. I mean, I'm sure not all of the landlords are greedy. I totally have a wonderful landlord, but there's plenty of them out there, and you've heard the stories. Do you stand with them, or do you stand with the people in this city who are just trying to get by and make a fair day's work for a fair day's pay, and have, be able to spend time with their kids and not have to crowd, 1 million people into their homes to afford something, and then be attacked for having too many cars or too many people? So that's all I have to say. I appreciate very much you letting me speak, and please make the right decision.
Thank you. So those are all the cards. And just for planning purposes, the council is going to be taking a dinner break at the conclusion of this item. So I'll bring it back to council. Were there any additional questions for staff? Ms. Combs, I think you have this item. Do we want to make a motion? Mr. Wasaki?
Thank you. Page 8 of 9 of the presentation, the urgency ordinance, the first bullet point, the incentive, I assume that's a financial incentive, but that would not be available. I mean, they still have that incentive. I'm sorry, let me restate it. They still have that incentive if they are not subject to our moratorium, right? This bullet point would only apply to units subject to our rent moratorium. Is that a fair statement?
I think that I can't speculate that far. All we know is that these are traditionally paired. I think that there's incentive. The question
I'm sorry, when you say traditionally paired, the rent moratorium, the scope of the rent moratorium is traditionally paired with the scope of the just cause?
Yes, to combat these issues. I think the question that just got asked, I don't know.
That's fine, but that's a more precise way, and I appreciate the clarification that they're traditionally paired. Thank you.
Ms. Gomes?
Thank you. Well, I have the item, and I want to say that I think in the context, we need to look at this in the context of our Housing for All program. We have a 5-program, 24-point plan for the development of and construction of housing. And I want to make sure that folks understand that this council is moving to build housing for all, and that we are doing a nexus study. We are looking at the production side. So I hear you that we need to be looking at production. The council has heard you, we need to be looking at production. We're looking at production of housing. But there's another element in housing, and that includes the protection and preservation of housing that people have now. And this is a piece of the protection and preservation part. So in order to protect tenants, we're asking landlords to give a reason why they evict. That's the basic thing we're doing here, asking landlords to give a reason why they evict. It's true there are laws in the state of California that protect tenants, but those laws don't protect a tenant if they don't have the reason why they were evicted. I have had a person come to me and say she excitedly told her landlord she was pregnant, and within a week she had received an eviction ordinance. And she had reason to believe she had gotten it because the landlord didn't want families with children. That's a Fair Housing Act violation. But she can't enforce that Fair Housing Act violation because she doesn't have to have, her landlord doesn't have to give her a reason to evict. So she's out because she's pregnant, she thinks, but she can't prove it. So you don't have rights under the law in California because you don't have to have landlords give you a reason. And that doesn't matter. To me, having those rights is not dependent upon Costa-Hawkins. You should have access to your rights in California, whether or not it happened before 1995. And that's why the motion I'm about to make covers all rental housing, because I think citizens should have rights. And I'm sad Costa-Hawkins has a cutoff date. The state made that decision. I don't have any power over the state's actions. But I do have over what actions I have. So that's why the proposal I'm putting forward today does not limit to Costa-Hawkins Act items. I know people are fearful of exercising their rights. They're afraid that as we move forward our rent inspection program, that rental inspection program will not be limited to Costa-Hawkins units. At least that's how I've seen the concept so far. That it would apply to all rental units, not just neighborhood revitalization program units, all units. People are afraid to complain about repairs in their units. They shouldn't be afraid. It should be their right to say, I have a problem in my unit. And that's why I wouldn't want to limit just cause to pre-1995, because they should have rights under the rental inspection program that's coming forward. Landlords are saying that they cannot do certain things under just cause. Well, they have many rights. and those rights are preserved. They have a right to evict someone who violates a rental agreement. They have a right to evict someone for non-payment of rent or repeated late payment of rent. They have a right to evict someone who causes a nuisance or a disturbance. They have a right to evict people for criminal activity. They have a right to evict people who are not on the lease properly. These are only a few. They have a number of rights that are to be enumerated in more detail. But those rights stand. They have those rights. We are not removing those rights. We are simply asking them to state that the reason they are evicting someone is because they didn't pay the rent. That they are evicting someone because they are not properly listed on the lease. We are just asking for the reason. And I want to be really clear that that's what we're doing. And so with that said, I have two variations of this ordinance. I'm going to read the first one and we'll see what happens. So the first one is an urgency ordinance of the Council of the City of Santa Rosa requiring just cause for tenant evictions in the City of Santa Rosa. And this one is as an urgency ordinance. Then waive further reading of the text. And Aaron said second.
Did we get a second?
Aaron said second.
I seconded.
Thank you. All right, council comments. Someone like to start? Go ahead, Ms. Carlson.
Mr. Vice Mayor, I think we've said what we need to say on this. I support it as a continuation of the previous policy statements on behalf of this council.
Okay. Mr. Corsi?
Yeah, I'm going to support this, and I have a couple reasons. First of all, we're in a market where the vacancy rate is so low that if you get an eviction notice, you're going to have a really hard time finding another place to live. An eviction is not just a notice that you're going to have to move. It's a notice that you may not find a place in this community to live anymore. We've also created, with our rent control ordinance, an incentive for some landlords, and I want to emphasize some. I'm not accusing all landlords of doing this, but some landlords are evicting tenants in order to get around this 3% moratorium that we have right now. This is happening. I have a very good friend who lives in an 80-unit apartment complex. He's lived there for a long time. He knows the people who live there, and in the past several weeks, he's seen eviction notices going up on what he estimates is about 10% of the doors in that complex. Other people who have lived there for a long time. These are all 60-day notices. There's no reason given, but it doesn't take a lot of imagination to understand what the reason for those eviction notices is. This is happening, and we have the ability to stop it. A just cause ordinance doesn't prevent people from being evicted. It doesn't prevent landlords from evicting bad tenants. It doesn't prevent landlords from evicting for not paying the rent, for committing crimes, for growing marijuana, for any violation of the rental agreement. The only thing it prevents is evictions for no reason whatsoever. I'm urging my colleagues to pass this urgency ordinance tonight so we don't have another 5 or 6 weeks of these types of evictions that are happening now to be going on in our community. I understand it may be hard to get 5 votes here, and if it takes the kind of compromise that was suggested by the representative from the Board of Realtors, I'd like to hear some discussion about that.
Thank you. Mr. Wasaki?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I do agree that we do have an issue in this county on homelessness, primarily because of increased costs. That's why we passed our rent moratoriums and extended same. I'm going to follow up on my colleague, Mr. Corsi's suggestion, and ask my two remaining colleagues to speak, to consider amending this emergency ordinance to add an amendment to make it consistent with our rent control moratorium, so we can get unanimity from this board, so we don't have those kind of situations. Because we can't control single-family residences. We can't control buildings issued occupancy permits after that certain date in 1995. But what we can control, let's try and do that now. So I would be in support of adding such a constraint to this urgency ordinance. I have some language here. I would hope that I would find some, we can find some common ground, so we can show the community that we do care about all of our residents, and we want to keep as many people indoors and not homeless as possible.
Mr. Alvarez?
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. For me, this isn't an issue of taking sides. I think we all agree that housing, not just in Santa Rosa, but in our area at large, is a serious issue. And it is an issue of us as a community taking ownership of it and taking steps to address it. And I think we've been doing that for quite a while now, working together with the community, working together as a council to address it. It's unfortunate that we as a council, it seemed to me that we got ahead of ourselves almost a year ago when we mentioned the concept of rent control. And I think that did start to create crises. It also started to create panic with both landlords and tenants alike. I think that it's important for us to continue to explore long-term solutions that are viable, that are fair, and that are equitable. So at this point, this is not something that I can support. That there are other urgent matters that we do have to face, and homelessness is one of them, and we'll be talking about that next. But at this point, as it is, I cannot support this.
Thank you. And I do appreciate all the comments from the council and from the members of the public who have shared their perspectives on this. And it's not a new issue that we've been dealing with. And it's disappointing for me to hear some of the characterizations of whatever way we vote here that we don't care about a certain segment of our population, especially my own personal experience dealing with all sides on this issue. And as I've said earlier, we can all agree on what the problem is. It's the solution that we're going to disagree. And because I have a different solution, or I think there's other steps for a different solution, I don't think, I would hope people wouldn't think it means I care less about any member of this community, because the amount of time and effort I've been trying to find to bring the community together rather than saying you're on this side or that side, that is disappointing. Again, I think we'll hear more of our efforts when we start talking about our homeless concerns. One of my biggest concerns, as I stated earlier with the just cause eviction, is for those neighbors out there. From my previous profession, having dealt with neighborhood complaints where neighbors are terrified about certain tenants, and they have an expectation that the landlord is going to do something about it. And I heard a lot, and legal aid said that a lot of people are afraid of bringing complaints about the landlords because they're afraid or intimidated of retaliation. Well, my experience has been that's very real with the neighbors. So now they're supposed to come forward and testify in open court about their neighbor. Well, while that case is being adjudicated, they still have to live next door. They still have their pets. They still have their family there. And that's just not a risk that I think, and I don't think it's a fair process. Additionally, with all the work that we're doing with our homeless and to try to get our Housing First model, Housing First requires landlords willing to make their place available for this population. With just cause eviction, and for many in this population, it'd be taking a risk. But if they're willing to take that step, now let's say we made a mistake with that, and now you have to go through the just cause eviction process to remove that tenant. I don't think anyone's going to sign up for that. And that's a very real issue that we're dealing with our Housing First model. So for those reasons, I'm not going to be able to support the emergency ordinance. So I'll bring it back to council. Are there any other comments?
I would like to offer to introduce my amendment, if that would be considered, to hopefully, because that wasn't addressed. I've heard 2 no's, and I was hopeful that that would be addressed, so perhaps we could have a vote on introducing an amendment to add a new section that would make this ordinance compatible with our recently passed moratorium earlier this evening.
I wouldn't accept it as a friendly amendment unless I thought it was going to bring additional votes. And I'm not seeing that we have additional votes coming forward with that.
That's unfortunate.
Any additional discussion?
Call a question.
So we have a motion and a second. Your votes, please. And we have 4 ayes, 2 noes. Councilmember Oliveras, Vice Mayor Schwedhelm voting no. So the emergency ordinance does not pass. Ms. Combs, do you have a second
I have
ordinance?
a second ordinance. This ordinance is not an urgency ordinance. The difference between the two ordinances, just for clarification, is that one would take effect essentially immediately. This ordinance takes effect
August 25th.
August 25th.
If I may, it would
If
need
it passed.
it would need 2 readings. So
It
you
will
would
need an additional reading and then takes place within 30 or 31 days after the second reading, if it passes the second reading.
Correct. So you would introduce tonight. If it passes, you could adopt next week, and then it would take effect 30 days later.
Okay, so the previous ordinance, because it was an urgency ordinance, required 5 votes. This ordinance would require 4, is that correct? Because it's going through the traditional ordinance process.
I would like to ask if we could have further discussion on that amendment, if there's any response as to whether any other members of the dais would like to entertain that, so we can be compatible with, prior to introduction of the amendment.
So there's no motion. I think we need a motion before we can amend that. Would that
Well,
be
there's no,
correct?
I don't, rather than amend the motion, I would like to just have the motion introduced as one, so we don't have to, so one person doesn't have sway over it if we have 4 votes prior to that. I think that's only proper.
I don't understand the Robert's rules particularly here, or whoever we're using. I think my colleague is trying to introduce a substitute motion prior to my introducing a motion. I think I need to introduce the motion before he introduces a substitute.
My understanding is that you are introducing a substitute. If I'm understanding, then you are correct. If
So-
I'm not understanding, I need a little more explanation.
Either that or he
Can
wants
I,
it.
can I introduce a substitute motion after this current motion then? Is that,
You could introduce it, yes.
okay.
So I'm making a motion for an ordinance of the Council of the City of Santa Rosa requiring just cause for eviction, for tenant evictions in the City of Santa Rosa, and waiving further reading of the text.
Second.
And I think I stated earlier my reasons why I prefer to have it fully cover all of our tenants.
So we have a motion and a second. Comments from council? Mr. Wasaki?
Yeah, I will comment. I will not be supporting this because I feel it needs to be compatible with the recently passed rent control moratorium. I will be introducing a motion adding such language to make same compatible, because I do feel strongly that we do need to protect our tenants that are most vulnerable, but we do need to make it consistent, as most jurisdictions do in this state. So.
Can I clarify the answer that he just, the statement that while it is, and in fact, in this process, I had attempted to bring just cause forward along with, or in parallel with rent stabilization. I had not at that time intended for just cause to be limited by Costa-Hawkins. But I've just heard a statement that just cause is typically limited by Costa-Hawkins in other regions. Is that correct or not? Do you know?
I do not believe that is correct. I think what the city manager was referring to is that the 2 types of relief are brought forward in parallel, because as you're seeing here, oftentimes if you just have a rent stabilization ordinance without the eviction control piece of it, you end up with the evictions that you're seeing.
Yeah, I want to make it clear, I did not mean to communicate that there was a limiting factor on just cause eviction. The just cause eviction is typically partnered with rent control. That wasn't without the limitation. I don't know of any that. We'd have to do further research to understand the question that was just raised.
That's fine. Either way, I think they should be paired. I think we're seeing the type of abuse from some of the testimony, and to have the same limitations on both measures seems entirely appropriate to me.
Any other comments from council? He hasn't made a motion. We have a motion and a second. Are there any other comments from council? I'll ask for your votes then. And we have 3 ayes, Carlstrom, Combs, and Corsi, and 3 noes, Oliveras, Schwedhelm, and Wasaki. Mr. Wasaki.
I would like to introduce a motion similar, with the exact same language as the previous motion, adding an amendment, a new section that any unit that is exempt, Section 5H, any unit that is exempt from the moratorium on certain residential rent increases under Ordinance 4067 as amended by the urgency ordinance adopted on July 19th, 2016. And await a colleague second.
Is there a second?
Yes, I'll second that.
And we have a second. Madam City Attorney, just for clarification, we're okay going through with this because it's on the same subject. I know this motion wasn't on the agenda, so we're still good with it?
Yes.
Okay, good.
I have a process question.
Yes.
If this motion fails, can the other motion be heard again?
If this motion fails, can your motion, on the
initial-
non-urgency ordinance be heard again?
Yes.
You can attempt a reconsideration, but you would need to have the votes to do that.
Thank you.
So we have a motion and a second. Is there any other comments from council? Not seeing any, I'll ask for your votes. And we have 3 ayes, Carlstrom, Corsi, and Wysocki, and 3 noes, Oliveras, Combs, and Schwedhelm. Were you about to say something, Madam City Attorney?
My view is blocked. I was just craning my neck to see.
Who's voted what? So I'd like to make a motion to reintroduce the original motion.
So, Madam City Attorney, could you provide direction? I understand what the intent is of Ms. Combs. I want to make sure we do it the correct way.
I believe you'd have to make a motion for reconsideration.
I'd like a motion for reconsideration.
Motion to have the motion that you previously made heard.
Again.
And just to be clear, that would be introduction of the non-urgency ordinance.
That's correct.
Which was your second motion.
That's correct. Thank you.
And is there a second to that reconsideration?
Second.
From Councilmember Carlstrom. Are there any comments? We'll just call a vote then. And this time we have 3 ayes, Carlstrom, Combs, and Corsi, and 3 noes. We will now take a 15-minute dinner break.
Wait a minute. So we
I'm
can have
happy
a-
to reintroduce, reconsider it. But I don't want to be going in a circular logic and keeping all these folks here with a 3-3 vote, so.
I was hoping you would come on board that time, but if you didn't, you know,
I
I'm not
would have
going
the-
to,
I
I'm
would
not
have
going
the
to
same
keep
hope.
people unprotected, so let's do your motion again.
Thank you. I'd like to make a motion for reconsideration of my previous motion.
I'll second it.
So could you state what that motion is, just so the audience understands what your motion is?
Do you understand? Is there any?
I understand, but you may want to reread your motion. I don't
would
have
like
the same.
to add the amendment to include a new section 5H that any unit that is exempt from the moratorium on as passed or under ordinance 4067 as amended by the urgency ordinance adopted on July 19th, 2016.
Point of clarification, are we voting on a reconsideration or the actual ordinance?
Reconsideration.
Reconsideration.
So is there a second to this reconsideration motion?
I seconded the reconsideration.
Seconded by Councilmember Combs. I ask for your votes. That time it passes with Carlstrom, Combs, Corsi, and Wysocki voting yes, Oliveras and Schwedhelm voting no. Are there any other discussion points for the city council before we take our dinner break on
We
this
have to
item?
do one more vote. We just voted to reconsider. We didn't vote the item.
Now I'd like to introduce the motion as presented by staff, adding the new provision, section 5H, that any unit that is exempt from the moratorium as passed under ordinance 4067 as amended by the urgency ordinance adopted on July 19, 2016.
I will second it.
So we have a motion and a second. Your votes, please. And the same vote. We have motion passes with Councilmember Olivares and Vice Mayor Schwedel voting no. Anything else to discuss on item 14.2? We'll then take our 15-minute dinner break.
Mr. McGlynn, 14.3.
Item, report 14.3, options for emergency declarations concerning homelessness. Kelly Kuykendall, Program Specialist, presenting.
Welcome.
Good afternoon, Mayor Sawyer and members of the council. To provide you with some background as to why we're here this evening, in May 2016, a report outlining options for extending the Community Homeless Assistance Pilot Program, known as CHAP, to a year-round, a report was provided by staff to the committee outlining options for extending the CHAP to a year-round program, declaration of shelter emergency to allow for the use of city facilities and other alternatives. And the committee requested to share the report with the full council. That's why we're here this evening. I just want to make it clear that we're seeking direction from council regarding its interest to declare an emergency regarding homelessness. We don't have any declarations prepared for you this evening to review or take action on. And the CHAP item will be covered in the next agenda item. So there are three options that I will cover in the presentation: declaration of shelter crisis, declaration of local emergency, and request for gubernatorial state of emergency proclamation. And Sue Gallagher, Assistant City Attorney, is here to answer any questions that you might have about these types of declarations. There's also a detailed outline of standards and procedures included with the agenda item. So on to the first option, which is a declaration of shelter crisis. This requires finding by council that a significant number of persons are without the ability to obtain shelter, resulting in a threat to health and safety. And such a declaration would waive certain zoning, building, or other regulatory requirements to expedite the use of city-owned facilities for shelter. The second option is a declaration of local emergency. This is also known as a declaration of homeless state of emergency, or SOE. This is a broader action comparable to declarations made in cases of natural disaster and requires finding by council that there are conditions of disaster or extreme peril to the safety of persons and property which are beyond the control of the services, personnel, equipment, and facilities of the city, and which require the assistance of other state or local agencies to address. Such a declaration would extend waiver of certain zoning requirements for the provision of services under the Community Homeless Assistance Pilot Program. There's a typo here. I want to just make it clear that it's the initial pilot on an interim basis until the city is able to complete the necessary code amendments for a permanent solution. So what I'm saying here is that if council opts to make such a declaration, it would allow the initial pilot that you approved last winter to resume on an interim basis and provide staff with more time to do further analysis for the expanded CHAP program, which I will be discussing in greater detail in the next agenda item. Such a declaration triggers notification requirements under the standardized emergency management system and may be achieved by proclamation of the City Council. And the third option, the gubernatorial state of emergency proclamation. This is a request to the governor to proclaim a statewide state of homeless emergency. And this may open up the door for state assistance for homeless services, emphasis on may. And this can be achieved by a letter to the governor. The next slide, policy considerations. Staff put this together based on resources available through the National Alliance to End Homelessness, NAEH, and the National Healthcare for the Homeless Council. Do the circumstances support a declaration of shelter crisis or local emergency? What are the key barriers preventing action on homelessness, and how could an emergency declaration address these? SOEs, or states of emergency, typically focus on short-term activities rather than long-term solutions. How will such a measure yield solutions, engage key stakeholders, and benefit those experiencing homelessness? What are the benefits to be gained by an emergency declaration? And lastly, how does an emergency declaration align with our long-term goals such as housing for all and housing first? So staff is seeking direction on council's interest in pursuing the options covered in the presentation. We are prepared, subject to your direction this evening, to return next week with a declaration on the 26th. Moving forward with the recommendation, it is recommended by the Housing and Community Services Department that the council by motion direct staff regarding council's interest to declare a homelessness emergency, and if so, identify the preferred action for doing so based on the following options: declaration of shelter crisis, declaration of local emergency, and a request for gubernatorial state of emergency proclamation. This concludes my presentation. We'd be happy to answer any questions that you might have.
Thank you very much. Good job. Council, questions? Mr. Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Kev, for the presentation. So if you can go to slide 8, are we going to, or is staff going to answer any of those type of questions? The policy considerations? Because the other side of it also is, in reading part of the staff report, you see the benefits of it. Are there some potential consequences if we choose any of those declarations?
There is an outline, like I said, in the staff report that details the declaration, but Sue could certainly answer some of your questions if you have specific ones about the options. This slide here was just up for your consideration and research that I did on this subject to provide to you to think about when or prior to declaring a declaration. But with regards to the options, Sue can answer questions.
And specifically, maybe Sue, you could answer that. Are there any consequences of us making any of these declarations that we're not factoring in?
No, the consequences are outlined in the outline. With respect to the declaration of shelter crisis, it gives the city flexibility to use city facilities. It allows the city to take action to suspend certain housing regulations and to substitute alternatives. And it gives the city limited immunity against ordinary negligence in providing the housing in city facilities. In terms of any negative consequences, if that's your question, it does set up certain expectations in the community. You need to be able to be comfortable that you can make the requisite findings. And again, the declaration itself only sets the stage for you to take subsequent actions to decide to use city facilities. It does not itself open any city facilities. Similarly, the declaration of local emergency will open the door to some flexibility in orders and regulations, in reducing requirements for housing, not federal requirements, not health and safety requirements, but other gives you some flexibility. But again, it just sets a stage for you to take subsequent actions to decide how you want to address that state of emergency.
Thank you. And then I guess for the last one for me, Mr. City Manager, because it says the person in your position actually makes the determination, do you have the resources? Do you have an opinion on that? Or are you looking at direction from City Council to?
Well, again, I think we're looking at direction. There's some things that we've tried to lay out where a practical intersection would happen. For example, in the CHAP program would allow us to take the pilot program, reinstitute the pilot program effective immediately because we'd have the declaration of local emergency. So there's practical considerations. Again, we're in this process working with the homeless subcommittee to try to find solutions. You know, it is a very challenging environment to be working in, as has been relayed recently through a series of articles in the media. There was a joint effort in the Bay Area, some very compelling conversations about what's happened over the last 30 years. I guess we're trying to figure out ways that would allow us to act. I think that's the reason that these were brought forward as we run into potential solutions, is their flexibility that this affords us. I can't say that we have the ability to address every contingency, but again, it opens doors and creates flexibility, and I think that that's what we've heard is the desire, and we also want that desire to address things more nimbly, and this would seem to impact that. We would still need to bring back resource allocation conversations to the council in its entirety to really get to address specific issues. But it does afford us some flexibility, as I said, specifically the one that we're pointing to is the CHAP program. There may be other things. It doesn't relieve us of other responsibilities. I mean, one of the questions that got circulated at one point is, would it provide additional flexibility as it relates to ADA requirements at a potential facility? It does not. As has been shared with me, supersede a federal requirement. But again, communities off. I will say sometimes we've invested heavily in homeless outreach and homeless services. Sometimes communities will feel that they need to make this declaration prior to that resource investment. Again, that's not to say there still aren't avenues for us to pursue here, but oftentimes this would become sort of that conversation of, we don't traditionally engage in this behavior, so we feel like we need to declare the emergency. I think a council's focus and goals have been really on that particular topic. So I'm not sure it affords you any of that, but it does call attention to the item, and it does potentially give us avenues. We've tried to lay out where that is practical in the consideration.
So would it be fair to say then, if one were interested in expanding the CHAP program, the broadest perspective possible, that would be support of the declaration of local emergency? Because honestly, I was trying to look at the difference between the declaration of shelter crisis and the local emergency. What provides us the most flexibility? I'm hearing the local emergency would provide us more flexibility.
It potentially would, as we tackle particular issues, as we looked at it. I think the other thing is it becomes, quite frankly, a way for us to communicate when we're in conversations. If council has elevated this to an emergency level, then when we're speaking about this with particularly community groups or other organizations, it reinforces some of that conversation, so it can make conversations with easier for us and more directed. I can't, the CHAP program may have some things that we still have to, if there's an interest in expanding in the next item, there still may be ways that we have to go through specific conversations about that. But again, by having a declaration of emergency, it focuses the attention on those items and allows us to communicate in a different way. I mean, when you lead into a conversation with a community group or other organizations and you say, we have a declaration of emergency, that's why we're moving in this particular manner, it obviously is a different communication tool than simply stating that this is a priority or goal item for the city council to address. It does change your communication. So I would say it does both. It may be practical, but it also impacts how you're communicating to the community as a whole around this particular topic.
Great, thank you.
Ms. Combs.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I want to be sure I'm understanding what's included in the packages here. Does the declaration of local emergency, that's the second one, include city-owned property?
It does not specifically include city-owned property, and I was going to clarify, the city council is free, without any further declaration, to decide to use city facilities for homeless services. And the declaration of local emergency might encourage that. What a declaration of shelter crisis gives you is a state law that allows you to reduce some of the standards that might otherwise apply to that facility, again, state and local standards, not federal standards. And it gives the city immunity against any claims for ordinary negligence. So it's protective of the city. You don't gain those protections through the declaration of local emergency. But again, the declaration of local emergency does give you some ability to have flexibility in orders and regulations generally. So it could include housing.
I can
issues as well.
imagine wanting to do more than one of these. Have you presented these with the intention that we could, for example, I could imagine sending a request to the governor while doing something else. Is there anything that limits us from doing all or two instead of just one of these?
No, that's within your discretion to do one or more or all three options.
Okay, and if we did all three, for example, we would have the city's protection, the immunity protections from the first one, but have the flexibility that was existing in the second one. Is that, we would still retain the flexibility of the local emergency?
Yes.
Thank you.
Mr. Corsi.
Thank you. When I saw this list of questions in the staff report, I kind of figured we would either do an exercise of answering those, or that maybe possibly the subcommittee had already taken a look at these questions. So I have two questions. One is do we want to answer these before we make a decision? And number two is I'm making an assumption that the subcommittee has talked about this issue, and I wondered if there's a recommendation from the subcommittee.
The subcommittee can respond.
Surely the chair should go.
I was going to add some questions as well. But yeah, we did discuss this, but the direction was to be able to explore the options and what are our options in declaring an emergency, if that's the direction. Obviously, the crisis was one, and then the extreme of reaching out to the governor is another. But I think some of these questions do need to be addressed at some point. I do believe we have a lot of information and data available to us to really justify the direction that we're heading. And as it relates to slide number 6, when in the local emergency section, it talks about triggers, notification requirements, and do we understand what those are? And with any of these, in enacting any one of these three, do any of them start a clock ticking on things we need to do? I think that's important. And clearly, we can't declare any three of these without action. I think that's the point, is there has to be action as we move forward. But I also need to be concerned about any potential deadlines or timelines that we generate by declaring one of these.
Yes, it does require triggers notification, and I'm sorry I don't recall the exact time frame, but you have to notify the EOC rather quickly and notify the state rather quickly that the city has declared a local emergency. The other thing that I think was not mentioned earlier is that a declaration of a state of local emergency has to be reviewed and renewed every 30 days. So those are the kind of two time triggers that you'd be facing.
Right, so I guess that, that begs the question of capacity to start addressing some of these issues. If we have to be making regular and timely reports on progress, that is something for us to consider in the decisions that we're making. I may have other questions, but that's what I wanted to ask.
And just to follow up on that, excuse me, how long does the state believe that an emergency can last? I mean, at what point is it a state of just a condition that we're dealing with? Do they have a limit as to how long the emergency can last?
I'm not aware of any limit on how long an emergency can last.
Okay, thank you. Sure, Vice Mayor.
I just wanted to respond to Councilmember Corsi's question. From my recollection of our subcommittee, our interest was do this as quickly as we can, expanding the chat program. And this was one of the options. I think our discussion surrounded a specific city site, and then we got more information about what we could or couldn't do. So I think the subcommittee's interest was let's get it before the whole council so we can do this as rapid fashion as possible. But we did not have these three options to us.
Is this necessary? Is one of these actions necessary to expand the chat program?
No, you're free to expand the chat program without without any of these declarations.
Mr. Wysocki.
Thank you. Shelter. It's my understanding we only have one permanent shelter in the city, that's Samuel Jones? Or is that?
There's also the Family Support Center, which provides 130 beds of family shelter downtown Santa Rosa.
Is that, where's that?
It's on A Street, 465 A Street, at the family, near the Homeless Service Center.
Would there be, okay, thank you for that. Would there be any other shelters contemplated with city facilities? Because my understanding is at Samuel Jones, we expand the capacity there when it's cold, when it's very, very cold. Would this be expanding the capacity right now on a somewhat permanent basis as well? I mean, let's just state, would we be able to expand the capacity in Samuel Jones right now with this emergency declaration?
I mean, we haven't looked at specific facilities at this point in time with this item. So, I mean, if council's interested in doing that, we would have to do further analysis.
My interest would be to spread them throughout the city and not concentrate them in that one neighborhood. I know that we need to get people in shelter, but we did make a promise to that area that we wouldn't expand that shelter.
So I guess so is the intent, I mean, this is one of those things of clarification. Right now, we have these two relationships with two shelters. The state has withdrawn additional funding from shelters.
Ma'am, if you could turn that up, it's coming right in my eye. I appreciate it. Thank you.
So I think this gets to the question. I'm not, we're trying to figure out a little bit with everybody else what the intentionality is here. I mean, we could get into a 30-day revolving state of emergency until we address some specific issues. Those specific issues could be bringing the CHAP program back online, exploring with our partners what the impact would be or what the need is on the shelter side of existing shelters. Right now, we hadn't contemplated in any of these exercises, besides the specific question that was asked about the old fire station, as a facility at this point in terms of additional shelter beds and actively. But again, we can look at those items, but that was not a discrete. This was to bring forward what, and I think the council members pointed out, some of this is, the shelter crisis was a little bit different than some of the other conversations that even maybe the subcommittee. So staff spent some time investigating options and said, these are some of the things that are within your purview of control to enact and have impact, and we can continue to explore them, council member.
Thank you.
I wanted to add that I believe another part of our discussion at the subcommittee was the fact that winter is coming, and to be able to move fast enough to deal with a vulnerable population that is out there, and looking for something that would help move things a little bit quicker, because there are going to be quite a number of people that are out there that are going to be impacted by a cold and wet winter. So we were hoping that this would also help to expedite some of these processes.
So what specifics would you say we could move quicker?
Well, it's exploring the options. So it's, and again, looking to see what one of these conditions would afford us as far as process that would move things a lot quicker than we normally would, whatever that may be. It's working with the community to identify some other options than CHAP being one of them, clearly. But, we have significant impacts on our creeks that are downtown and other places that are raising issues related to safety, not just of people, but property, et cetera.
Thank you.
So,
Ms. Combs and then Vice Mayor.
Thank you. My recollection out of the subcommittee was that we specifically talked about the declaration of shelter crisis because we were seeking the waiver of zoning, building, and regulatory requirements and the conditions of immunity for using city property as our first point of reference. One of the concerns that we had with the CHAP program was that it specifically addressed only private property. And I think we were looking to bring forward a two-part concept, which was that we could quickly move to do some city property as well as with the CHAP, do private property. One of the issues that was coming up with that kept recurring was that rightly so, residents should have a say in things that are happening nearby them. And we did have the problem that going through the lengthy zoning ordinance process could take many months, many, many months. And this allows us to establish certain locations without going through that lengthy zoning process. That has its strengths and its weaknesses. And one of the weaknesses is that it can be hard on neighbors and local residents. By declaring an emergency, it allowed us to move forward. There was talk within the subcommittee of initially going quickly and then following with the longer, slower process. So we were declaring an emergency so we could create safe shelter for people. And I think having had a death on Riley Street, have I got the right street? Having had a death on Riley Street, I don't think we have too much trouble justifying some of the questions. We need to move rapidly to get people in safe communal encampments, both on public and private property. And by doing this, it enabled us to do that. And then we, I think, as a council, reasonably want to later go through the longer zoning process where we make the correct public hearing processes and modify what we're doing based on public input. That's my recollection of the discussion at our subcommittee. And that's why I'm hesitant to get too far away from the declaration of shelter emergency with the declaration of local, because I want to ensure that we have the city protected while we move forward fast.
Thank you. Mr. Vice Mayor.
Thank you. That was also my recollection that what Councilmember Combs said. I do have a question, though. I heard regarding the state of emergency that needs to be reviewed and renewed every 30 days. Is there a similar requirement for a declaration of shelter crisis?
No, once the declaration of shelter crisis is made, it's made and you can move forward.
Great, thanks.
And for further clarification, Councilmember Combs mentioned that if we went for like the shelter crisis, if we declare that, and then we declare also a local emergency, that we do indeed have the protections offered by the shelter crisis and the flexibility and the ability to be nimble offered in the local emergency.
Yes, that's correct. And I think Councilmember Combs stated it right, that the declaration of shelter crisis assists you in using city facilities, and the declaration of local emergency assists you in encouraging private property, use of private property for homeless services and shelter services.
Now it's starting to gel for me. And also that neither one of these declarations comes with any funding, I would presume.
That's correct.
That's right.
That's correct.
So that except perhaps the third one, however, I guess would come with federal funding.
No, it would be state funding.
State funding, and is that? I mean, just for my own edification, is that something the state is actually considering at this point? Can we attach some dollars to that declaration?
Well, I think that one of those things becomes sort of a platform state issue. We would obviously bring that to the attention of through your letter, but also through our lobbyists in Sacramento. It becomes a tool for us to get into those larger conversations and for us to respond more nimbly to those potential funding sources. So it is a tool we can utilize, Mr. Mayor, actively. But I wouldn't say it's going to result in cash in hand, because that isn't really, it's an advocacy tool more than it is a dollar tool at this point.
Okay, thank you. And that speaks to the issue I have with, not the issue, but the concern that I have with the changes we might make to the Sam Jones Hall, in that it costs money to expand the days or the number of people, et cetera, that program? It would cost more if we were to change the nature of that current program?
Well, as I said before, we once any of the above is declared, that gives us a pathway and a way to have a conversation. It doesn't necessarily mean that funding is automatically tied to that initiative, but it obviously provides opportunity to continue the conversation. And I think, as the council member pointed out, for staff to understand what the expectation is, if we're in a 30-day, it allows us to schedule this conversation, provide updates as part of the conversation to the council where we're at, what's going on, and it brings in immediacy, but that is initiated here at this body so that we're in a 30-day cycle and a planning cycle about what we've got to ask you all for authorization, and then you can measure success in that way.
Thank you. So just to encapsulate, what I'm hearing so far is that given that we have control, we're looking at a deck of cards, and given that we have control over which of those cards we select to use, I'm not right at this point seeing any negativity, any negative side to receiving that full deck. Are there cards in that deck that we might, if we were to choose one of these, that would be unfortunate as a tool or some kind of requirement? Because right now I'm not seeing any reason why we shouldn't just go for all three. So I'm curious, is there anything that we need to know about one of these declarations that would suggest that we should avoid it?
I mean, the only thing that I would say is that as we go through a scheduling process around, renewing the declaration of emergency, it becomes a priority item. And as we manage workload within the organization, I just have to be conscious of that. But I won't overestimate. It's just it is. You have 5 top priorities. Declaring an emergency, I would say, elevates a priority, even in a goal situation, of where that needs to be. So you do need to be conscious of that elevation. I can't articulate a practical concern in that, but we will obviously be using that as we make decisions and as we schedule things, that this needs to be elevated because we need to support the local declaration.
Well put, and an important clarification. Before I move to public comment, Ms. Combs.
I just want to ask, I appreciate that a 30-day full report would seem excessive. We just have to renew it every 30 days. Isn't that right? There's not a massive reporting requirement that goes with the renewal, is there?
I mean, again, I'll leave it to Sue, but I don't think there is. But still, as we go through a process, keeping track of that, making sure that those things are addressed and that we are actually not just paying lip service, we're legitimately honoring an emergency declaration. I think that it is incumbent upon us to elevate those issues and elevate that priority within our work as a staff.
Is that report requirement specifically for council, or is that a report item that could come through the homeless subcommittee?
No, the full council needs to renew the declaration
Thank
in
you.
30 days.
Any other questions, Council? Mr. Wysocki.
Just as a quick follow-up then, when something gets elevated, usually something gets dropped down in priority. What would?
Well, I mean, we're managing awful lot as a team right now. There's a lot on the staff's plate. I'm not going to sit here. We're going to have to go through a process a little bit around that. I'm working with a team that's building their plane as they fly it in a lot of ways, and so I need to. We'll manage it. I think we can manage it. It will. The first question I will be asking is where we are on that particular emergency and how we're addressing that emergency in the conversation, which I don't think is a bad thing. It's just that's what's going to happen.
Sure. Mr. Corsi.
I guess I need to ask this, even though I don't think that you'll have an answer. But if we declare an emergency that we have to renew every 30 days, will we have some kind of parameters in place so we know when the emergency does not need to be renewed anymore?
I mean, that can be a question that you all can sort of tell us tonight, or as we go through the process and the subcommittee can inform some of these conversations, that could become a part of the report out. I mean, one of the things that I might ask for is, as we go through this, is that the subcommittee, we carefully figure out on the calendar when the subcommittee meeting is, so it might be able to address this conversation and be a way for you all to get assurance that there's actually, you know, the subcommittee said there's a real need to continue the urgency. This is what we're working on as a subcommittee. I think these things can be worked out once we get it, but I think we would want to reorder things to effectuate that and make sure the council was actually voting on something that they felt that there was a reason to continue the declarations. Does that answer the question, Councilmember Corsi? I think we can build a process that affirms that particular thing, but once we get the direction, then we can start to adjust just how we're addressing that particular issue.
And I guess this isn't a question, but you know, homelessness has been with us for a long time, and I don't think that in the last 25 years that we've been talking about it in Santa Rosa that it's gone away. It may have dropped off the radar, and so this may be just a way to keep it on the radar once a month.
And again, I think you could rely on the subcommittee to report out what their intent is, what the impact is, and that can become the evaluative tool to better understand whether to continue the emergency or not.
Okay.
Okay, Council, are we ready to go to public comment? Okay, good. So we still have a fairly long agenda this evening. I think that those members of the public here in the chamber this evening can hear by the nature of our questions and our comments how this council seems to be moving in this with this conversation and with this item. So I'm going to limit public comment to 2 minutes per person. That will bring us about 40 minutes of public comment. If you feel like you are willing to just come down and say, please go forward with all three or one or two or more of these declarations, that's fine too. But we'll try to move the public comment along as much as possible. I think that probably everyone can get their comments in 2 minutes. And we will start with Michael O'Toole, followed by Leila Jones.
Hello, boy, I've been up here a lot. Over the last year and a half, 2 years, you've seen me here speaking a lot on the issue of homelessness. I would like to comment on Councilman Korski's comment about homelessness. Homelessness is more prevalent now. 25 years ago, there was affordable housing. There weren't that many people using the shelter system. It's a big issue now. I was really amazed that you asked that question. I would hope that you would move forward with this to open the door to the private sector to assist. There are people in the private sector that are showing an interest to step up to the plate and help the city of Santa Rosa deal with this issue. And I would really hope that you would move this forward to open that door so that can happen. And I would like to thank the council for all the work that they are doing.
Thank you, Michael. Leila Jones, and Ms. Jones will be followed by Tom Robertson.
I don't know how to tell. My name is Leila Jones, and I am a Camp Michaela resident right now. And I believe that you guys should really come and visit the camp to see how it's all set up. Because I've been there for, I think, maybe 4 or 5 months, it's given me the reassurance that I can even come here. Today's my first day being here. And I really want to help the homeless people, and I'm homeless myself. This camp has given me a place to stay. It's given me stability. It's given me the freedom to think about what I want to do with the rest of my life. I've met some great people. It's one of those things where, you know, when you don't have a family that you can depend on, you know, we can depend on the people that are there to keep us safe. We have security people that come out. They stay up till 2 o'clock in the morning just to benefit us so that outsiders don't come in. The stores behind the dollar stores where we are, they let us use their electricity. They let us use their water. We have various churches that come in and they donate food and things that we need. Tents, they just brought us some tents in. And I really think that you guys ought to consider, these encampments. You guys can find the right people to care and take care of the camp, or at least do their best. I don't know really what you guys as the council members can do, but I believe that you guys ought to get, if it's supposed to be a state of emergency, do that so that we can get the benefits that we need to have these encampments, because that is a temporary solution to housing until people can get permanent, and it will slow down the crime tremendously.
Thank you very much. Tom Robertson. Mr. Robertson will be followed by Enrique Yarse.
My name is Tom Robertson. I've owned, my company's owned real property, commercial property near downtown for the last 26 years. And unfortunately, the incident outside of Riley Street was adjacent to my building, and that individual had been sleeping in one of the entry alcoves of my building, so we're feeling very badly about that. I think you have a tremendous opportunity to galvanize support for the program that you're going to be developing. I agree wholeheartedly you're both building and flying the plane at once, but I think there's also a tremendous opportunity for some public-private partnerships here on micro-housing, permanent housing, and by passing these ordinances, you're going to give yourselves the flexibility to move on these things. So I urge that you adopt all three. The one for to the governor is a Hail Mary, but who knows? It doesn't hurt, and it might help, and it's got to start somewhere. I want to point out that Santa Rosa was the first community in California to have an earthquake retrofit statute or ordinance. This county has been a pioneer in renewable energy, so why not take the lead in California in reducing homelessness? Salt Lake City has reduced homelessness 91% with a Housing First program. Houston, over 75%. It can be done, and I think that this is a major step tonight and next week in getting going on it. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Tom. Enrique? Followed by Dave Ransom.
So yeah, it sounds like you're all going to approve it, so that's good. I'm really happy. I met some 20-year-olds on the Joe Rodota Trail, homeless. That needs to not happen. I urge you to follow all the CHAP guidelines as well, and just do everything and anything in your power to help these people out there, because they really deserve it, and housing for all.
Thank you. Dave Ransom, followed by Dr. Hale.
Somebody got the idea when I was up here before, because I talked about Sonoma, that I'm from Sonoma. I'm from Santa Rosa. I live in the JC neighborhood. I'm a homeowner. And I actually live quite close to Franklin Park, and so we have homeless up and down the street, and I've got to know some of them, and I've got to know some of the homeless from the junior college. You're aware that 1 in 10 of the state college students are homeless. Thank you for coming up with this idea. We've been in Sonoma, where I go to church, and I've been doing more housing stuff there. We've been calling for a housing state of emergency, because homelessness is just a symptom, and the whole thing is a housing state of emergency. So homeless state of emergency, great, let's do that. Portland, Seattle, Los Angeles, the whole state of Hawaii have declared homeless state of emergency, so let's do that. Let's get the right list here. The other part of it is that we need to talk about a wages state of emergency, because people are homeless because they can't get enough hours in their job, and their wages aren't enough to pay for the housing that is available. and to give a developer a reason to build affordable housing. You are local government, and in this time of economic time, you're being asked to do things that local government hasn't had to do for a very long time. Very long time. You go back to the 1870s and the 1890s when people were really on the streets, and they'd go in and sleep in the police department for safety. And at that time, the city government was the one that had to respond. Federal government wasn't getting into that stuff. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Ransom. Dr. Hale will be followed by Carolyn Eppel.
Yes, thank you. My name is Dr. Michael Hale. I'm an English teacher at Santa Rosa Junior College. 2 years ago, they did a survey, a census. I was actually conducted by several students that are in the room here, including Enrique, who just spoke, that made me aware that there are over 800 students at this institution that our community cherishes so much that are homeless. I've had many of these students in my class that are homeless, and I urge you to adopt all three of these measures and more. These are the students that have become such unbelievable leaders. I see them in this room right now. They're forming clubs on campus. They're involved in the community. They're involved in trying to connect students with local services. I see them sleeping in their cars. I see them struggling to come to class and to be focused. This is an emergency that we need to take at the most serious level. What I urge you not to do is to do what many American governments have done in the past and declare some sort of war on homelessness. We need an emergency that distributes services and thinks about the common good and the public good, not some sort of arming of the police force that goes and rousts homeless people. I'm originally from Los Angeles. Don't hold it against me. I'm happy to be here right now. Happy to be in Santa Rosa and the North Bay. But in Los Angeles, I saw their declaration of an emergency on homelessness that did nothing but roused homelessness, that abused homeless people, that rounded them up and pushed them out of downtown Los Angeles into various different, what I would just call concentration camps. So I want to see a solution, a declaration of emergency, but a declaration of an emergency that sees the humanity of each human being. My students are dignified people that are trying to educate themselves to become leaders of this community. Do not push them out. Do not allow police to abuse them. Cherish them and treat them with dignity. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Eppel, followed by Michael Cook, who I believe is gone.
This is a really exciting moment. Many of us in this room, in fact, I'm not going to take a lot of time, do all three, but I would like to ask that all those who are living without shelter, please to stand. These are the people we're working for. Folks who are without shelter, if you could just stand. The homeless. Thanks, you guys. And there were a lot more earlier, and you all have seen their faces. Thank you. Please do all three. This could be huge for what it does for folks. Okay. Thank you all.
Thanks, Carolyn. And Michael has left the chamber, has he not? I believe so. Caitlin Childs, followed by Michael Sweeten.
Hi there. I'm Caitlin Childs. I am the Communications Manager for Social Advocates for Youth, and just want to be clear up front, I am also on the Board of Community Services, and I am not speaking in that position, just speaking on behalf of SAY and as myself. The report items under consideration for council action in 14.3 through 14.5 could greatly assist many of the youth SAY work with. As you know, SAY focuses on 3 core areas to help homeless youth find stable housing and improve their lives. We provide housing, counseling, and career training. And our housing programs provide a range of youth shelter and affordable housing and housing assistance programs, including 25 affordable housing units at Tamayo Village and 20 units at the SAY Finley Dream Center, which we just opened this year. Included in that is 12 emergency beds for 18 to 24-year-olds at the SAY Finley Dream Center. And our other emergency shelter program is the Coffee House Teen Shelter, where we provide a short-term shelter for youth 12 to 17. For youth who are unable to find housing or who are newly homeless, our street outreach team helps youth 12 to 24 by addressing their most immediate needs. But youth need housing to be safe, and today youth make up about 20% of the housing population. So we encourage the City Council to take whatever measures they can to further assist in helping homelessness and to keep homeless youth at the front of that conversation. Thank you.
Thank you. Michael Sweden, followed by Kat Svedgros.
Hello, my name is Michael Sweden. I'm 24 years old and I've been homeless for many years. If you looked at my resume and work history, I've only ever been able to carry work on for a couple months, and that's because it's been very hard to keep my hygiene up. My clothes would always be dirty from the week before. You could smell my BO a few feet away. It's been very hard. Even with managers wanting to keep me on to work, it's been actually very hard because I couldn't keep up with everybody else and public safety codes and stuff like that in the workplace. I came to SAY learning about their summer program and began to work with them. And they gave me a job knowing I was homeless. And with work, they've actually started to work with me. I'm now housed in their short-term housing program now at the Dream Center. And now that I can say that I'm working and I'm no longer homeless, I can finally do things for myself, and it feels really good. Now, when I go downtown here in Santa Rosa, I no longer feel people actually judging me like they used to. I'm no longer carrying a big backpack around. I'm no longer going back and forth to where I'm sleeping, to where I'm going to go hang out all day at the park. And it feels really good. My self-confidence has grown a lot, and I've never felt as good about myself as I have right now. I still have a lot of friends on the street, though, many of whom would love the opportunity that I have right now, but they feel like their time has passed them by because of their age. My friends see what I've accomplished, and I know if given the chance that they themselves could change their life around. And I would really wish you as decision makers here in this chamber that you make the best decision for all of them.
Thank you, Michael. Keep up the good work. Congratulations. Kat?
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, council members. Thank you for having all of us tonight. And I'm here to speak on our youth's behalf, on Michael's behalf, many others like him, in support of items 14.3 through 14.5. I want to add a couple things to the conversation you were having earlier, which I very much appreciated a lot of the questions that came out of that. One is that to provide any additional services, we would need funding. Two is that there are a number of shelters around our community, including our teen shelter at SAY, the only shelter for 18 to 24-year-olds at the SAY Finley Dream Center. And then in addition to that, we have the Rose Shelter, the Nightingale, the Redwood Gospel Mission, Sloan House, and several others in addition to those mentioned. Last year, SAY housed 139 young people. That's out of, tonight, about 678 that are going to sleep outside. That's 1 in 5 of our homeless population is a young person. And so if any funding allocations were to come up to provide additional services, we request that those allocations would be 20% would also go to serving youth. I'm not specifically saying to SAY, but I would be here speaking about that at a later time, but simply to youth. Our goal is to help young people in Sonoma County become stable and able to meet life's challenges and opportunities. And the measures you're considering tonight, along with more housing, will help us accomplish that. Thank you.
Thank you. Valerie Minton, and Ms. Minton will be followed by, she's gone. Sharon Zimmerman.
I'm supportive of efforts to provide more services for our homeless population, but I feel that those services should come with strings attached. It needs to be a hand up and not a handout. So recipients should be required to take actions to address the root cause of their being homeless. So if it's drug addiction, they should be required to attend addiction programs. If it's lack of a job or skills, they should be required to take classes to develop those skills. If it's mental health, they should be required to be compliant on their medication. But unfortunately, if it's cost, the hard part is that's totally out of their control. And that's what I would ask the City Council to work on and encourage, approve, and prioritize construction of new housing, which will bring down the cost by increasing the supply. And of course, as Kat and Caitlin mentioned, the amount and allocation of homeless services should relate to their percentage of the homeless population. So if 20% of homeless individuals in Sonoma County are youth, then 20% of the budget should be allocated to that population, and so on. I am concerned that and this may be just nervousness on my part, but I am concerned and worry about more people from outside the community coming and taking advantage of our services. I don't want Sonoma County or Santa Rosa to become a mecca for homeless because we offer too many services, and I say that while still wanting to have plenty of services for our local folks. And I don't know what the solution is around that. I do know anecdotally, I have a friend who has a family member who is long-term homeless. He probably has some mental health issues. He has been offered many opportunities to be sheltered, chooses not to be sheltered. So that's a segment of the population, and what she's told me is that they find out where they want to encamp all over the country, and they choose to go there. So I don't know what the solution is in terms of avoiding that, but maybe it's some limits on how long you have to live here in Sonoma County before you receive services.
Thank you. Gerard Jadis? I knew that was going to be a tough one. Followed by Reverend Tim Carnahan.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, council members. My name is Gerard Giudice.
Oh, almost.
And I'm here tonight as the newest board member from SAY. I'm also on the Planning Commission for the City of Roanoke Park, and I live there and have a business there as well. I support the City Council for taking action to declare a state of emergency on homelessness and expanding the city programs to be year-round, and I encourage you to do the same with local cities such as Roanoke Park, et cetera. The problem certainly is regional. Homelessness isn't seasonal, and our efforts need to be year-round if we're going to make a dent in the dawning challenge. Santa Rosa, you are demonstrating bold leadership in sounding the alarm for the homeless crisis that exists in Sonoma County. Youth who come to SAY, as you've seen, are determined to succeed and find stability in their lives. And when they are ready, SAY is there to meet them. It's important to understand that the homeless youth or people that we see living in the streets are just like you and me before they became homeless. They're Sonoma County residents. Certainly over 86% of the homeless in Sonoma County grew up and lived in Sonoma before they became homeless. These are our neighbors. More importantly, they're our children, and they deserve our compassion. I want to thank the City Council for your time and for your continued leadership on homelessness issues, and for taking these measures tonight to do all that you can do to shine a bright light on the problem that we must solve together. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Reverend Carnahan will be followed by Thomas Ells.
Hi there, Reverend Tim Carnahan, Faith Lutheran Church Community Advisory Board. I'm speaking in the capacity of the former, not of the latter. I think it's true that we must marry decisions that we make here tonight with actions, and pick one, pick two, pick three. I'm not going to do the reading, you guys do that. But don't let the declaration of a state of emergency be the last time you stand up for this, because this problem isn't going to go away by application of a couple Band-Aids. We need more medium-term solutions. We need more things like the Palms Inn, which are medium-term solutions, but they're not the solution either. We also have Housing for All and Housing First. And I'd like to commend to your attention the Community Advisory Board and their efforts in that capacity to spread the word for you. I realize that you don't have massive staffs that you could turn towards this effort, but you do have us. We're already engaged in most of the aspects of the homelessness problem in this town. We deal with most of the constituencies. We're already on the ground. But what we need to do is to bridge efforts in an emergency declaration so that the state of emergency doesn't become our everyday condition, because we need to stop slapping Band-Aids on it and figure out how to cure the damn disease. Thank you.
Thank you. Thomas Ells will be followed by Gregory Farron.
Thank you. Unfortunately, I'm not going to be addressing the entire council, so thank you for the opportunity to speak. I want to say that this shelter emergency ordinance that reduces or eliminates the ordinary negligence provisions and protects the city and gives it immunity is very important. I'd like you to adopt the shelter crisis declaration local emergency and the gubernatorial state emergency request, and the reasons I'll make clear in a minute and a half. City immunity is very important. The normal process hasn't worked. I want to address Councilman Oliveras' point. That's it's very clear. We're barely able to move forward on protections of people for this coming winter. When at the hotel, I think it was the Hyatt, everyone expressed their concerns. They wanted to be a regional leader, and we are a regional leader by doing this. We're way ahead of all the South Bay. Everyone's getting involved in rent control and these very specific issues dealing with homelessness. We're a leader. Mental health funds are probably going to be available. We could be requesting those if we have a letter to the gubernatorial state emergency declaration. We'll be in front of that. So we really are becoming in front of these issues. It's very important. The JC student was reported in the paper. He was an editor of the paper. He lived on a building downtown. He's now since moved from the JC. He's a physics student and math student at Berkeley. And he came back and wrote an article that he had been an editor in the paper. I want to assure you that there are many other members of the community that are going to be coming forward with other proposals that fulfill your goals in this. And just to list some of them, the County Human Rights Commission is already proposing and has sent you a letter and working to propose to the county. The JC is already working on housing. And just one last thing, the Board of Supervisors will be acting on this. It has been acting on this, so it's very important. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Ells. Greg.
Yeah, two last points that haven't been made. Cities and counties and even the state declare emergencies when they cry for help. You're asking for help. And as an illustration of the past, the HIV crisis that came, needle exchange would never have happened had we not had states of emergencies declared by counties to get relief from rules. What you're asking the state and your own regulatory bodies is for flexibility, for creativity, for help, sometimes getting relief from rules. When you have an emergency, whether it's a fire or flood or HIV or homelessness, you got to go outside those rules. You got to break some rules sometime, and this gives you the right to do that. This gives you the right to also ask the community for its help. There's no funding, but I've seen in the last year a lot of opportunities from private partners who say, if the city only let me. So you're going to get some support. It may not be financial, but it will be partners who will then be able to play with you under different rules.
Thank you. Those are all the cards that I have. Come on down, Dwayne, I didn't see it.
I'll just speak from here, thank you. Hello, my name is Dwayne DeWitt. I'm from Roseland, but tonight, actions define us more than the words and rhetoric we speak. Please take action. We are on a wing and a prayer as we build our housing plane, if you will. So declare the local emergency, ask for all 3 declarations, and use a model of extended stay suites for disadvantaged residents. Veterans could be an exemplary example for this, and perhaps a new template for the future. Plus, housing bond was passed in 2015, excuse me. And those types of funds might become available under the state of emergency approach. We could convince the governor, I believe, by taking a strong forward action. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Annie, did you want to come up?
I
I wanted to say I apologize for my over-emotionalism. I've always, all my life, felt things too deeply, and it's not effective. It makes, I think, people feel that I'm not stable, and I am stable. I wanted to say also, maybe it doesn't matter, but Councilman Swedhelm, I believe you do care. I was told from someone you know that you're a really good human being, and I feel that you care. You are allowed to your own opinion, and it's good that you have your own opinion. I appreciate it. I wanted to say that in another life, I hope to be shallow. And I also hope to be married to Denzel Washington. Okay, I wanted to say also that we need more more places where people can go for drug rehab. DAC, Center Point, I'm not sure what it's called, is only 30 days unless you get court ordered. It's not long enough. It needs to be longer. We also need places where people can get food that aren't just simple carbohydrates, which does not nourish anyone. All it does is cause obesity. I know. We need places where people can get cleaned up and get clean clothes. We need places like Michaela where you can go and live if you have serious mental illness and serious drug problems. And there's people like me who've worked with them, drug counselors and mental health counselors. Thank you.
Thanks, Annie. Anyone else care to address the council?
I do. Thank you. My name is Jerry LaLondeberg. I've worked on this issue for 36 years, and I just have 3 points that I want to add to what everyone else has said. The first being that the declaration to the governor and the sort of momentum to get the governor to act on this is very important, so I want to enforce that aspect of this declaration. The third is a question that is for staff and for you to direct staff, which is, when will we know that it's over? If we're declaring an emergency and we're doing the kinds of things that you've had to do over the years, we do need a definition of when it's going to be over or when we can gracefully transition to a non-emergency situation where we're working on all the right things, which we mostly are. And finally, decriminalize homelessness. That you have to put into this ordinance the aspects that allow law enforcement to do their jobs, to allow citizens to be protected, but in particular, the people who are most vulnerable are criminalized. And I would appreciate it if you would do something about that as well. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm John Duran. I'm actually a member of Camp Michaela. We actually need a better place that is open 24/7 to help people. As Camp Michaela goes, we can only have visitors until 10:30. I think any woman or anybody really that wants a safe place to be at night, off the streets, away from violence, should have a place to go. And our parks should actually have power restored to them for people to charge their phones in case of emergency where they do have to call 911 and seek aid in a life-threatening situation or rape or whatever that situation might be. Unfortunately, Camp Michaela is just one camp. We could have several more camps like that where we can open the door 24/7 to anybody that needs aid and shelter to be helped. My own family cannot get into Camp Michaela because some of the people there are judgmental, but I think that door needs to be opened and maybe even the fence around Camp Michaela to be spread a little bit bigger, because there are a lot of homeless people that are part of my family that cannot get into there, unfortunately, because they can only house so many. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, bringing it back to the council. Council, questions? Any final questions before we move on?
I
Mr. Weiss.
would like to follow up on that rhetorical. How do we know the emergency is over?
Good question. And Mr. Vice Mayor?
I would just offer, it's consistent with what we're trying, other groups have identified as a potential goal is when we reach functional zero with our homeless population, I think the crisis would be over. Functional zero means that, because I'm a believer that you're never going to be absolutely zero. There always will be people coming and going from that place in their life. But within, I'll pull and figure out, of 30 days of someone experiencing homelessness, we'll be able to find that person shelter. When we get to that point, for me, we're functional zero, and that's a good place for a community to be.
The subcommittee has worked on that definition, and there may be some more work to do, but that's where we're headed.
Excellent. So let's entertain a motion and then any final comments. Mr. Vice Mayor.
I think I have this
Oh, I'm
item.
sorry, Mr. Alvarez.
So I'm going to take a risk here and take a big bite of the apple then. So I will make a motion directing staff to take appropriate steps to make a declaration of a shelter crisis in Santa Rosa, to make a declaration of a local homeless state of emergency, and to make a request for a gubernatorial homeless state of emergency proclamation.
Second.
Thank you. I have a motion and a second. And before we cast our votes, I thank everyone for their comments this evening. And as you can see, we will not always agree on certain strategies or ordinances or concepts or programs, and we don't have all sorts of endless funds to apply to this plight. But everyone on this council, without exception, has a heart. And may I have your votes?
Can we have a couple extra comments? I mean, I know it's going to be a long.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
if you don't mind, but I do want to thank everybody for those who spoke on the topic and those who sat and listened to this topic. Homelessness, yes, it has been here in Santa Rosa and across the nation for a long time. I came here probably 37 years ago, and I was dealing with homeless back then as a young cop. But I think the face of homelessness has changed, and I think the approaches to homelessness have changed as well. No longer are we pointing fingers at one particular person or agency to address this issue for us. I'm seeing Santa Rosa and other communities taking ownership of this issue as a big community issue. And we're taking the time to explore it, to look at it, to see what it is and what it is to be homeless in Santa Rosa. We can't compare ourselves to other communities, although they may deal with homelessness as well. But I think that we have an opportunity to work collaboratively to look for those long-term solutions to get to functional zero. And yeah, I mean, we hear this in other communities, that there's that fear of other homeless coming to your community because you have great services. But you know what? If every community starts taking this approach, that may not be such a big issue. But I said I've been here for 37 years. I'm not 37 years old. I came here from someplace because I found something good here in Santa Rosa. For me, it was a job. For others, it may be education or schools. Maybe it's great hospitals. Maybe it's the weather. People come here for a reason. If homeless come here because we have some good services, welcome to Santa Rosa. But hopefully, over time, everybody in the state, every community in the state will be addressing this issue similarly, again, but making it unique to their own communities as well. But I don't really think there is much to fear. Doing nothing is really something we need to fear. But this is a community issue, and I applaud everybody coming to speak to this. And I think if we continue to work at it, we can get to that point where we get into more of a prevention mode and not such a crisis. Thank you.
All said. Ms. Combs? Mr. Vice Mayor?
Thank you. Just echoing what Councilmember Olivera says, I think we have come to the point where we recognize homelessness is not a police issue. It's a community-wide issue needing a community-wide response. And I think these three options help us get there. And having dealt with a lot of issues now since I've dove into this homeless issue, that sometimes when I hear people say, if you build it, they will come, if you make it too comfortable. But if people are here experiencing that, my response is, so what? Are we going to start basing our delivery of services on the amount of time someone's been there? So, I mean, it is what it is. Like I say, Ernesto mentioned, we all came from somewhere, and I think these 3 steps here will help us get where we want to go, and that's functional zero.
Thank you. Ms. Combs.
Thank you, Mayor. I want to thank staff and I want to thank council. We've had a community that came forward tonight that often says they are voiceless, and they spoke to us tonight. And I think as a whole council, we've listened, and I think we have been listening. And I hope they will go back and say you aren't voiceless, that you have a voice, and that there is a full council here listening, not just one of us, not just a couple of us, a remarkable subcommittee maybe, but not only that, but a full council here that's listening. We had a cross-section of people who spoke. We had a downtown businessman who came and spoke in favor of this. We had people who are currently homeless who came and spoke in favor of this. We had homeowners come and speak in favor of this. We've had a full gamut of our society, our city here. And I appreciate that you each came. Students, I appreciate that you each came and spoke. And I want to emphasize again, I think we hear you and we hear what a problem this is. And thank you for helping us find our way through a solution. And really honored and proud to work with this council.
Thank you. Mr. Wysocki.
Yeah, I'll be brief. I do echo my colleague's comments just now, but I also want to push you a little bit. Emergency versus urgency. What's the difference? And what's the number 1 cause of new homelessness? That's the unaffordability of rental units. So let's not lose sight of the fact that we can keep people from being homeless by keeping them in shelter. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Carlstrom.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I am a woman of few words lately, but I just want to echo and join my colleagues in support of all 3 of these items. I appreciate the staff bringing it forward. Continuing resolutions are not an uncommon thing for a council to engage in on a variety of policy statements, especially one where we have listed housing and homelessness as one of our top 5 priorities. So I appreciate all of these items as opening up the availability of tools and the nimbleness of this community to respond to ever-evolving dynamics and needs within our city. Thank you to staff for bringing it forward, and I'm happy to join in supporting Mr. Oliveris' motion.
Thank you. Any other comments, council? Your votes, please. And I have 7 ayes. Thank you very much. Mr. McGlynn, 14.4.
Item 14.4, report expanded year-round community homeless assistance program, CHAP. Kelly Kuykendall, program specialist, presenting.
So the purpose of the item before you, once again, we're seeking direction on this item regarding council's desire to expand the initial pilot, that's the Community Homeless Assistance Pilot Program with 2 Ps, to operate as a new year-round program, the Community Homeless Assistance Program, and to give direction as to the scope of activities to be permitted under the general operation of CHAP. To provide you with some background, in October of 2015, Council approved the pilot CHAP to address the public health and safety needs of the unsheltered during the winter months. This was between November and March. This allowed owners of specific properties that met zoning code requirements to provide safe parking, the placement of portable toilets, and temporary shelter. 2 existing programs registered under CHAP, Catholic Charities Safe Parking Program and Redwood Gospel Mission's Nomadic Shelter Program known as Entertaining Angels. In March 2016, Council extended the pilot by 30 days through the end of April. This was due to demand for shelter options combined with wet weather conditions. At that meeting, Council deferred the subject around expanding CHAP to a year-round program to the Homeless Subcommittee. bump forward too many? Hold on one sec. Okay. So in May, the subcommittee received a report from staff outlining options for extending CHAP to a year-round program, declaration of shelter emergency to allow for the use of city facilities and other alternatives. And the committee requested that this report be shared with the full council. That's why we're here before you this evening with both the emergency declaration and the CHAP item. An expanded year-round CHAP program could potentially include the following scope of activities for your consideration: safe parking, placement and maintenance of portable toilets, temporary overnight shelter, safe camping to include tents and other temporary structures, and other short-term measures such as bathroom facilities and storage. The initial pilot was approved on a temporary basis in order to allow for the extended program. This would require code amendments, and that would take approximately 6 to 9 months. An interim option, as discussed in the prior agenda item, would be by declaring a local emergency. So we are seeking council's direction on its interest in expanding the program and what activities to include under the program. As we were just talking about under the emergency declaration item, that would allow the initial pilot to resume and give staff the opportunity to further analysis to develop a program designed for an expanded program, the CHAP. And as I mentioned, the code amendment process would take approximately 6 to 9 months. At that time, we could further refine the program, and that process would include community engagement and public involvement, specifically at hearings before the Planning Commission and the City Council. With that, I'll move into the recommendation. It is recommended by the Housing and Community Services Department that the council, by motion, direct staff to prepare appropriate ordinance amendments to allow the initial Community Homeless Assistance Pilot Program, CHAP, to operate as a new year-round program, the Community Homeless Assistance Program, and to give direction as to the scope of activities to be permitted under the general operation of CHAP, potentially to include safe parking, the placement and maintenance of portable toilets, temporary overnight shelter, and a safe camping program, and other short-term measures. Be happy to answer any questions that you might have.
Thanks. Well done. Council questions at this point. Ms. Combs, do you have a question? Sorry, I saw you nod, or unless you were just... Okay. Would anyone like to go before any prior questions, or I can move to public comment?
I want to make sure I understand. You've said give direction on the scope of activities to be permitted. And so I just want to make sure I understand what scope of activities are we talking about. I had been very interested previously in making sure that you didn't have to have a car for safe parking, that you could have tents or other temporary shelter. So I guess I'm just expressing that under the direction part. Is that what you're asking us to do?
As staff, we would like direction on what activities you would like to allow under CHAP. The initial pilot allowed for those 3 primary activities: the placement of portable toilets, safe parking, and the temporary overnight shelter. And so you've expressed interest in expanding that program year-round and the activities, and staff would need to know what activities the council as a whole wants for this program so we can come back to you with a draft program design.
Okay, I think I have a list of activities I want to make sure that we talk about, but I think I will listen to public comment before we have that step of the conversation, if that makes sense.
Sure.
Okay.
Mr. Vice Mayor.
Well, actually, I mean, I'm ready to give direction now, but if we want to listen to some comments first.
Sure.
Is that so, just be consistent?
Absolutely. So there's no or questions at this point. We'll go ahead and move right into public comment. And Annie, did she go? Okay. Ramon Miraz.
Good evening. My name is Ramon Miraz.
I'm one of the officers at large at the Sonoma County Commission on Human Rights. And I have been approved by the commission to speak on their behalf. And we have sent a letter to the council. I trust that you have read it. And we are here to support both the movement to have a declaration of emergency on homelessness in Sonoma County and Santa Rosa. And also we want to express a support for the CHAP. And the commission is convinced, however, that the CHAP program is as proposed, with restriction on the type and direction of the shelter provided, will miss an opportunity to better serve those in need of emergency shelter. The commission believes that it is important that the CHAP program provide the faith-based organization or property owners the ability to offer continual round-the-clock safety and security for the city homeless, permitting those organizations the ability to select a style and type of shelter that is appropriate for their land use and needs, and gives the property owner broader flexibility in the design of the project, consistent with the ordinances. The ability to create micro-communities, which can exist as temporary or semi-permanent programs within the reasonable discretion of the hosting organization, could go beyond providing an overnight option to creating a more secure and stable, albeit temporary, solution to those experiencing homelessness. So the commission strongly encourages the City Council to consider expanding the scope of the CHAP program to, 1, allow for a variety of small, semi-permanent alternative dwelling units. 2, permit Santa Rosa faith-based organizations to determine the duration of a person's stay, including 24-hour residency, 365 days a year, or stipulated in a contract between the resident, property owner, and service provider. And number 3, to the extent determined necessary by the council, require organizations providing shelter on the CHAP program to provide for coordinated intake service consistent with a housing and first model. And basically, that's it. Thank you very much and for everything you do.
Thank you. Alana, did you want to, I saw 2 names here. Alana Bjornquist? Okay. Christy Sybil, followed by Heidi Protas.
I'm Christy Sybil. I'm a student at SRJC. I'm also the vice president of the SRJC Advocates for Homeless Students, and I work in the Student Health Center there on campus. I can't tell you how many times we have students that come in to our clinic because they are facing problems of homelessness and food insecurity, and we don't have any options that we can offer them. So being involved as a student who is, one step away from being homeless myself, seeing the problems that we have on our campus and realizing it goes way beyond our campus, but just seeing the students that are doing their absolute best to become, productive members of society, and this impacts them. The amount of athletes that come through that don't have housing and don't have food and are trying to go out and just play a sport and get somewhere in life, it's appalling. We are working with multiple different groups, faith-based organizations, as well as private property owners, to come up with creative solutions, not just by saying that there's a problem, but actually trying to find creative ways to addressing it. And based on the letter from the Commission on Human Rights, it would be really beneficial if we had wording in there where these community members would feel supported by the local law and by their politicians to be able to open up their properties to allow some creative solutions to happen. As a student at the SRJC, also being an active member in the community, we have a lot of creative ideas that have gained a lot of ground and a lot of support. And we would like to be able to see these move forward in some way. And it would be very beneficial if we had a very simple thing like an expansion of the CHAP program that also included 24/7, 365-day possibilities for housing open to the discretion of the property owner or the faith-based organization.
Thank you. Heidi? Does Heidi leave? Yes. Kalani Raposa, followed by Carolyn Apple.
Told myself I was going to cry at this thing tonight. It's happened 3 times, but it's a good cry. Thank you. I'm the president of the SRJC Advocates for Homeless Students, and it probably shocks you all. In the fall, I'm going back to school, and in a couple of weeks, I should hear some news on a job prospect I've been pursuing, actually 2 of them. And this weekend, I'm going to look for a room for rent because I was able to get into the rapid rehousing program at Catholic Charities. Now, all these things happen to me as a direct result of having a place like Camp Michaela to land, to move out of survival mode and to start making better choices about what I wanted my future to look like. And so tomorrow morning, there's a proposal asking you to consider giving 4 more properties to create more Camp Michaelas with a little more structure, a lot more support from the JC, from community members. I don't like the word encampment. It's never set well with me. Let's consider them gateway communities, a place to land while people wait for beds to open in more traditional housing programs and drug programs. And while we're sitting there waiting, maybe we could get folks to bring workshops out there, to bring support out there, to bring folks from the JC out there. We have the resources. I have the means from the community members. I mean, I pound pavements asking for support, and the community members are willing to help. The musicians I play with are willing to raise money. We just need some land to do it on. And if you could make this a 1-year pilot program and just afford us that, I will go up into the illegal encampments and start asking these people to come down. Now, keep in mind, the direction my life is going right now is the result of an illegal encampment. Imagine the possibilities if we sanctioned 4 of them and we all came together as a community and supported those camps. I think you'd probably be surprised by the results. And I'm tired of people talking about the problem of homelessness. Let's focus on the potential of the homeless. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Apple, followed by Jerry Longberg.
I'm Carolyn Epple, one of the organizers and helped found Camp Michaela. Kalani, thank you. Thank you. Most people have said what I was going to say. I would just like to really stress what happens in an illegal encampment when we're living from deadline to deadline to deadline. 2 weeks before a deadline, you start seeing people I'm sorry, I'm just really emotional. I'm just going to say, please support this. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Doctor. Jerry, followed by Jen Lynn Holmes. Hold on a second, Jerry. Let's get your mic on. Okay.
Again, I'm Jerry Lalonberg. As always, I'm honored to participate in this aspect of democracy. I want to speak specifically to the items that you have and offer you some ideas and also some encouragement in terms of what you tell staff. As to safe parking, I just want to call to mind the fact that it was Homeless Action that brought safe parking to Sonoma County. And then Catholic Charities nobly stepped up and took care of it and is doing it, and I sincerely appreciate that. I want to suggest some safe parking sites that you already have. So you have the city yard on Stony Point, the water agency. You have the Finley Center parking lot. You have showers at the Finley Center. You have the city lot on 2nd and E Street downtown. Existing safe parking is protected in a sense because we don't want people just arriving at those spots. I think with some of these city sites, you actually have more flexibility. You'll notice in each of those ones that I cited, you could site them in such a way that they're not immediately adjacent to any neighbors and have that protection. And you could also site them in such a way that they could be very easily monitored from the street by whatever security you have doing those kinds of things. So I would suggest and hope that you would do some of those things. One of the problems that you have with safe parking is where do they go during the day, and particularly RVs. I don't have a good answer for that, but I want to draw your attention to that as an item that you should be paying attention to. Some of these RVs are, you know, they're barely movable, but they have beds in them. And so if we can do anything to help people, one is to keep their RVs running, but two is to let them have a place that they're not having to drive them continuously, that's an issue. Two other programs I'd strongly encourage you to figure out. One is storage, personal storage, secure storage for people to put their things away, because when they're hauling them around constantly, they're always getting stolen. And I can tell you from personal experience how many people have lost their driver's license, their birth certificates, their marriage records, all of those really important things, because they just don't have any storage, and they're literally carrying them around with themselves all day, every day. The third item I want to hope that we would do is we need to recreate the living room for men. We need a day program for men that's as adequate and as good as the living room, because it is something that's needed, and it would be an appropriate thing. And people would self-monitor and would also have a place to go. So I'd definitely like that. The last item I have, sometimes I come up with wacky ideas, wild and crazy ideas. So I'm going to say this publicly tonight. I've talked to Congressman Thompson's office. I would like the City Council to set as a goal that the National Guard property will be secured on behalf of SRJC and SRG students, and work with the federal government to move that, to clean up whatever toxicity is on that site. But that's a site I would like to see you do.
Thanks,
Thank you.
Jerry. Appreciate it. Janine, followed by Thomas Ells.
Good evening. I know it's getting late, but I just really have to thank. I felt very emotional up here hearing the words that you all had to say in the last item, and I just am so grateful to live in this community. I work in several communities, but I live here, and to have the support that we have at the council right now is just phenomenal. I know that there are hours and hours of work that you all have put into this issue, and I just want to thank you for being such great advocates for these programs. I quickly just want to talk about the program design for CHAP. I really want to talk about the fact that the city has invested significantly in these issues, especially with the host team. So I hope that the CHAP program can be linked to the existing host strategy, which is housing first and coordinated intake. It's going to take a comprehensive strategy for us to work on this issue together, and working in silos is not going to help us, leverage our resources. So safe parking during the pilot period of CHAP was able to place 27 households straight from their vehicle into a home. They got to bypass this shelter system completely, and that's because we worked within a system. And so I hope that the CHAP program can be considered a time-limited engagement opportunity to bring people into longer-term housing interventions and services. And thank you again for everything you're doing on this issue.
Thank you. Thomas, followed by Shirley Cheel.
Thank you so much for bringing this from the subcommittee, creating the subcommittee, having those members be a part of it, and bringing this directly to the council. We want to encourage you to expand the CHAP program to 24/7, 365 days a year to allow, as we elucidated to the Human Rights Commission, and as they so eloquently spoke to that, to allow tiny homes to be consistent with the owner's concerns and whatever licensing or contracts that may occur on those properties. This has been a breakthrough. Homeless Action began this process at Arlene Francis Center, and Jerry and Adrian and Michael, and I can't tell, there were 175 people there, and every one of those people has really contributed to the ongoing effort to create Camp Michaela and to bring these forward. So those many people in the community have been encouraging, and they're encouraging you, but they're all standing there watching you like saints, watching your actions. They're so important, and everyone else in the community is watching these actions because they're waiting, they're champing at the bit in order to come forward with these ideas, just like Human Rights Commission and just like the local churches and that we have right here. They're all one. This is involved with, again, the nomadic shelter that the mission developed and has encouraged so many churches to come forward, and they're becoming aware of this problem, and they're limited as is the case with regard to whether it's liabilities or whether it's permits or all these things that the emergency declaration is going to help, and the CHAP program will open up 365 days a year. It's just critically important, and as I say, more people are going, and more agencies and churches and individuals are going to come forward with opportunities to create this housing that we need because of what you're doing. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good evening. Thank you for all you've been doing on this issue. It's totally amazing. And I've been to lots of these meetings and spoken before, and also went to the Commission on Human Rights and heard people saying the same thing. I'm from a local church, First United Methodist Church, and there's 6 of us here tonight who have been working diligently on this issue. And I want to just reiterate, it has got to be 24/7 and year-round. It's not going to work if we can put some sort of dwellings or tents or something on our land, and then everybody has to get up and move off in the daytime. We're back where we were. I spoke about this before. It has to be all day, just like everybody's been saying here tonight. And I think if this can be amended, I think this council could be extremely proud of what they've been listening to from us, but also proud of any action that they take. It's so needed, and that's all I'm going to say, but thank you.
Thank you. Those are all the cards that I have.
Hello, my name is Dwayne DeWitt from Roseland. I'd like you to, first I thank you for all the work you've done. Please direct staff to prepare appropriate ordinance amendments to allow the CHAP to be a year-round program now, and also to include safe parking, the placement and maintenance of portable toilets, provision of temporary overnight shelter, and a safe camping program. Also, please reach out to the junior college, because the junior college destroys houses to put in car parking. And they've been doing this for a long time. And they should be taking up some of the responsibility to help those students that are paying tuition to be at their facility. Have the junior college do safe parking in their acres and acres and acres of asphalt parking lots. And also have them help students to perhaps live on campus again as they used to, at least be camping there on campus now for a while. Reach out to the National Guard Armory again. The war is winding down. It's time to basically say, okay, let's get some things going here. Last but not least, the veterans, that approach of giving them stand downs. I don't know if you're familiar with it, but it happens in a number of communities. And stand downs are where you bring veterans in and you say to them, hey, welcome home. We're here to work with you. You get the facilities for them. They do it at fairgrounds in most places. And so at the end of the Sonoma County Fair, when there's a break in action there, veterans could be doing stand downs over at the Sonoma County Fairgrounds, and you folks could be leading the way, if you will, making sure that everyone's having a safe spot, getting ready for the cold, wet winter, which will arrive sooner than we expect. You folks are at the forefront. Thank you once again for all you've done.
Thank you. Those are all the cards that I have before me. Bring it back to the council. Council questions. Mr. Vice Mayor.
Is this questions or directions before the
Well,
motion?
you know, let's go with questions first, just in case there's some questions that came up after the public.
I don't have questions, I'm just ready for direction.
Any questions? Okay, okay, Mr. Corsi.
I think I see the direction that we're going tonight, and I think that it's a good direction, but I have a question about oversight. And while I know that these places will be well managed and good neighbors, what if they are not? What is the city's oversight role?
I think that this is a question that we're going to receive direction. My recommendation would be based on the direction tonight, be working with the subcommittee to bring back. That could be part of the direction, Councilmember Corsi, is that I need clarity when you bring back the program on what the oversight role would be. I think that that's a legitimate conversation. I mean, you know, this is part of this process, and I suspect we're going to be coming back to the subcommittee with the program to bring back to the council. But I would say at this point that would be the direction. We provided an opportunity last year for folks. As you heard, it was coordinated. It resulted in positive, lots of positive outcomes. I think as we take the step, those are some things that are going to need to be wrestled with, is what the expectation is around, and that could be part of our direction to bring back for the full council for approval of a program.
All right.
Okay, so let's start. Mr. Vice Mayor, you started, and then Ms. Combs and Mr. Oliver.
So again, I just want to provide what my direction would be for staff before it comes back. It sounds like maybe the subcommittee. I'm very supportive of the extension of CHAP as long as it's designed and consistent with our Housing First and coordinated entry. I heard one of the other speakers say something that's time-limited intervention as an engagement to get people in coordinated entry and Housing First. In other words, it's not a KOA campground, it's a time-specific. I think it's got to be linked to host to be part of the system, can't be outliers. One of the big challenges we've had in this community is some folks doing isolated impacts, which may be great, but if we're really trying to move the needle of community as a whole, everything's got to be linked together. So linking it to host is very important to me. I do agree with some of the speakers. The tents or whatever structures are there needs to stay up. If it's a put up, take down, that kind of defeats the purpose for security and allowing people to actually work on the things to let them change their situation. And this might address a little bit of Councilmember Corsi's question. And again, I think coming back to the subcommittee would be good, but I think supervision coordination should not be the responsibility of the occupants. In other words, my hope would be the participants in these type of programs are actively working to change their situation so they can get into housing, get jobs, be productive members. And if we're asking someone to actually provide supervision at a site, I think that kind of defeats the purpose. So I hope as we look at expanding these different sites, whoever wants to take the lead in that is going to identify either another service provider or someone within their own group to provide some of the assistance with the supervision and maintenance of the facility, not an occupant. Thanks.
Thank you. Ms. Combs.
Thank you. I agree with a great deal, my colleague. There has been conversation about removing sites because of concern about seeing them. And so I was going to mention that the possibility that a screen would be a possible, having screening the way that Camp Michaela has screening is a possible way to avoid having some of the site impacts that some folks are concerned about. My understanding was that takedown was brought forth by staff, at least in part, because of unsightliness. But the impression that I'm getting is that having the screening process, the enclosure, actually facilitates some of the community building inside the community as well. We had previously some limitations on cooking that I think don't work. So we're going to need to be able to figure out a way to have a safe way to cook. And I'm not clear exactly what rules and regulations we should have, what kind of possible inspection of the cooking site. But people need to be able to do some kind of cooking. I am not talking about an open campfire here. I'm talking about some kind of an enclosed grill type cooking system. I think that we need to give the private property owners a lot of leeway so that if we say it can be 24/7, that doesn't mandate for them that it has to be 24/7. I'm aware that some churches, for example, may want someone to be able to occupy the parking lot, but then ask them to not be there during service hours on, say, a Sunday morning. So I'd like the property owner to have some flexibility in the rulemaking. I agree that we need to permit a variety of alternative dwellings, so not be strict about it being a car. So we're talking tents and other alternative dwellings. I support the concept that we ask that these programs link with our coordinated intake process. However, my understanding is that there may be government agencies for whom this is either impossible or difficult. For example, if it is a veterans organization, folks associated with the VA may or may not be able to take part in the same coordinated entry process. So if it's a different governmental agency that does not allow coordination, I don't want that to make them not able to have a camp. So however we write that, I trust staff to sort that out. I think that at least at some point in the process, there needs to be a site inspection for health and safety reasons at the beginning, or maybe intermittently every, I don't know how often, but I'm hoping staff will give us some suggestions about that. I like the oversight concept. It concerns me that we should not require someone to be on site 24/7 who is not part of the camp. I mean, some camps will need someone there a lot, and some camps will need a drive-by to check in. So I want us to have the flexibility for what's needed at the site. You know, some camps you can give somebody a cell phone and they'll call you when they need you. I like the concept of the link to host that was brought up. I have a lot of questions about time limited and what that means. I'm not immediately jumping forth on time limited. I have seen too often where time limits that work under one set of circumstances don't work under others. If we haven't built the housing, limiting people on getting into housing doesn't make sense to me. So, I mean, if you say you can't be in this camp more than 90 days, and then we don't have housing for them at the end of the 90 days, I don't think they should be automatically out. So I need some feedback from staff and some assistance in, if we're talking time limited, what does that mean, and how do we do extensions? I hate it when people, for example, lose a voucher because they can't find a place to live. I mean, it's let's not do that. We had included, and I was surprised not to hear a comment about this in public comments, we had included the nomadic shelters in this before, but we had had the request not to include the nomadic church-to-church-to-church type shelter. So I'm surprised there wasn't a public comment this time. If that's still an issue, then we need to look at whether we're including that church-to-church-to-church nomadic shelter or not. Nobody has mentioned a maximum size, and at least so far, I think we should consider what is a maximum size that any particular area can handle. And we may want to be talking about size per, units per square foot, or, yards, or, how many people can somebody put in a parking lot? Is it one per space? So I just want a sense of how many per unit area. And then just given a particular neighborhood, can they handle more than 30 or 60 in a neighborhood? Can a private property owner charge to have people sleep on their property? I don't know. It concerns me. Is this just, in order to be in this program, does it have to be free land? What's the deal? And I don't know the answer about storage, but we need one. And I don't know if we need to ask that people who set up camps have storage or if that's going to exclude them. So that's just sort of what I'm thinking about. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Oliveris.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm going to stress a couple of things that have already been said, but I think that it will be important to, whatever we do, is look at long-term goal of getting people into housing. Again, we're not looking at temporary shelters here. And I think that anything that we do, making investments with city resources, that within whatever policies we develop or whatever direction we give, that coordinated entry and housing first need to be embedded in that. I think that's important. Those are proven evidence-based practices that I think we can rely on, and I think we need to look for that type of a program, is looking for the evidence that something's going to work for us. As it relates to sites, there's going to be a great deal of responsibility, I believe, and accountability on the property owners, and maybe even some liability as well. But I think that we need to be flexible as it relates to capacity. I mean, they need to be able to manage that capacity and demonstrate the ability to manage the capacity. We can provide guidelines, parameters, but I think we need to be a little bit flexible and fluid based on what they're able to provide, whether it's going to be all day or all night or not. I think that was about it, but really I think the focus has to be working with the sites to connect people to services. That has to be a big component of it. It's not just a place to exist. I mean, again, the goal is to get people into housing, so this is a big step towards that. So coordinated entry, housing first has to be a big piece of it, and that connection to services.
Thank you. Mr. Wysocki.
I'll just be really brief because I agree with just about all that was said. Points of emphasis for me is the coordination with hosts. I think that's excellent. The linkage of any limitations of stay with actual housing available is common sense. And then we have our other governmental partners, and I'm thinking of the Armory and the JC that jump out at me that they could be enlisted or hopefully persuaded to join us, the Armory in particular. But I thank staff for bringing this forward.
Thank you. You know, I had thought it's kind of seemed not simple, but some of the questions seemed fewer until Councilmember Combs had the number of questions, and I thought, oh, there's nothing simple about this at all. No, that's okay. I mean, they're all reasonable questions to be asked, and we need to answer some questions. And because if this is going to be a success, and I expect it to be a success, there are issues that have to be considered, and safety, and not only perhaps visibility from people. There's privacy issues. I mean, we want privacy as well. There are some basic human necessities that I think privacy is one of those. So I'm really not sure how to proceed. I mean, I think that I take the housing first and the coordination very seriously. I think that what we're trying to do is both support and transition. And there are ways to do that, and there are ways to encourage perhaps a non-movement, just perhaps a little bit of stagnation. But we need to do it in a way that is proven, where there are successes. And I think that the subcommittee seems to be working very, very well in identifying those tried and true strategies that do work. So I'm kind of at a loss as to know what to recommend other than to support what's already been said. But flexibility, I think, is important as well, because the need, especially when it comes to the private property, and those that are willing to, they may be willing to do things in a particular way that if we were to use city sites would be less appropriate. So I am looking for flexibility where we can, but there is that need to move people on and to help get them into program, and keep them safe, and I think of this as a temporary, whatever temporary means, but I'm hoping that the success is what I'm looking for, and however we can get there. Sure, and Mr. Corsi, I know you were next. I'm not at all. I'm perfectly overwhelmed and ready to move on. Mr. Corsi.
Okay, I just wanted to mention a couple things. I don't have any argument with any of the statements that other council members have made. I do want to make sure that this is a temporary thing, that it's not permanent housing, and putting a time-specific limit on people, I understand is difficult. But if there's some kind of a requirement that they're working a program toward being housed, the one thing that came to my mind is how many of these types of facilities are we going to allow? Will there be a limit of total number at first, in addition to the maximum size of each one? I want to make sure that we spread these around the city, that they're not all concentrated in one quadrant, for example. And finally, I don't want us to forget, as we go toward this kind of expansion of what we've been doing so far, that there's not an insignificant number of people out there who are not interested in being in an organized camp or of receiving services. And I encourage the subcommittee and our staff to think about that and ways to address that. I don't have any brilliant ideas, I'm sorry, but I don't want to forget those folks, because I think that they create and cause a lot of the angst around homelessness that we hear from downtown business people and people in our neighborhoods. And finally, I just want to thank the staff and the subcommittee for the work that's gone into this. I think we're going in a good direction.
Thank you, Mr. Corsi. And I echo those thanks to the subcommittee and the staff as well. And I'm wondering now, for the staff, if you have what you need, or
I think we actually, what would be really helpful is to actually follow the staff recommendation. The one thing that I would because there is a long list of items that we need to tackle, and I think the real important work will be actually with staff working with the subcommittee. If in the motion, that can be notated so that we can bring back a program for the entire council, but that this, instead of particularizing this list, which we have a long list right now to tackle, if that can be redirected back to the subcommittee and staff to work together to bring that program back, I think that would be helpful to get us all working in the same direction in a clear pathway. So that would be my only request, that we've collected it. Now the subcommittee would be the vehicle for us to work with to bring forward the program.
And then there would be another bite at the apple, if you will, for council.
Of course, the council as a whole is going to have to ultimately approve the program, but I think it would be helpful to sort of set up that if the subcommittee is willing to entertain that.
Well, I think we would, but I guess a word of caution is that I want to make sure that we take the path that's going to be efficient, but also quick. Winter will be here soon. So tackling this on a monthly basis with the committee, we can do that. But we have other things on our to-do list, if you will, with the committee as well. So how much time can we spend talking about that during the committee? I would ask my my co-committee members to weigh in on it as well, because I'll go with the consensus of the group.
So for me, since we've already noticed or announced when our next subcommittee meeting is, I would like to get feedback from staff or the city attorney's office to start noticing our subcommittee meetings. So if we need to go maybe 2 weeks rather than once a month, I mean, I'm willing to commit to meeting more frequently to get this into an ordinance.
Well,
where we can
I
come
won't,
back.
this is I mean, again, I don't want to minimize that this is going to be some tough work, and we actually need the subcommittee to help shape this program, because I think some of the questions are fundamental questions about capacity, how much we're going to allow, questions about, I'm not sure what the approach is meant to be to regulate it to not be in one quadrant when we're relying on a partner to come into this conversation. There's some really meaty stuff here that we're going to need the subcommittee. We'll need to caucus post this, but I'm going to need the subcommittee to actually deliver this program in an expeditious manner. I mean, that's what I'm requesting, is I'm going to need that assistance so that we can bring forward something that has shape and substance and that has addressed these programs.
And I would agree with that again, and it goes with the Vice Mayor's comment. If we have staff capacity to meet more regularly, that would be great. We can make that happen.
I would agree with my fellow committee members that we may need to meet a little more often or have special meeting around this particular topic.
Well, I'm going to need to assess that based on the direction, but to deliver quickly, this becomes a priority item that it fulfills the earlier obligation item of trying to reach an emergency. But I do want to make sure that this is the direction. That's why I'm asking for the motion, because the motion is the guiding principle to deliver the program.
It's my understanding that we have members of a church here tonight that would like to go ahead with this, and that the longer it's not okay, the longer they're waiting and hoping to hold their church union together over this issue. So I see it as fairly urgent just to allow some people to do this.
Well, it also goes hand in hand with the action we took earlier. So clearly, yes.
So, Vice Mayor, are you prepared to
Sure.
bring this all together for us in a motion?
Well, let me see if this gets it. So if I made a motion to direct staff to work with the council subcommittee on homelessness to prepare appropriate ordinance amendments to allow the initial community homeless assistance pilot program to operate as a new year-round program, the community homeless assistance program, and to give direction as to the scope of activities to be permitted under the general operation of CHAP, potentially to include safe parking, the placement, maintenance of portable toilets, provision of temporary overnight shelter, a safe camping program, and other short-term measures.
Second?
Second.
Thank you, Council. Your motion a second. Any final comments? Your votes, please. Is that good? And I have 6 ayes with Councilmember Carlstrom having left the chamber. Okay, we're going to take 5 here in a second, but I need, we have a TEFRA hearing that takes about 5 or 10 minutes, and I'm going to reorder the agenda. We're going to do the TEFRA hearing and then come back to 14.5, but we'll take 5 minutes. Mr. McGlynn, our public hearing, please.
Yes, item 15.1, public hearing, Tephra, crossings on Aston, located at 706-708 Aston Avenue. Frank Kasimov, Program Specialist, presenting.
Thank you. Hello, Mr. Kazanoff.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and council members. The item is a public hearing for a future tax-exempt bond issuance for the crossings on Aston, which is located at 706-708 Aston Avenue, also has addresses of 1500 through 1555 John Richards Way. The 1.86-acre property has been subdivided into 14 lots, and discretionary entitlements have been granted for 14 duplexes, each with its own garage and yard. The property was purchased in foreclosure with Housing Authority loan funds in 2013 by Urban Housing Communities and Central Valley Coalition for Affordable Housing with the intent of developing affordable housing. The development plan calls for 24 three-bedroom units and 3 one-bedroom units, and one of the units will be used as a community room. 26 units are targeted for families earning 30 to 60% of area median income, and 1 unit will be occupied by a resident manager. The financing for the approximately $13 million project includes Housing Authority loan funds of about $5.5 million and 6 project-based Section 8 vouchers committed to the project by the Housing Authority. Additional financing sources will include tax credit equity, a deferred developer fee, and loan proceeds from tax-exempt bonds. The issuance of private activity revenue bonds must be approved by the governing body in whose jurisdiction the project is located following a public hearing, which is often called a TEFRA public hearing because it is held in accordance with the Tax Equity and Fiscal Responsibility Act, or TEFRA, of 1982 of the Internal Revenue Code. Following the TEFRA public hearing, the council may adopt an inducement resolution, which is a conditional expression of intent by the city with respect to the potential issuance of bonds for the project. The issuance of the bonds is a discretionary action of the council that occurs at a subsequent meeting. The benefits of the tax-exempt bond financing is that it is an important part of the total financing package for the affordable housing development, and also no fiscal impact. There will be no fiscal impact on the general fund, as all financial obligations are the responsibility of the borrower. And in addition, the city, as well as the state agency that allocates the bond issuance, have regulatory agreements that restrict the income and the rent limits for 55 years. It is recommended by the Housing and Community Services Department that the City Council hold a TEFRA public hearing and by resolution declare its official intention to issue tax-exempt revenue bonds in an amount not to exceed $8 million, to reimburse certain expenditures relating to the development from proceeds from the bonds, to authorize an application to the California Debt Limit Allocation Committee to permit the issuance of the bonds, and to determine that it is appropriate for the city to issue the bonds in accordance with the Internal Revenue Code. Be happy to answer any questions you might have. Our bond counsel, Steve Malikian with Jones Hall, is also with us tonight.
Thank you, Mr. Kasimov. Council, questions? Mr. Corsi.
Thank you. Does this project have its entitlements? Is it ready to go other than this?
It is ready to go with its discretionary entitlements. They're coming back for revisions to their building permits, but the discretionary entitlements have been approved.
And does it have one access driveway off of Aston? Is that?
It does, yes. It's a street. It'll be a private street.
The John Richards Street.
Right.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Ms. Combs.
Will this have a 30 or 55-year deed restriction?
Regulatory agreement, yes.
Thank you.
There'll be a 55-year regulatory agreement restricting the incomes and rents to between 30 and 60% of area median income.
Any other questions, council? Okay, I'll open up the public hearing. Mr. DeWitt.
Yes. I just wanted to make sure that 55-year, thank you.
Sure. Would anyone else care to address the council at this time? Seeing no one rise, close the public hearing, bring it back to the council. And Mr. Wysocki, you have this item.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd like to introduce a resolution of the Council of the City of Santa Rosa declaring its official intention to issue tax-exempt revenue bonds for the purpose of financing an affordable rental housing facility in the city and to reimburse certain expenditures relating to the development of such facility from proceeds of said bonds, authorizing an application to the California Debt Limit Allocation Committee to permit the issuance of said bonds, and approving the issuance of said bonds in accordance with Section 147F of the Internal Revenue Code, and waive further reading of the text.
Second.
Thank you. I have a motion and a second. Your votes, council. And I have 6 ayes with Councilmember Carlson having left for the evening. Thank you, council. Thanks, Frank. Back to 14.5.
14.5, report ballot measures for consideration for November 2016 election. Deborah Lochner, Chief Financial Officer, presenting.
Good evening, Mayor and Council members. So tonight, we are in front of you to get some direction on what you would like us to bring back next week to place on the ballot. We have a general election which will be held this November. The City Council has expressed interest in placing one or more measures on that ballot. So on June 28th, we rolled out some results from polling of the community and offered some recommendations. Tonight, we are looking for the council to provide directions so we can come back next week with some ordinances for the council to approve with ballot language and all that associated with whatever you decide you would like us to present. So with that, I will answer any questions or allow you just to have that discussion and provide us that direction.
Okay, thank you. Council, questions at this point? Do we have any cards, Madam Clerk? Thank you. I'll move to public testimony. Ms. Seeley. Already? It's only 10 to 10. What'd you expect?
Mayor Sawyer and council members, Ann Seeley speaking for Concerned Citizens for Santa Rosa. The City Council is a really crucial moment when you can do the right thing or you can defer to bad advice which will result in the loss of city revenue. To be fiscally responsible to your constituents, you will ensure that Measure O's baseline formulation is changed. The baseline formula in Measure O has proved to be a problem. The result of this pre-recession ballot measure was that each budget year that there were insufficient funds to meet the baseline budget for public safety departments, along with the obligatory annual increase, every other city department budget was cannibalized to the point where we have essential services cut and dire needs unmet. I found it kind of unsettling that the polling company you hired advised you to pursue the renewal of Measure P without first repairing a faulty tax policy. Where's the fiscal responsibility in that? Putting the tax measure on the ballot separately, the two tax measures on the revision and the renewal, separately and not combined, will advance the possibility of extending general sales tax while the flawed Measure O stays in place. Once it's revealed to the public what you have done, as it will be, the trust that revenue from the renewed Measure P will be used wisely will be lost, and the ballot measure will be imperiled. If you want the good citizens to vote to pay up, the council needs to be a good citizen as well. It would be responsible of the council to incentivize the public to vote both for a revision of Measure O and a renewal of Measure P by placing both in a single ballot measure for November of this year. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And council, I want to just tell you how proud I am of you. This evening's discussions, as some previous ones have been, I have not heard anything of their like in all my many years attending council meetings, so thank you.
Thanks, Ann. Dwayne DeWitt.
Hello, my name is Dwayne DeWitt. I'm also a member of Concerned Citizens for Santa Rosa Together, the Sonoma County Housing Advocacy Group, Vet Connect, all kinds of things trying to help in the community. And I believe that you should actually have both Measure O and Measure P be on the ballot this year. I've spoken with people in all those groups, and there's a concern that Measure O has some difficulties, and that it would be best addressed by bringing it back to the people, letting them vote on it, and us moving forward in a positive manner. Thank you.
Thank you. Brian Lane, followed by Terry Price.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. Brian Ling, Sonoma County Alliance. Again, not having thorough staff report of what you're going to weigh, I'm making some assumptions and got some concerns. Talked to the county at their Board of Supervisors this morning with the similar concerns of what this ballot's going to have. They forwarded a 0.5-cent sales tax for parks, and they also forwarded the TOT increase, both probably expected. We've got a ballot that's going to have as many as, we're getting close to 40 measures between state and county and city. And I have a strong fear that the dialogue amongst this community is going to be just say no to everything. And there's going to be some pretty important things we need to be discussing. As I sit here tonight, I guess my recommendation is I think the council, the city has a big education program on O and P. I know you've been working on the O education for some time. I'm not sure the voters in November will be ready for it. Measure P was sold as a emergency measure during the recession, and to bring that back now is saying, well, now that we got extra money, we didn't spend it wisely, and we still got to have extra money. I don't think it sells well. I'm just going to go right back to the most recent Measure A that wasn't billed well, but it was also essentially a general tax. I think the general taxes are not selling well right now. If Measure P is urgent now, maybe you try to find it to a specific tax. I realize it takes 2/3, but maybe the voters can vote on something specific and not general. I think you got a better chance of selling it. But again, you've got Measure P till 2018, I believe, and if you're not ready for 2016, that's okay. It might be better because of the volume of this ballot. I just think, again, there's ballot fatigue, and I think there is some education for the citizens on why to vote for both O and P coming up. So I just urge some caution. And since I still got a couple seconds, not to be a complete downer, David Guin left, but I want to congratulate David on his new role with the city. We, the business community, think it's a fabulous choice, and thank you, Sean and City Manager, for seeing the opportunity that David brings and the opportunity the city needed. It's a great mix. We all heartily support that, and I've talked to a couple of you, but both David and the city manager have greatly increased the communication amongst those of us, the chamber, the alliance, the Builders Exchange, et cetera, and we can't do too much of that. It's been great so far, and we just thank you and encourage more of it in the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lane. Terry Price.
Mayor, council members, I'm Terry Price, 35-year resident of Santa Rosa. Even though I voted for Measure O, I've seen the impact of the measure's unintended funding defect has had on the city services other than public safety agencies. I, along with many others, see the critical need for Measure O to be revised to protect the taxpayers of Santa Rosa. I was on a committee brought together by Mayor Susan Gorn to assist with placing a quarter-cent sales tax on the ballot in 2010 as a part of the response to the horrible recession that we are in. Now the council's considering extending this tax. These two measures need to be addressed together. I can't support extending a tax where there exists a defect in the budgeting process that cripples our city services, especially in an economic downturn. I urge you to place the tax extension and the Measure O fix in one ballot measure. I understand this has been vetted by your legal counsel and has been deemed proper council action. By not combining into one measure, you open the door to political shenanigans by those who have a vested interest in not having Measure O changed. We have a huge mountain to climb for us as a community to pass a quarter-cent sales tax extension. Recent history tells us that if we don't take the public, that we're going to lose their trust. If you don't place the O fix and the Measure P into a single measure, you will lose the trust of the taxpayers, and both measures will most likely go down to defeat. The best chance of passage is to have everyone, community-wide, including the police and firefighters rank and file, in support of a reasonable and fair Measure O fix and a quarter-cent sales tax extension in a single ballot measure. As it was just mentioned, the urgency of this is not upon the city at this point in time because this sales tax goes until 2018. I would prefer to see the sales tax extended now so we can do those kinds of important services that was just talked about earlier in this meeting. But if you don't combine the two measures, I will predict that you will be back in the same soup in 2018 dealing with the same issue. Measure O has to be fixed at the same time or first before Measure P can be passed.
Thank you. Those are all the cards that I have. Anyone else care to address the council? Thank you. Bring it back to the council. Any initial questions or thoughts to start the ball rolling, council? Mr. Corsi.
Thoughts. I've spent a lot of time thinking about this over the last many months. I think other members of the council have as well, and previous councils have also thought about this. The first time I heard about putting Measure O and Measure P together was from the previous council and the previous council's long-term financial subcommittee. That was in early 2014. And I still think that that's what we should do. A couple of speakers tonight mentioned the word trust, and that is the most important word here tonight. I think that we've been building trust with and from the community over the last couple of years with things like what we've done tonight with homelessness, with other items such as the Neighborhood Streets program, and the other good things that have been able to happen with the changing a little bit of the economy in the past couple of years. But if we want to continue to do those good things for our community, we need to stabilize our revenues over time. Debbie has created a long-term financial plan for us that I think is realistic and honest, and it shows a lot of red ink, starting in 2018 after Measure P expires. I think that this year is the time to fix that. I don't want to spend the next 2 years preparing to deal with all that red ink. I don't want to have all of the good things that we've been doing. I don't want to have us have to pull back from that over the next 2 years. But if we're going to get the trust of the community to extend Measure P, we need to reform Measure O, reform our finances. And again, this is not something new. I've heard it said many times in the past couple of months that people don't want to go against the voters' intent in 2004 when we passed Measure O. And I say we because I supported it at the time too. But I don't think the intent of the voters was to guarantee that the percentage of the public safety budget would continue to get larger and larger related to the overall size of the general fund. I think the intent of the voters was to make sure that the fire department showed up when they needed them in 2004. That was the campaign. It was a campaign that showed houses burning down and no firefighters showing up because we were closing fire stations. So Measure O has done what it's supposed to do. It provides $8 or $9 million a year for public safety. It's a good program. It has kept our fire and police departments whole. It has created a great gang prevention program. And none of that will change under the reform that we're talking about. Not a penny of Measure O will be diverted to any other purpose than what it was intended to do when the voters passed it in 2004. But I want to go back to the trust issue because the voters need to trust that we're going to do the right thing with Measure P money if that is extended. And I don't believe the voters want Measure P to go more and more into public safety. And I think that the best way to gain voters' trust is for us to show trust of the voters. And I trust that voters will recognize if we have one single measure that stabilizes our revenues with the extension of Measure P and reforms our finances with the reform of Measure O, that is a good story that we can tell, a reasonable thing to ask this community to do. And that's what I would recommend we do tonight, or at least direct you to have us do soon.
Thank you, Mr. Corsi. Anyone else ready to speak on this issue? Well, I'll weigh in. What I'm not necessarily agreeing with is the concept that, well, this is my fear, is that if we put it together and that people just say no, then we lose Measure O. The changes in Measure O, we're back to square one again. And I've been struggling with this concept because the concept or the need to gain the trust of the voters and to make sure that we move forward and do the modernization of the language has been articulated by a number of people and a number of organizations and groups of late. And I'm perfectly willing to move forward. What I'm fearful of, Mr. Price mentioned that if we don't put them together, that it'll fail. My fear is that if we put them together and it fails, then Measure O goes down, then the changes to Measure O go down as well. And so we lose them both and we're back to square one. So I'm not sure how to solve that dilemma in my head. Mr. McGlynn.
So I'm going to venture out on a limb here, and as I may have an ability to, over this weekend, test this theory. And so what I'd be willing to do is explore with the polling group the possibility to ask one final question with regards to this. What's come up is, as is always the case when we change city attorneys, there's some challenging conversations that we've had to have about points of view. One of the things that's come out is that even when you would advance a Measure O conversation, if you so chose to do so, we have to be very careful about the language that's used even in making a change on Measure O, because the word reform by in itself connotates a side or an advocacy position, and that's one of the conversations we've had with the city attorney's office in the last week, is that that actually stakes out a territory and a claim. So what I'm proposing is, if the direction is that you want some more clarity, we'll take one more final stab at providing some more clarity for next week to see if there is anything to be gained or anything challenging as best we can around combining the two measures, and to provide some clarity for the council on that front. The reason we have to do this is because there is some language, and the consultants are feeling some, quite frankly, some challenge here of the city attorney's office has asked us to look at some of the language, as Teresa will relate, over the last few days, as it relates to whatever you would propose us do. So one of what we could do, and it would be a very short window, and we're going to need to get some agreement tonight that this is an appropriate place to go. We could, in addition, test this question, because it is new to the table, about combining the two measures, and would allow you to see if there's any substantive issue with that. I mean, it is 75 words. It's very complicated to get into 75 words, a lot of things, and I feel like the only way to really do that is to bring you back a attempt to do that, and the results of that. And so I would be willing to go there if the council's willing to entertain that conversation. At the end of the day, we'll come back and we may say that it's still inconclusive, and that would mean that I'd need to know if you want us to bring back a couple of versions of this, which would have potentially a Measure O as a standalone, a Measure P as a standalone, and a combination factor in for next consideration next week. That you would be making the decisions next week. We have the ability to do that, but also potentially I could bring back some conversation about what those results were over the next few days, to see if there is any clue as to what the impact would be. We don't have to do so, but I'm putting the offer out there because, as I said, we've had some additional input, which is par for the course right now from the city attorney. But the one word of caution that I do need to put out there is that it's been really hammer home on me that reform would not, the use of the word reform would open us up to past precedent in terms of legal challenges. So that is one area of caution, even as we move into a final, if you elect to move forward with the Measure O conversation, we're working on that, and that's what we need to test. But the word itself, reform, is prejudicial, and there's court cases to substantiate that.
Thank you. Interesting. Mr. Wysocki?
So the June 28th correspondence from Mr. Randy Riddle from the law firm of Renee Sloan, Holson and Sake, which states, we conclude that there is a strong argument that the Measure O reform and Measure P extension the council contemplates placing on the ballot may be combined into a single ballot measure.
There's no issue with the finding. What I'm saying is that we haven't tested that finding in any way, shape, or form when we went out.
If there's no issue with the finding, there's no need to defer.
I'm just laying out an option that we could do that work. We have to ask a couple questions, but I'm not advocating for that position. I'm just saying the opportunity exists to ask a question around that.
There's an advantage.
Ms. Combs.
Thank you. I think my mic was accidentally on.
I wasn't done, I'm sorry, Mr. Wysocki.
So I've been using the phrase unintended consequence, but I don't suppose that's any less prejudicial. I would like to clarify something that I may have misunderstood, that the mayor suggested. If we put an amendment or whatever neutral word is allowed to be used on the reform for Measure O, and it does not, and we have a combined one, and it does not pass, my understanding is that P doesn't continue, but that O can continue in its original state as opposed to amended. Have I misunderstood that?
No, that would be correct. And O would be a status quo.
O would remain, because I thought you said we would lose O.
I'm
but-
sorry, lose the change. You lose the wording change.
Okay, but we don't actually lose the.
Correct. I'm
Be-
sorry,
okay.
I did say that incorrect.
I just wanted to make sure I understood what the consequences were. It isn't clear to me that it makes, I am happy to go forward with pursuing a polling question over the weekend. That's fine with me. But I don't think it's essential to my decision-making. I obviously support having a single ballot measure. I support the concept that came out of the Long-Range Planning Committee. And
Thank
that
you.
was to make an adjustment to Measure O.
Thank you. And Mr. Wysocki wasn't finished when I left him, so I apologize.
It's fine. A nice pause sometimes is a good thing. I'm very displeased at, quite frankly, the option of deferring the decision. I mean, is it also questionable that the consultant said that we shouldn't have two measures that allow the voters to pick and choose?
I'm not, we didn't test, so the question the mayor had put forward is his uncomfortability of knowing what to do in that particular circumstances. I'm not saying that this is going to change anything. I just felt like I needed to inform council that we've had some conversations which challenged some of the language that had been approved under prior city attorney in terms of ballot language, which now makes us have to go out and potentially ask another question. Since that opportunity has arisen, and that has to do with what, the current state of review, I'm putting it out there that if there was any desire to ask a further question, this is when the only time I'm going to be able to ask this particular question. I don't need to go out and ask that question. I'm just putting it out on the table because in response to the uncertainty that had come to into the conversation about how to proceed. I don't know if that's going to help, hurt, dissuade. Again, it's not a challenge of the assumption that Mr. Riddle was saying that there is opportunity to combine the measures. But whether to combine or not to combine is the discretion of the council, and I'm asking, I don't know what the council needs, if they need anything else to evaluate.
I appreciate the input. You just answered the question for me.
Mr. Oliveris.
No, I just wanted to clarify that the intent was to use the polling firm to go back out and ask a question, but it had been answered.
Yeah. Mr. Corsi.
Just for clarification, Mr. City Manager, are you telling us that you feel you need to go out and do some polling this weekend, regardless of whether it's about
So to make sure that the ballot language matches some of the assumptions, some of the concerns that the city attorney, yes.
Okay.
And since that has just come to the fore, there's an opportunity to, in a very limited window, to maybe ask a question about, that has been posited here, about is there an impact or is there concern? And we have an opportunity to ask the question on a ballot question that would have combined the two measures. This has just come to the, as we've gone through a process of evaluation. That's the only reason I'm bringing it up, is that if the council direction was to consider, that's what we're asking tonight, what are the things that we need to prepare for next week? If this is one of those things, and one of those things where it would, we could help in the decision-making process, I'm offering that up as, again, I didn't necessarily want to be here, but a conversation arose with the city attorney about the prior approved language And for example, the thing that I was pointing to was the use of the word reform, which had appeared before, which now we've been pointed to that there is actually court cases, there's legal precedents that I know no one wants to wade into, that there's an open, when you use the word reform, it could trigger a challenge. I think whatever
Can we know what the alternative word is?
I think it was more along the lines of amending the current baseline. I think those are the words we're working on right now. We're working as we speak to look at that particular item.
Words like amended or reduce or things like that, which are more descriptive, as opposed to the word reform, which there is a published Court of Appeal decision that reacted to that very word. And so trying to sort of steer clear of that word, which is different than the concept of whether you can combine or not.
Right.
That advice remains the same.
Okay. I know that we're not going to write a poll tonight, but I would request that if the question is going to be asked again, that we make it clear that none of the Measure O tax money is going to be amended in any way, that it's all going to the same place.
Yes.
Thank you.
The language would make clear that the amendment is as to the baseline, not as to the tax money. It's not a change in the tax.
I think part of...
Hold on one second, Ms. Combs. You've finished, Mr. Corsi. Mr. Vice Mayor.
Thank you. It's disappointing to hear that because, as you know, I'm going to be leaving the country tomorrow, so I won't be here for that. And hearing what the consultant said, it's almost like the report we heard when they made the report and what their recommendations were is absent of this conversation, because I heard them recommend Measure P standalone, potentially Measure O and 17. I also heard her say she didn't hear a negative of putting them both on the ballot. I also heard them say that it's very important if we want success on either of those, you need the unanimous support of this council. And I'll save my comments, but I am prepared tonight to support putting both of them onto the ballot, but as separate items, because a lot of the data that we heard from the consultants, the confusion on Measure O, flat out said, and I forget what the percentages were, they don't really get it. And I don't think combining P, which is set to expire in 18, and O, set to expire in 2024, is going to provide any clarity to the person who's going to be answering that phone. So I believe it is possible, and I totally get the ballot fatigue or the number that's going to be on the ballot. But for me, it was being supportive of what the consultants said with the expertise. We didn't just pull them out of thin air. I'm guessing they were chosen for their area of expertise. And the unanimous support of this council, I'm prepared to move forward with both of them as separate standalone items. Let those independent judges, and I trust that the voters will understand what the issues are.
Thank you, Ms. Combs.
I think my concern was being reflected by Councilmember Corsi, that if we ask another poll question, that it not contain statements which are not true as part of asking the question. I think that the inaccurate statements about decreasing monetary amounts shouldn't be repeated. I hear an interest in having P and O separated, and I can't go there. I know that since 2010 or 2011, I've been involved in asking for correction to Measure O for a long time, and over and over and over again, councils have postponed, delayed, had excuses. It's been a long dance about putting off Measure O. I cannot sit here and vote to postpone working on Measure O again after working for a number of years to get Measure O to this point on the ballot. So I hope we can combine them.
Let me respond to that concept. Excuse me. I agree there's been a lot of conversation about the changes in the language and baseline to Measure O. But never was there a recommendation that they combine that with another item. Not previously, and that's what concerns me. So we're taking a recommendation from the past, which is make this change. And because of the nature of our timing on Measure P, in some people's opinion, some council members' opinion, now it would make sense to combine them. And that makes me uncomfortable. I'm thinking it's going to make it messy, and that again, like I said before, that they both go down for rather confusion, or they don't like Measure P, so Measure O goes. We lose our chance to do the correction on Measure O. If they go out separately, and I have this feeling that the changes in Measure O would be an easy ballot item to identify, to explain, to inform the community about as language that's being changed and modernized, however it's stated. Measure P is probably the larger of the hurdles in my mind for all the reasons articulated by Mr. Ling and all the ballot measures coming up. I mean, because of all of the things that we've been doing and things like the real estate transfer tax conversations about trying to bolster that and move monies toward that for affordable housing. I was getting a little bit optimistic in thinking that we could actually increase Measure P and not go with the status quo because of the good work that this council's been doing on so many fronts and so many levels, and it would allow us to fund the real estate transfer tax, give 100% of that to affordable housing if we were to increase Measure P. And if we were to, I'm not hearing that recommendation coming out of council other than this mouth, but if we were to make a suggestion like that, Measure O still stands on its own. Measure P, people may not even go for the quarter. But if we combine them, we lose both. And then next time, we'll be faced with, if Measure P did not pass, and Measure O did not pass, because they were combined, we have to do it all again. Now, do we separate them, or do we combine them again? So this is what makes me uncomfortable. I'm ready to move forward with them both standing on their own merit, but I am concerned with the impact of how the community would, if they're angry about taxes, they're just going to say no when we lose them both. And I want Measure O language changes behind us, not in front of us. And I think that we could acquire that by separating the two, but we risk the loss of both if we combine them. And I'm actually interested in the polling. It would help me at least if there was a strong indicator that people they're going to be put off by separating or combining. I have a feeling that the concern, personally, I think the concern about combining them is inside the bubble, and that there is a lot of swirling inside that bubble that's created this need that the community is going to be dissatisfied unless we combine the two, and I just don't buy it. I think that they will be satisfied by looking at both and making a decision independently. And right now, that's where I'm going. Unless I heard some polling to the other direction, that's where I'm going.
Well, the only reason I bring it up is because of these questions that we are having with the city attorney. It's not a place that I would like to be. I just felt like that would only create more confusion and distrust if we were actively in these conversations where we're looking at, well, how do we vet some of the language that's been under question without putting this opportunity in front of the council. The one thing that I can say is that I believe that, we can mount an effective educational campaign with both items separate. I have faith in my team and my staff to be able to articulate that and commit a message out there. That had been one of the initial conversations. But we've recently walked into a conversation about combining both, and I think trust has come out. What I've heard repeatedly on that front, that it's a trust issue. I'm not, all I can say is that I believe the team here can mount an effective conversation on both sides. And so, that's not providing tons of clarity for the council to move forward. I just think one of the things that the consultant did say was that the unanimous approach was going to be the necessary approach to entertain both. And so that's where we're standing, and I think we're still looking for some direction. I can bring back, as I said, more than one option for next week. As Councilmember Schwedhelm says, he won't be here, so that runs the risk of is going to run the risk of not having the conversation being full. But I'm just trying to lay options to help educate and provide the most informative decision making as we possibly can on this topic.
Thank you. Mr. Oliveris.
Mayor, I'm ready to move forward tonight. We're here. I had an expectation to make a decision. It concerns me that one member is going to be gone, and he had already planned to be gone. So I'm ready to move forward. I understand that there's some confusing language, but I would expect that would be fixed for the ballot, whatever direction we go. So we're not going to be using that word. So that's going to happen anyway. I think that there should be two separate items. I think it's important to demonstrate some openness and transparency as a council, to give each one of those items the space to be properly explained, to provide factual information to the voters to make a decision. We did that in 2004 with Measure O. And I was very confident that voters would make a decision with Measure O. They did. And it wasn't that we were in dire straits, but the question was, do we want an enhanced level of public safety, and do we want resources for gang prevention and violence prevention services? And there was oversight. There was a lot of things included in that, but the point is they were provided the information, they made a decision. I have no problem putting that back on the ballot to let them decide again. Do they want to change the language for it? Provide them the accurate information, factual information for them to make a decision. And I have confidence that the voters will make a decision that is best for the city. And as it relates to Measure P as a separate item, and I'm comfortable with that moving forward as it stands now with a quarter cent. I don't want to jeopardize losing it by trying to up it to a half a cent.
Thank you. Mr. Wysocki.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think the one consensus that is emerging from all these comments is that no one wants to jeopardize Measure P. We all realize we need the funding. I was also on the committee that Mr. Price referred to earlier, and it was sold as an emergency measure. I am proud to have suggested 8 years as a term as opposed to 6. But if we're talking about polling and community trust, I think we look no further than Measure N. We're one of the few communities in California that did not approve a modernization of the utility users tax, one of the very few. And one of the prominent arguments was that money's going to go to fund Measure O baseline. I heard it countless times. Countless times. Measure O, it's been apparent to me since I came on the council in 2009, in a time of economic distress, that baseline adjustment needed to be looked at and needed to be fixed, because the supplemental public safety money was still guaranteed, and they still got it. However, what was not foreseen was all the other departments suffering draconian cuts, some of which still haven't recovered. So in my mind, that's needed to be adjusted for many, many years, and we've had problems getting other measures passed. Again, most notably, the UT. We're one of 3% of the California jurisdictions that weren't able to do that. And that's because of the argument of the Measure O. So I also, serving on the long-term subcommittee, there was a very strong recommendation not to put multiple measures on the ballot. That allows the voters to pick and choose. Add to the 40 other measures, and you have a real danger of voters picking and choosing. And I think Measure P will suffer more than Measure O, because you're going to lose a lot of votes from people that would otherwise support Measure P, thinking that, well, it's just going to go to Measure O's baseline. And I'm not convinced that Measure O the modification will get passed. And quite frankly, some of the supporters of Measure O, you talk about trust, they have to regain the community's trust. Because there have been many, many recent elections when negative ads, negative robocalls hit right when the absentee ballots hit. And that's the trust issue for me, and that's the trust issue for a lot of our electorate. And we ignore that at our peril. So I think the bigger danger here is if we don't combine them, we're going to lose a lot of votes for both. So I'm ready to go forward with a recommendation that they both be combined. I think that's the most prudent way to protect the taxpayer dollars that we're entrusted to allocate.
Mr. Corsi.
Something tells me we're not going to get unanimity tonight. And we may not get it next week either. But I do think that we have an opportunity, as Mr. McGlynn has artfully called it, to get some more information. I do understand the hesitancy around combining them into one measure because we don't have information about that. It's a relatively new concept that we haven't tested with the polling. We have an opportunity to do that, and I'd like to have that information. It may not give us the clarity that we want, but we won't know until we ask. So I'd like to direct staff to add that to the polling that's going to be done anyway this weekend, and bring us back next week the opportunity to select either two or one measure that will take care of both of these items.
Thank you. Ms. Combs?
Well, just to clarify, historically, a previous council didn't take up Measure O with the intention of putting them together, taking Measure O and P together. And I think that unfortunately has put us where we are. And I'm guessing that no one is particularly interested in doing Measure O alone, since we still have a little time on Measure P. What I'm hearing from my constituents, from our constituents, is until we do a repair on O, till we do an amendment on O to fix the unintended consequences, they're very uninterested in voting for another tax. And that's what I'm hearing. So I might be interested in talking about doing the measure amendment to O on its own, if that's the one that we can agree on, and then do P on another ballot. So, I mean, that's an option we haven't discussed, but we do have the opportunity to do that. And I think that one would clarify the situation for us really well.
How about the polling for over the weekend?
It's okay with me, but I personally need to see either M with P or M alone before P. I could not favor in the future P alone.
Other weigh-ins as far as the polling?
As far as the need for it, I mean, I
Going forward with the polling for more clarity?
I think it's more important for us to have a unanimous voice by 7 council members at some point, and we need to try to find a way of making that happen. We get feedback from the community a lot. You say you hear from your constituents. And we have one email here. Again, I've mentioned it last time, and we get a lot of emails and a lot of phone calls on a variety of different issues that we deal with. On this one, not. I get it, and I know that sometimes we have our own personal views on how important some of these issues are. That's why I'm okay putting it back to the voters and let them decide, let them make a decision on 2 separate things. They're 2 separate issues. One was Measure O, one was Measure P, both different intents when they came forward. And that's why I support having them both as separate items and letting the voters decide by providing them the accurate information that they need to make a decision. Because again, if this was a critical issue, and I know it's late, but even on late times, we've had people here, and we've had a lot of emails and a lot of phone calls. You said you've had a lot. I haven't gotten any either way. So something's going on as far as flow of information, if the information is out there.
Thank you. Mr. Vice Mayor.
Thank you. So let me just share some other comments, because as I've been dealing with looking at both sides of the issue, specifically the Measure O, well, let me get Measure P out of the way. I'm in favor of putting that on the ballot for the continuation of the quarter-cent sales tax, because I understand, and why I'm not for waiting for 18. If I'm the city manager, he's going to have to prepare that budget, the 18-19 fiscal year, in June. Well, we're not going to know if Measure P gets extended until November. I'm guessing there's going to be some operational impacts to this city, the impact that we potentially may use it, and I think that is too great. I've heard numbers like 2.1 million from the fire department, 2.8 million from the police. That's at the point of it's not services, those are people. And I know the length of time it takes to hire police officers and firefighters to get them operational. So we have those impacts in June that they'd have to plan for, and if the voters do fund it, there's going to be significant impacts. A lot of the things I've heard tonight and from members of the public, not just tonight but throughout this, we're all guessing or estimating why people voted for things. The fact is 70.2% of the voters expressed their desire when they passed Measure O. Why they did that, what the marketing was, we all have our opinions. I'm not saying anyone's right or anyone's wrong. What's frustrating for me, because what I would like and why I'm supportive of Measure O, let the voters decide again, let's get that accurate information. Because unfortunately, many members of the media, as I've been researching this, they say it was a bait and switch. Council underestimates the intelligence of voters. The problem is due to a flaw in the wording. It was very intentional with the authors of that measure to put that in there so the city, the elected members after 2002, they might be able to supplant that. That's a very real concern. That was the intent behind it. So there wasn't a flaw, it was an intentional issue. And I think the polling data recently conducted supports that. We've tried to have some conversation, or I've had to try to have some conversations when I hear the words like cannibalized and all the other departments took the big hits. So what's the right amount of public safety funding for any city? And so you start looking, I look at other cities here. So if you look at cities our size, we have a top 10. The city of Fremont is the 4th largest in the Bay Area. 72% of their general fund goes to public safety. The city below us, we're the 5th largest. And again, ours with the, whether we want to call it reform, modernization, or amending that, would put the Santa Rosa public safety departments at 57%. The city of Hayward, which is the 6th largest city, they're at 72%. So you start looking, well, what about in Sonoma County? What is the appropriate level of funding in Sonoma County? So the other departments, call it cannibalizing. Well, let's look at Petaluma, the 2nd largest city in Sonoma County. Their public safety departments are at 68.1%. Again, if the modernization and the Measure O goes, we'd still be at 57%. Even if we added the Measure O dollars, as one of my colleagues suggested we do, doing the math, that would still put public safety at 61.5. There was another agency in Sonoma County that was at the same level of funding that would be proposed at 57%. That is the city of Sebastopol. They have 14 sworn officers, 7 civilians, 11 reserves, and 15 volunteers. They're a volunteer organization. And you look at the fire, which takes up 11%, they have 2 employees, the chief and the senior admin, and 32 volunteer firefighters. Their public safety funding is at 57%, just what's being proposed for Santa Rosa. But I'm okay if we want to have the conversation, if that's the direction we want to go. I trust that the voters can decide. And I would support, again, Measure P and Measure O going on there. Let's end the conversation. Let's express the opinions, stand alone, and I think there'd be, I would hope there could be unanimous council support. I certainly would support that.
If we're going to talk data, which some of us really like to do, then we also should look historically and not just at the fallout of what's left, what remains are left in cities after a major recession. Because some of the data that you're explaining is the data following a major recession when cities have cut way back on parks and recreation, on other service programs. In the past, Santa Rosa, and I apologize that I don't have the full history in front of me, but in the past, Santa Rosa has had 45% to public safety, 48% to public safety, 52%. It has not been at the level that it is now because we have so valued the other services in our city. So I'm unwilling to allow to remain as part of the flat conversation the idea that we should be comparing ourselves at a time following a severe recession. I had people during previous conversations about Measure O come to me and explain to me that they would be perfectly happy if all we did was fund police. That they felt that all a city really needed was the sheriff. And I really think that's appalling. I think we can do better as a city. I think one of the reasons people voted for Measure P was a strong interest in doing better as a city in providing a broad range of services. And I want to make sure that our Measure P money goes where our values are. And when the document was drafted, our revenues had never been below the consumer price index. So when people were concerned about backfilling, which I understand that concern and I support the concept, when they were concerned about backfilling or that the police wouldn't actually see the benefits of Measure O or the fire wouldn't actually see the benefits of Measure O, they chose the consumer price index because it tended to lag behind our revenues. But during the recession, the revenues went below the consumer price index, and that's how we ended up with departments that were anorexic. And I'm really sorry to be going here tonight. I was looking for a compromise motion. But for me, I can't move forward Measure P, even though I would love to move forward Measure P, because I've been asking for a revision to Measure O for many years. And over again, there's been an excuse from many members of our council about why we can't revise Measure O, even though it's been clearly needed. And I appreciate there are people up here who say there's no problem. Well, I want a city that has more than a sheriff. So I want a city that has a revised, amended, reformed Measure O with Measure P. And I don't feel confident, having asked and asked and asked for many years about Measure O, that we're going to get Measure O taken care of unless we combine it with Measure P, because I believe that there will be a strong force that works against it. It's really easy to run a yes on P, no on O campaign. So if we don't combine them, that's what I think will happen.
Mr. Wysocki.
I can only second those comments by my colleague, Councilmember Combs, because to use post-recession numbers can skew it. How many times have I heard on this dais, we can't arrest our way out of the gang problem? And by cutting other programs and bulking up on one area, isn't that what we're trying to, isn't that basically what we're giving direction for? We need to fund those other departments. I mean, the unintended consequence to me from Measure O is quite clear. We never thought that there'd be quite a great recession where the general fund decreased so severely that it threw us into chaos. And that's what it was in 2009, 2010, 2011, in terms of trying to keep our city functioning. I can remember a time when revenues might be down to $10 million, reserves might be down to $10 million. I look at our chief financial officer. She's from Vallejo. Need I say more? So it needs to be fair. We need to find a compromise. We need to regain the voters' trust. It's been damaged. I'll go back to Measure N. There's your poll. That was less than 2 years ago.
Well, I think what we've done, we've moved from talking about whether to deal with it at the ballot box to from how we're going to do it to whether. I think everyone here is in agreement that they are willing to put it on the ballot and let the voters make a decision on that modernization of the language, and I believe that they will do that. The question is how, not if. So that's the one thing that we are not in agreement on. I am as concerned about combining them as you are about splitting them, and I don't think it'll work. I think they'll both. I have a feeling they're both going to go down. Mr. Corsi.
Let's get some more information and see if we can make a decision together. We're not going to do it tonight.
No, we're not.
Let's get the information. We have
a 3-3. It's going to stop.
So there is one thing that I think I'm hearing, and I want to make sure I'm hearing it correctly, which is a quarter-cent tax measure reauthorization on P is what's under, that's what I'm sensing is under consideration right now, and has the nearly unanimous support, so that I can at least get some direction on that front. I'd like to get some guidance on quarter-cent. The other question that had come into the fore was whether there was going to be a sunset on that additional quarter-cent. There didn't seem to be, that didn't seem to be a demonstrable concern in the polling data, but if there is an ability to at least guide me on that front, I would appreciate it, so that we could get some idea if that is the general tenor of the body, to pursuing a quarter-cent reauthorization, and I would like to know if there is some decision around sunset or no sunset.
I was hoping for a half cent. I'm not hearing anyone else agreeing with that. But so as far as the sunset, so assuming that everyone is on the quarter-cent page, can I see heads nodding on quarter-cent on this part of the conversation?
Well, I could be persuaded to go to a half cent if it was combined with the Measure O reform. Looking for unanimity.
You know, the skeptic in me thinks that if we go to half cent and we combine them, it's done. Then we're really back to square one. That would make me even.
I'm trying to find a united council.
I know. I appreciate that. That would make me even more afraid. As optimistic as I am of the voters understanding what we're trying to do in Santa Rosa, I think we might get a crash and burn.
Again, I mean, we're going to have a very limited window to ask a question. I'm not, mean, there's only so much I can do in a limited window, and I'm willing to ask questions, but it seems to me if quarter cent is the question, then I should really be calling the quarter cent question, and I'm just trying to see if there's at least a direction on that, that particular item. I hear the offer. I'm not seeing anyone jump for that offer, but.
My thoughts are just quarter cent because when I'm talking to people in the community, there's some reluctance for the quarter cent. And then when I talk about, well, here's some potential consequences. And for me, I would be interested in a sunset where it'd be 8 to 10 years, whatever, I wouldn't say our chief financial officer says, some of our revitalization efforts in the downtown area, the intent, or at least my interest in that, is that it is going to stimulate the local economy. I don't know how long that would take, but tie it into this as a metric that we will use. Whether, if what I'm hoping the reunification of Courthouse Square does to revitalize that downtown, when would we see increased revenues? If that's 5 years, 8, 10, that's when I think we should revisit the expiration of Measure P.
So sunset at 10?
Do you want to time it in terms of elections? Because there may be an advantage or a disadvantage to it falling on presidential. So 10 would put it off presidential and 8 leaves it on.
I'm just thinking, how are we going to share with the community? Here's why we chose this date. That's a very valid point. I haven't had time
I'm just
to
asking
think about those.
strategically, let's think about
Yes.
what year it falls down.
I would agree. Let's be strategic about why we're asking, but have a reason why we're asking.
And I'm getting a general sense we can look at this what the strategy would look like. I'm just trying to get a sense at this point of sunset, yay or nay.
I'll say a yay, and I would say keep it on the presidential cycle, which would be 8 years.
Mr. Corsi?
An extension of 10 years would be to 2028, which is the presidential cycle. It's not 10 years from now, it's 10 years from when it expires, correct? So 10 years that's where I'm coming down.
I wouldn't be, personally, 2024 would be.
So I will
6 years.
just point out 2024 will mean you're calling potentially 2 measures. I would not advise 2024. I would at least stagger it to be either in front or behind 2024. Because that council will be wrestling with 2024.
I have a hard time extending a temporary tax for a longer term than its original term.
We'll come back with a suggestion. You can as long as I can get that it is a sunset set. I will make a proposal. You can debate whether that proposal is adequate.
I actually would be interested in the half cent, again, paired, that Councilmember Wysocki proposed. And in part, I think we could, with the concept, and again, state it as legally as we can do within it, the concept that we add a funding for affordable housing as language.
We can't talk about that.
I know it's general, but in generals, they still list stuff it could be used for. So if we promote that concept, I think it helps, especially if you look at the polling with regard to public interest in a topic. So I'd be willing to go there.
Well, we need to deal with this.
Well, the city attorney does point out something to me, that the ability to, if you're going to have a combined measure, the ability to list a lot of specific things is going to be really challenged in a 75-word. Yeah, I mean, so I can take it under guidance, but again, I'm not hearing, I've heard a couple half cents. I'm just, it feels like.
I'm just trying to get the 4 votes you need.
Yes. I don't think we're going to make that tonight. No, that makes it even riskier for me. As much as I'd love the half cent, I fear that when combined, then we'd lose it all. in an optimistic, yeah, and see I think what happens is, I don't share the history. I don't share the pain of what happened during those times, and I don't believe that quite frankly, I don't believe the voters care. I think they want to go forward with changing Measure O, and I think they want to go, ultimately go forward with extending Measure P, and I don't think they care what happened to us in our elections years ago. I don't think they're watching. I don't think they listen. I don't think they vote and then they forget about it. We feel the pain. We go through the experience of running for office, and we feel it, and we feel it desperately, and we carry that pain with us. I don't think the voters care. They're done with it. They were done with it 8 years ago and 10 years ago for me. I mean, they're done with it. And I think that I don't think that they carry that. I don't think they carry that pain. I think that what's been talked about as far as the voters' ability to move forward with a tax measure, that they look at. They're going to be looking at those, at whether or not Measure P is a value to them, and whether they think we've spent their money reasonably in the last few years. And I think they'll look at Measure O, and I think they'll move forward with changing the language. But I don't think they're going to make a connection with trusting this council. We're putting Measure O, we would be putting Measure O on the ballot. We're doing exactly what the Press Democrats said and what everyone's been saying for years. We're doing it. We're not doing anything shifty. We're putting it on the ballot. Whether or not we combine it, that has to do with suggestions that the people will think we're doing, if we split them, that we're doing something shifty. That has to do with history and pain. And I think that is what is affecting our conversation. The history is affecting our conversation, and it is informing our conversation. And I understand that, but I don't share the pain.
May I add the phrase that those who fail to learn from history are doomed to repeat the same mistakes? I just go back to Measure N.
I know. We go back to our histories, and I just don't share it. So I think so. If we can, at least we'll go forward with the sunset. We can at least offer that. We're not going to get to we have a 3-3 vote tonight. We don't have a 7-member council. We can't move forward even close to unanimity. We have a totally split council tonight. Yeah, we'll get more.
Do you actually believe it will make a difference next week?
Well, how many people will we have at the dais next week? And I have no idea where Councilmember Carlstrom would go with it. I mean, it's P is in there. I mean, I don't know. I have no idea. I have no indication. But I know we're not going to get there tonight. Yeah, no. Mr. McGlynn.
We'll make a stab at bringing something forward, and hopefully we'll have more information.
Thank you. So we're moving on to our written communications. Mr. McGlynn, anything to report?
Nothing to report.
Thank you. Our last public comment session of the evening, John Duran. Is John still in the audience? I don't see a John Duran. Brenda LaRose. Is there a Brenda LaRose in the audience? We're adjourned.